Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. This was it. Serena was descending the escalator, leaving Kalos behind for a new journey. It was difficult to articulate her feelings. She was leaving her friends, and she was leaving him. He had always been her ultimate goal. Finally, she had mustered the courage to confess her feelings to him, but she worried that he might not understand. Either you tell Ash how you feel about him, or I will, Miet's words echoed in her mind. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If she couldn't find the words to confess, maybe she could show him instead. Hey Ash, there's just one more thing. Serena turned around on the moving escalator and, without hesitation, ran toward Ash, who was still standing at the top. Before he could react, she kissed him. In that moment, she felt a whirlwind of emotions: embarrassment, happiness, and exhilaration. She knew she had done the right thing. Ash's surprised expression quickly transformed into a smile, and their friends cheered for her. Goodbye, Serena. Take care, they called out as she waved to them. This was the best memory she had from Kalos, perhaps even better than being the Kalos Queen. Until next time, she whispered before departing. In a shady forest in Kanto, a younger Serena was lost, searching for her group. Suddenly, she was startled by rustling in the bushes, causing her to hurt her leg. In her distress, she cried out for her mother. A younger boy emerged from the bushes and asked what was wrong. He introduced himself as Ash, hoping to comfort her, and asked her name. Serena sniffled and explained her leg hurt. The boy pulled out a handkerchief and tied it around her leg as a makeshift bandage. He called it a good luck charm to help her feel better. Serena looked up at him and complained that she still couldn't stand. Ash stood up and offered his hand, saying, "Don't give up until it's over." "Ash," she called softly. "Do you think we'll always be together?" Looking into her delicate eyes, he confidently replied, "Always." Remembering those words brought tears to Serena's eyes. Those were the best memories she had with him, and she always believed they would reunite. However, after parting ways, she went to Hoenn to pursue her dreams as a coordinator while Ash traveled to Alola. Serena knew Ash had a knack for attracting trouble, but she believed he would overcome any challenges. Unfortunately, she was wrong. No one understood what happened. Ash vanished with his best buddy, Pikachu, leaving no trace behind. Serena learned of this news while on the verge of success in Pokémon contests, and it shattered her hopes. Her journey in Hoenn turned into a disaster. People often said Vanillave Town was warm and cheerful, but for Serena, those words felt untrue as she isolated herself at home. She couldn't shake her feelings for that brave, selfless boy. It felt as if she were lost in a forest again, but this time, that boy wouldn't come to rescue her. Every day, Ash found himself confused, feeling as though he was still in his original world. This had been his reality for the past 2 years, as the dimension of Arceus mirrored his own. Pika, Pika, his faithful companion, Pikachu, nudged him gently. "Hey buddy, good morning," Ash yawned as he rose from sleep. "Pikachu," Pikachu replied, a hint of longing in his tone. "I know, buddy. I miss them too, but we have an important job to do, saving the world and changing the future," Ash said, determination in his voice. Pikachu. "Come on, let's get ready for training," Ash said, softly caressing Pikachu's head. "Cha," Pikachu replied happily, grateful to be by Ash's side. "Let's pack up our sleeping bags and get ready for training," Ash suggested. "I don't think you need it anymore, Ash," came a voice from behind. It was Arceus. "You've been training for 2 years, you're well prepared now." "Thank you, Arceus," Ash replied quietly. "You seem upset, Ash. Is something bothering you?" Ash looked down momentarily before meeting Arceus's gaze, with Pikachu nudging his shoulder for support. "I have a question, Arceus," Ash began. Why me? There are many Pokémon trainers out there, much more skilled than I am. Why did you choose me?" Arceus smiled, though his expression was not visible. Ash could sense the warmth in his presence. It was you who saved me in Machina, not them. They lack the courage you possess. Besides, you've been training hard for 2 years. I believe no one can defeat you now. But still. It was your choice to come with me. You wanted to change the future, to avoid the pain of losing your friends and family. You remember what I showed you, don't you? Ash looked down again, the weight of his memories pressing on him. I know you miss your friends. Soon, you will face them again, as well as the evil that threatens them. I brought you to my dimension for a greater purpose. You changed the future once before, and now you must do it again with your Pokemon Charizard, Greninja, Pidgeot, Lucario, Infernape, and Pikachu. Isn't that unfair? You brought most of them from Professor Oak's lab without a trace, Ash said, a hint of annoyance in his tone. I didn't force them, Ash. They chose to assist you. You must participate in the Alola Pokemon League. Ash sighed quietly. Once, the thought of the Pokemon League excited him, but now it felt daunting. He knew he would have to confront his friends there, and he wasn't fully prepared. Arceus noticed his hesitation. Besides, Arceus continued, let me tell you one more thing. Your friend Serena is still waiting for you. She is not my girlfriend. Ash protested, feeling embarrassed. We'll see about that, Arceus chuckled. This is insane, Serena. You can't let this go on forever. You need to focus on your life, Mrs. Grace urged, her voice filled with concern. Serena felt a pang of sadness. Her loyal Pokemon, Braixen, sensed her distress. She remembered the vibrant girl she used to be, full of life and determination, but now she felt lost. Serena didn't respond, merely pushing her food around on her plate. I know the disappearance of Ash has been hard on you. You cared for him deeply, but you can't give up everything for him, Mrs. Grace continued. I just don't feel motivated anymore, Mom, Serena replied flatly. Please, at least try, Mrs. Grace pleaded. It pains me to see you so down. I wanted to give you time to heal, but it seems this sadness is taking over. Miette, once a rival and now a friend, stepped forward. You don't have to give up everything for Ash, Serena. I liked him too, but I didn't let that stop me from pursuing my dreams of becoming the best coordinator in Sinnoh. Serena listened as Miette continued, if you still hold on to Ash's memory, why not let it motivate you instead? She pulled out a handkerchief, a reminder of their shared experiences. Serena's expression shifted as she recognized the handkerchief. Is that? Give me that, she exclaimed, rushing to Miette. I'm sorry, Serena. I just want you to see your potential. You have the power to achieve your goals. I saw it in Kalos when you defeated me in Masterclass. Why not give it another try? Serena sighed, contemplating her friend's words. You've always done your best, and you've accomplished so much. But I'm not done yet. I still have to make my dreams come true. And that dream is to become a Pokemon Master. Of course. You truly are an amazing person, Ash. Her Fire-type Pokemon nudged her leg as Serena stared through the window, lost in thought. Is this what he would have wanted if he was here right now? She wondered, sighing deeply. Maybe Miette was right, she shouldn't give up. After all, he had told her, don't give up until it's over. Serena glanced down at Braixen, managing a smile for the first time in a while. Braixen, would you like to travel with me in the Alola region, with Miette? Braixen, her Pokemon responded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Ash hesitated as he adjusted a visor on his face. Pikachu, you sure it's going to work? He asked. Pika Pie, Pikachu replied, sounding slightly uncertain. I know, Pikachu, it's not fair at all. After a long time, I'm finally going to face them, and now I have to wear this visor. I wonder how they will react when they find out my true identity. Especially Serena, Ash sighed. Pika Pie, Pikachu. No, buddy. It's best for everyone. Team Skull must not know my true identity. No matter how much I miss them, I have to go through this mission with the visor. For the best of everyone. Serena had been wrong about Alola. It was much more temperate than any other region, perhaps even better than Kalos. She loved Kalos for many reasons, not least because it held her best memories. She wanted to dislike Alola, as it was where she had lost him. Yet, for some reason, Miette had chosen to travel to this region, convincing Serena that it would be a good step to move on. The Alola region consisted of 4 natural islands and 1 artificial island, known for its beautiful resorts and warm hospitality. In Alola, humans and Pokémon coexisted closely, creating a unique culture. Now, they found themselves in Heihei City on Akala Island, the front door to the island. The town was beautiful, and Miette was determined to explore it all in one day. What calmed Serena most was the Alolan forest beside Heihei City, leading to the Akala ferry terminal for trips to Hawali City. Miette insisted on exploring the forest first. The Heihei night in the forest felt sacredly calm and quiet, reminding Serena of her first journey with Bonnie, Clement, and Ash. Those days had been filled with fun and excitement, with each member of the group bringing their own energy. Bonnie seeking a keeper for Clement, Clement's inventions that often went awry, and Ash's brave, albeit reckless, personality. But those days were gone. "You okay, Serena?" Miette asked, noticing her distant expression. "It's nothing. I'm fine," Serena replied. Miette sighed. "I know it's not easy to move on quickly. I shouldn't have dragged you here." "I'm fine, Miette. You look tired, too. Maybe you should rest while I set up camp and prepare some food for us." "I can help," Serena insisted. "Just take a rest, Serena, and don't argue," Miette replied firmly. Serena found a spot beside a river, leaning against a tree. For a moment, she considered calling Braixen but decided against it. She couldn't rely on her Pokémon for everything, she needed to face her feelings alone. As she gazed at the calm river, its steady flow brought her peace. Like life, it kept moving, overcoming any obstacles in its path. "We will always be together, won't we?" A delicate memory surfaced, bringing her sorrow. Serena shut her eyes, fighting back tears. For a moment, she felt like giving up. But then she remembered his words, "I won't give up until it's over." Ash was quite different in that way. Sitting beside the Akala River, he enjoyed the night sky, which sometimes brought back old memories. There were many memories, some filled with happiness, others with sorrow. Ash didn't like reminiscing about the past, as it often made him feel lonely. Thankfully, Pikachu was there to accompany him, but right now, his buddy was fast asleep. Ash knew that whenever he thought about her, memories would surface. A girl who looked just like her sat beside him. "Hey Ash, are you okay?" she asked. "Go away," he replied. "I can't, Ash. I always stay with you, as long as you remember me." Ash looked at her and smiled. "You're just my imagination, Serena. You always appear whenever I remember you or feel lonely, even when I was in the world of Arceus. But that doesn't make sense. At the end of the day, you're only my imagination. Nothing else." The girl kept smiling at Ash, and he smiled back. Suddenly, he asked, "Why do you come in my dreams, Serena?" "I think you know that, Ash." "I don't." "You do. I always come in your dreams because you feel differently about me. You feel special about me. Don't you?" "Do I?" "You do, Ash. But I don't realize it." "You will, Ash. Soon you will realize it all," she said. And just like that, the girl vanished. Ash looked back at the ground, smiling. Maybe next time. Flashback, 1 week earlier. Mime, the clown-like Pokémon of the Ketchum household started to shout all of a sudden. "What is it, Mr. Mimey? Did anyone come?" Mrs. Ketchum replied from the kitchen. Mimey, Mimey. What is it? Mrs. Ketchum appeared from the kitchen and froze, seeing the last person she expected. Her son, Ash Ketchum, stood in front of her. Hey Mom. I'm back, Ash said, smiling. 2 years ago. Mrs. Ketchum was surprised to see Ash at this hour. Ash, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in Alola for your latest Pokemon journey? I'm here to say goodbye, Mom. What are you talking about, Ash? You already said goodbye before you left for Alola. Mom, I'm leaving for a long time. You're not making any sense, Ash. What do you mean? Do you remember my Machina adventure where I saved Arceus? Yes, Delia replied, confused. Well, he approached me again and showed me a vision of a future with mass destruction. He wants me to train with him in his dimension to prevent it from happening. You are not going, Mrs. Ketchum said firmly. What? Ash looked at her in disbelief. You are not going, she repeated. Mom, I have to go. I have already risked losing you so many times, and I can't lose you again, she said, tears trembling in her eyes. But I won't let you go. Not this time. Why would Arceus want a kid like you to carry the weight of the world? Mrs. Ketchum was now crying. Mom, please let me go. I'm doing this for us, for friends, for beloved ones like you, for our family. Mrs. Ketchum stared at her son, who lowered his gaze. Mom, the vision I saw was much worse. It was dangerous. I saw my friends in peril, which I would never want. I saw families in danger and the world turning into chaos. I can't let that happen. Please, let me go. Mrs. Ketchum continued to stare at Ash, surprised by his maturity. Then promise me you will stay safe. I will, Mom. You will return to your mom. I will. Mrs. Ketchum remained silent, which was unusual for her, but it was her Ash. She smiled and embraced her son for a long time, surprised at how much he had changed in the last 2 years. The slender boy had transformed into a well-tanned teenager, looking older and handsome. Ash could sense that his mom was emotional. Did you save the world? She asked. Mom, I just finished my training. I came to see you before I start my mission. Did you change your underwear daily? Yes, Mom. Have you brushed your teeth every night? Yes. And Pikachu. Mrs. Ketchum turned to the yellow mouse standing beside Ash. Did you take care of yourself? Pika. I missed you, Ash, she said, her voice filled with emotion. I missed you too, Mom. Do you want some food? I can make cookies. Mom, I just came to see you before my mission. I should go, Ash replied with a smile. Well, Ash, Mrs. Ketchum hesitated. There is one more thing you need to know. What is it, Mom? There is someone else who knows about your secret. Who? Ash's expression changed. Before Delia could respond, a voice called out from behind, It's me, Ashy boy. I finally found you. It was a calm and peaceful night, with stars and the moon shining brightly, but the lights of Alola outshone their beauty. The city was alive, as a year of preparation was about to reward its inhabitants. The upcoming Pokemon League was built at the summit of Mount Lanakila, where trainers could enter only after completing all island challenges. Professor Kukui, the founder of the league, chose this location to honor Solgaleo and Lunala. The central chamber of the league building was a large half-circle room with paths leading to chambers for each Elite Four member, who could only be challenged after winning the Alolan Pokemon League. The Alolan Hotel sparkled with lights, showcasing its sleek design. Surrounding it were 3 large battling arenas, each capable of holding over 100,000 spectators. In the center stood a magnificent arena that could accommodate 250,000, topped with a statue of Tapu Koko, the legendary protector Pokemon of the Alola region. 5 figures stood in silence, observing their surroundings. One figure appeared to be the leader of the group. "So, we have finally found it," he said. "Yes, sir," a female figure replied. "It took us a long time to find the right place where Damos could have hidden the life plates. Who would have thought he chose this location? Now we are so close. But we still haven't figured out where the life plates are, sir. We will soon. Our search for the life plate starts now," the leader said with a smirk. "How did you find me?" Ash asked, stunned. Gary smirked, revealing he hadn't changed much in the last 2 years, while Ash had. They were now of similar height and build. "Following your antics, Ashy boy. I sometimes stay at Grandpa's lab. I saw you breaking in and collecting the Pokeball of Charizard and Infernape. It surprised me because you may be reckless, but you were never a thief. I followed you and overheard everything you told your mom before leaving." Ash sighed. "I guess I made a mistake." "Yes, you did," Gary said seriously. "Your biggest mistake was not confronting me about it first." "What do you mean?" "I'm interested in your life plates of Mega Evolution. I know you plan to find them before they fall into the wrong hands. I want to join you and research those Mega Plates." "Gary, I can't take you with me," Ash insisted. Gary smirked. "Either you take me with you, or I will follow you. One way or another, I'm coming along. I won't miss this chance to research those plates." "Gary." Ash gritted his teeth. "You're making this more difficult." "I'm just trying to help, Ashy boy. You're still a kid handling a heavy responsibility." "I'm not taking you with me," Ash said angrily, frustrated that Gary still viewed him as a child. "Those plates aren't something to steal." "I'm not stealing them, Ash. I just want to study their power and origin." "Ash," Mrs. Ketchum interrupted. "I think Gary should go with you." "What are you saying, Mom?" "Whatever you're facing is dangerous, Ash. It would ease my worries if someone like Gary were with you. He can help in tough situations." "My buddy Pikachu is enough for me," Ash replied defiantly. "You mean that little yellow mouse that can't even evolve into Raichu?" Gary teased. "Pai-ka." A few moments later, Pikachu shocked Gary in response. Gary was already awake when Ash finally got up. Ash had to admit that Gary was more punctual than he was. Gary had prepared well for their journey to the Alola region and had even managed to get Ash to share everything about the Mega Plates, which bothered him. He had also brought his research equipment. "You're late, Ashy boy. Get up. I made breakfast for us." "Coming," Ash replied, still groggy. Naturally, Ash would never consider Gary as his traveling partner, not in a million years. But once Gary made up his mind about something, he always found a way to make it happen. For some strange reason, Ash's mom supported him too. Now, they found themselves in the forest of the Alola region, right beside Heahea City. After breakfast, they began their walk. "Tell me something, Ash," Gary said, breaking the silence. "What?" Ash replied. "Why are you doing this?" "What do you mean? Why are you participating in the Alola Pokemon League?" "Don't joke around, Gary. The reason is simple. This is the very first Pokemon League in the Alola region. The winner will receive the Yellow Life Plate of Mega Evolution as a trophy. But it's important that it's not misused, so I must win it." "You could just take it," Gary suggested. "Gary, that would be stealing. And this ethics lesson is coming from someone who borrowed Pokemon and Pokeball from my grandpa's lab?" Gary said with his usual cocky tone. Ash gritted his teeth. Gary was truly a challenge to deal with. "Pika Pie." "Pikachu," Pikachu called out. "What are you trying to say, Gary? That you're the greatest JRK in history?" Ash retorted, his frustration evident. Pika.Pikachu. The yellow mouse nudged Ash's shoulder suddenly, as if he sensed something. "Just admit it, Ash," Gary continued with a smirk. You still dream of winning a Pokemon League and becoming a Pokemon Master. Ash fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Pika. Suddenly, Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder and dashed deeper into the forest. Pikachu, wait. Where are you going? Ash called out, starting to run after his friend into the depths of the forest. The next chapter is up, and it promises a little surprise. The other day, Miette and Serena were walking together. Serena had recently noticed that Miette was quite talkative. Once she started, she could go on for a while. You know, Serena, we should walk faster to reach Akala ferry terminal quickly. We can take the ferry as soon as we get there. Hawali City is the most popular city in the Alola region. We can visit the beach there, a favorite spot for locals and visitors alike. And don't forget the shopping district, where you can find everything from fashion items to delicious treats. We should also check out the marina, a bustling harbor where many people set out for the other islands, Miette chattered on. Serena sighed quietly. It wasn't that she was cold or silent, she just felt a bit down lately. Serena, are you okay? Miette suddenly asked. Serena replied, distracted. What's wrong? You seem a bit down. This can't go on forever. I'm fine, Miette. You were talking about Hawali City. I think we should walk faster. Suddenly, something caught Serena's eye, a flash of yellow. It was a Pikachu, looking familiar as it dashed through the bushes. Did you see that, Miette? Serena exclaimed. What? Miette asked, confused. A Pikachu. What are you? Wait, where are you going now, Serena? Without waiting for a response, Serena took off running after the Pikachu. Serena, wait. Miette called after her. Serena ran through the forest, her eyes scanning for the familiar sight. She followed it, even though it seemed irrational. The Pikachu was gone, but she couldn't stop herself from chasing after it. Then, she realized she was lost. Panic set in as she turned to find her way back to Miette, but everything looked different. Miette's voice faded behind her, and fear gripped her heart. The rustling in the bushes startled her, causing her to trip and scrape her leg. Tears filled her eyes as she sat on the ground, feeling overwhelmed. She had almost forgotten this feeling, but it had returned. Suddenly, she cried out, "MMA!" Nearby, a boy in a straw hat spotted her. He felt an urge to rush over and comfort her but held back. She was trembling on the ground, her knee bleeding, sitting against a tree. He couldn't see her face, which was hidden in her hands. Tears fell onto her dress, illuminated by the warm Alolan sun. He watched her for a moment, noticing how she had changed yet remained the same. "Hey," he said gently as he approached. "Are you all right?" Her head shot up, surprise evident on her face. She couldn't recognize him since he was wearing a visor. "Who are you?" she asked. "I'm Aaron. I was looking for my Pikachu when I saw you." She studied him, trying to place his familiarity. "It looks like you hurt your leg," he noted. "Yes," she winced. "Let me see it." He knelt down to examine her injury, which wasn't serious. "It's not deep." "Do you have a handkerchief?" he asked. "What?" she exclaimed, looking shocked. "I mean, do you have any piece of clothing?" She hesitated, looking down. "I have one, but it's very important to me, it's a keepsake." "Hey," he said warmly, his eyes softening even behind the visor. "Nothing is more important than you." For a moment, she just stared at him, then handed him her handkerchief. He carefully tied it around her knee. "It still hurts," she admitted. He stood up and smiled, offering her his hand. "Don't give up until it's over, okay?" Startled, Serena looked at the stranger who had emerged from the bushes. He seemed too familiar, resembling someone she knew well, even wearing a similar hat. The only difference was his mask, which couldn't hide his warm eyes. The boy introduced himself as Aaron and noticed that Serena was hurt. He asked for her handkerchief and tied it around her leg. Despite his efforts, she still struggled to stand. Encouraging her, he said, "Don't give up till it's over, okay?" Serena whispered to herself, "It can't be." He took her hand and gently pulled her up. In that moment, she fell against his chest, feeling her face heat up. He was taller and muscular, and she could hear his heartbeat, which sounded peaceful and calming. "There you go. Come on, let's get you out of here," he said, leading her down the right path. It felt almost perfect, like a king guiding the prettiest girl through the woods. This marked the beginning of a new connection between them. After Serena made it out of the forest, Miette rushed to her side, concerned. "Serena, where were you? I've been searching everywhere." Still enchanted by the encounter, Serena remained quiet. "Serena, answer me. Are you okay?" Miette pressed. "That man." Serena muttered. "He saved me." "What?" Miette asked, her concern deepening. "I saw a Pikachu, followed it, and then I got lost. Then he appeared." "Who?" "His name is Aaron. He showed me the way out of the forest." "Where is he?" "Here." But to her surprise, Aaron had already vanished, leaving her alone with her thoughts. "Was that a good idea, Pikachu?" Ash said quietly. Pika Pie, the yellow mouse sighed. "I know, Pikachu, you miss her. So do I. But it's not the best time to approach her. I don't even know how she will react," Ash continued softly. "Pika, Pika," Pikachu responded. "Who are they, Ash? Who are you looking at?" Gary asked, standing at a distance where he could see Miette and Serena. "It's none of your business, Gary." "Oh, come on, Ashy boy. Over the years, you've had lots of female companions. There's no harm in knowing a little about them." Ash sighed. "That girl with blue hair is Miette. And the honey blonde girl is Serena. I met them in Kalos." "What were you doing with that Serena girl?" "She looks nice," Gary said with a smirk. Ash gritted his teeth. "She was lost in the forest, Gary. I helped her get out, that's it. And don't call her nice." "What? She's not nice. Just go away, Gary. You're nothing but a complete pain," Ash said, turning away. "Why aren't you revealing yourself, Ash? I mean, they are your friends after all." "It's not the right time, Gary. Whatever you say, Ash. Sooner or later, you have to reveal yourself. Just be prepared for that," Gary said, leaving Ash silent. "And they deserve to know," he added. "I'm just doing this for them, for family. And for everyone," Ash replied. Meanwhile, Silver felt a mix of fear and excitement. The last time he contacted his boss, he didn't have much information to provide, but today was different. "Ah, Silver, it's good to see you again. I hope you have good news," the voice of the Team Skull leader came through the monitor, though Silver couldn't see his face. "I have, sir." "Go ahead. The Alolan Pokemon League is about to begin. And it's the very first Pokemon League in the Alola region. The winner will receive the yellow Mega Plate of Mega Evolution as a trophy." "How did they get it?" "It's widely believed that the guardian deity of Mele Mele Island, Tapu Koko, gifted it to the people of Iki Town a long time ago. Now it's in the possession of Hala, one of the Elite Four and a founding member of the upcoming league. The winner will receive the yellow plate of Mega Evolution as a trophy, but only temporarily. If the league winner fails to beat the Elite Four, they will lose the Mega Plate." The Team Skull leader looked thoughtful. "So what do you propose, Silver?" "Sir, I think it would be better if our best agent participates in the Alolan Pokemon League and wins the Mega Plate, rather than us stealing it." "Indeed, that's a good idea. I will send one of my best agents soon, and you will be informed about that." "Yes, sir." And Silver. Good job. The leader of Team Skull disconnected the call, leaving Silver with a wide smile. All of you know why I have summoned you, the supreme entity of the Pokemon universe stated. The 4 legendary Pokemon nodded in response. As you all know, a series of disastrous incidents are going to take place in Alola relating to the Jewel of Mega Evolution, and you Guardian entities won't be able to stop it. The 4 Guardian entities flinched, worried. For centuries, they had defended the Alola region successfully. No force was more powerful than the Z-Force. But when the supreme entity of the Pokeverse warned of a much worse disaster, it was a matter of concern, especially since it was related to the Jewel of Mega Evolution. I have sent my best warrior to stop the upcoming event. Even though he is well trained, he is not enough to prevent the incident. So, I want all of you to help him. The 4 Guardian entities nodded again. It was another calm Alolan night. Ash sat leaning against a tree, staring at the night sky while Gary and Pikachu slept. The beaming stars reminded him of his childhood. His mom used to say that when people die, they turn into stars, always shining and giving hope to others. Feeling lonely, a voice spoke. Ash smiled. It was strange. He missed everyone, especially his mom. But he had never hallucinated anyone, except for her. Serena. Nope, I wasn't feeling lonely. Don't lie to me, Ash. You know what, Serena? I saw you today. Where? In the forest. Meeting you was the last thing I expected today. I never guessed I would end up meeting you just like the first time you lost in the forest and me rescuing you. Were you happy to see me again? Of course, I was, Serena. You looked different, more mature, and you looked more beautiful. The last word made him blush. Then why didn't you approach me, Ash? The imaginary Serena asked quietly. Ash looked down, almost afraid of the question yet expecting it. I couldn't. Why? I was afraid. I just didn't have the courage to face you like that, Serena. You should know, Ash, the imaginary Serena said earnestly before vanishing, someday your heart will belong to someone. And that day is approaching soon. In the past, before the establishment of the Pokemon League, Mount Lanakila was the site of the final trial, where trainers had to defeat all 4 island kahunas in succession, similar to the Elite Four. In the presidential conference room of the Mount Lanakila Pokemon headquarters, the 4 Elite Four members sat in silence. A man with white hair and a yellow cape, Hala, the kahuna of Mele Mele Island and a member of the Alola Elite Four, broke the silence. He asked, so which trainer do you think will take home the trophy? Kahili, a beautiful woman in a purple jacket, replied, who knows? We have to wait and see the drama unfold before us. Acerola, a cute girl with blue hair and blue eyes, spoke up quietly. With due respect, how will the upcoming league work out? Olivia, a girl with chocolate skin and raven hair, explained, the league will consist of 5 rounds, first round, second round, quarterfinal round, semi-final round, and finale round. The contestant must go through these 5 rounds to win the league, and then they will have the chance to challenge us. Hala pondered the outcome. I wonder what it will be. What do you mean? The others asked. Hala continued, this is the very first Pokemon League of the Alola region. The winner will receive the yellow Mega Evolution Plate, which absorbs immense power and contains Mega Evolutionary energy related to the Mega Evolution of all Fire and Dragon-type Pokemon. I wonder if the winner will use it for any bad purpose. Relax, Hala, the winner will only have it temporarily. They must defeat all of us to truly own it. And we won't let that happen, Olivia said determinedly. Kahili questioned, why is the winner receiving the Mega Evolution Plate as a trophy? They could be given money or something else. Because this is what Tapu Koko wants, Hala murmured quietly. The room fell silent. Everyone knew that only a few people in the Alola region could communicate with the Guardian entities, and Hala was one of them. If the Guardian entities desired this, there was no room for negotiation. As the Elite Four members contemplated, the door opened, and their invited guest for the upcoming Pokémon League walked in. Drake, the leader of the Orange Crew, entered wearing a black sleeveless jacket that showcased his Pokémon necklace. His spiked black hair added to his striking appearance. Well, nice to see that the great Drake of the Orange Islands finally blesses us with his company. Welcome. Hala greeted warmly. It's good to see you again, Hala. Hello, everybody, Drake responded, and the rest of the Elite Four members greeted him back. When will the league start? Drake inquired. Soon. We are just finalizing our preparations. Mr. Goodshow, president of the International Pokémon League Committee, will arrive soon for the grand opening, Hala explained. And we are lucky to have you here. To honor your arrival and contribution to this league, we have decided to allow participants from the Orange region who have gathered 4 gym badges to compete, Hala added. Thank you, Hala, for providing me and my crew with this great honor. I made this contribution because, like the Orange region, where we worked hard for years to promote Pokémon training, the Alola Islands are also a tourist zone. A league will surely help to increase the Pokémon phenomenon in this region, Drake replied warmly. As far as I recall, you are one of the strongest, unbeaten Pokémon masters of the Orange Islands, Olivia remarked. You could say that, Drake acknowledged. But haven't you also lost to a challenger? Olivia asked, realizing too late that it was an inappropriate question as Drake's warm demeanor shifted. You are right. I did lose to a worthy challenger, he said quietly. His name was Ash Ketchum. Meanwhile, Ash and Gary arrived in Hawali City on Mele Mele Island. Hawali City, a coastal city, featured a beachfront, shopping district, and marina, and was known as Alola's largest city. Listen, Ash, I have to meet with Professor Kukui, a famous Pokémon professor in this region. Grandpa insisted I meet him, so I'm leaving. You better stay on your own for a while, Gary said before departing. Guess it's just us now, Pikachu, Ash said to his buddy. Pika Pika, the yellow electric mouse replied. As they wandered through the shopping district, Ash noticed many shops lined up, showcasing various materials from the Alola region, attracting numerous tourists. You know, Pikachu, sometimes it's nice to have some alone time, just you and me. Isn't that nice? Ash mused. Pikachu. I know. We've spent a lot of lonely time in the dimension of Arceus, but buddy, I missed this. I missed this world, these people, my mom, friends, and... Suddenly, Ash was bumped by someone. Don't give up till it's over, okay? Serena whispered to herself, feeling an inexplicable connection to the guy who had saved her from the forest, Aaron. He looked just like someone she used to know, even with the visor obscuring part of his face. His eyes, however, were reminiscent of a cherished memory. Stop fooling yourself, Serena. You know it's not him, she reminded herself. She had worked hard to move on, and she couldn't let herself be pulled back into those memories, not for a stranger. He was just a random guy who had rescued her. Serena, are you willing to be lost again? Come on, Miet's voice called from a distance, pulling Serena back to reality. They were in Hawali City for shopping, though it was really Miet's shopping that had brought them there. Serena hurried to catch up. In her haste, she bumped into someone. Are you okay, miss? Ash asked, steadying her as she almost fell. Serena stammered, momentarily lost in his gaze, as if searching for something familiar in her memory. Did you get hurt? He inquired, concern evident in his voice. I'm fine, she replied quickly, but the moment lingered as they exchanged glances before Miet interrupted. There you are. Where have you been, Serena? I thought I lost you again. Ouch, and you? Miet's eyes shifted to Ash. Ash extended his hand, introducing himself. Hello, I'm Aaron Satoshi, your friend, and we just bumped into each other. Sorry about that. I'm Miet, it's nice to meet you, Aaron, she said, smiling. Miette. Aren't you the famous coordinator from Sinnoh? Ash asked, impressed. Guess you are right, Miette giggled. And this is my friend Serena from the Kalos region. You rescued me, Serena said suddenly, looking at Ash. What? He replied, surprised. I was lost in the forest yesterday. You showed me the way, right? She clarified. Well, I guess you are right, Ash said, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his expression. Wait, is that you who rescued her from the forest? Miette asked. Yep, Ash confirmed. Thank you so much for your help, Aaron. Serena was really scared, and you helped her out, Miette said gratefully. You're welcome. By the way, meet my buddy Pikachu, Ash said, gesturing to the small yellow Pokémon resting behind him. Pika Pika, Pikachu chimed in. Both Serena and Miette stared at Pikachu, intrigued. This Pikachu. Serena murmured, that looks so familiar. Ash felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing her again in the Alola region was the last thing he expected, and now they had bumped into each other. Just then, Gary approached, a smirk on his face. Well. I see you have some company, Aaron buddy, he teased, much to Ash's annoyance. And you? Miette asked, raising an eyebrow. Allow me to introduce myself, Senorita, Gary said, taking Miette's hand and kissing it. I am Gary Oak, Pokémon researcher from the Kanto region. No need for introductions, I know I'm standing before Miss Sinnoh Queen. Thank you, Miette replied, blushing slightly. Meet my friend, Serena, from the Kalos region. Pleased to meet you, Gary said, nodding at Serena, who returned the gesture. So how did you guys meet? Gary asked. We met earlier. My friend was lost in the forest, and your friend Aaron showed her the way, Miette explained. Really? I'm not surprised, he has done this type of rescue before, Gary remarked, glancing at Ash, who clenched his jaw. So where are you guys heading? Miette asked. Alola Island. We're here for my friend Aaron, he's about to participate in the upcoming Alolan Pokemon League, and I want to do some research on Alolan Pokemon, Gary said. Really? As far as I know, participants from the Kanto region aren't allowed here, Miette noted. I'm participating from the Orange Islands region, Ash clarified. And I have my required 5 badges. Wow, that's great. Serena and I are also heading to Alola Island. Can we join you? It would be fun to travel together, Miette suggested. Before Ash could respond, Gary agreed, sounds fun, why not? Marina was bustling with activity as they boarded the ferry to the other islands. The Mele Mele ferry terminal was a popular choice for travelers heading to Ether Paradise. Inside a cabin, the rhythmic movement of the ferry lulled Serena into a peaceful state, her head resting on her hand as she gazed out the window. Suddenly, she was jolted from her thoughts by the sound of giggles. Miette and Gary were deep in conversation, discussing showcases and Pokémon research, their chemistry evident despite their different interests. And then there was Aaron, sitting quietly with Pikachu asleep on his lap. How is it possible? Serena thought, her mind racing. Those eyes, that outfit, even Pikachu. He reminded her so much of someone she once knew. Yet, he was not him. It takes until morning to reach Alola Island. As night fell, Gary and Miette's non-stop conversation came to an end, and they all settled down to sleep, including Serena. Except for one person. Ash quietly stood up and walked over to the sleeping Serena, gently draping a blanket over her. He couldn't help but notice how her face glowed in the moonlight streaming through the window. Under this light, she looked more beautiful than ever. You still miss her, don't you? A familiar voice spoke from behind. Yes, Ash replied without hesitation. Hi, I'd like to register for the Alolan Pokemon League, Ash stated proudly as he handed over his badge case and his Pokédex to Nurse Joy. It seems like you are from the Orange Island region. Yep, participants from the Orange Island region can take part in this league with 5 gym badges. Nurse Joy smiled and handed the items back to Ash. You are right. Congratulations, Aaron Satoshi from the Orange Island region, you are now officially registered for the Alolan Pokemon League. She pulled out a key card. Here is the key to your hotel room, room number 22 of Alola Island Grand Hotel. Thank you. You're welcome. At that moment, Miette approached. Hey there, I am Miette, coordinator from the Sinnoh region. I am an invited guest for the Alolan Pokemon League. Oh hello, Miss Miette, the Sinnoh Queen. It's a pleasure to have you as our guest in the upcoming Alolan Pokemon League. I hope you enjoy this grand ceremony. Nurse Joy reached under the desk and pulled out a key card with a smile. Here is your room key, miss, room number 23. Thank you. By this moment, our friends had reached Alola Island after Ash registered for the Alolan Pokemon League. They were staring at the Alola Island Grand Hotel, located on Mount Lanakila, just under the stadium where the league was going to be held. Isn't this exciting? Miette squealed. It's been a while since I last watched any Pokemon contest. It will be. With you, Miss Sinnoh Queen, Gary replied, causing Miette to blush. Serena, however, was quietly staring up at the hotel. There were a few things she always feared, being lost in the forest and heights. Hey, a warm voice spoke beside her. Is there anything wrong? Nothing. I am just scared of heights. Don't worry, Serena, we will use the cable car to reach the hotel. But still, it's scary too. Hey, Ash said, his warm eyes shining at her. Do not give up to the very end, remember. Serena looked at Ash, realizing he was her Ash, not just some random Aaron. Ash was surprised to see Pikachu seeking a little rest for the first time in years instead of training. Really, he thought. Their friends found their rooms in the Alola Island Grand Hotel, 2 luxurious rooms alongside each other, each containing 2 beds, so there was no problem with anyone's stay. That evening, it was a warm Alolan night at Mount Lanakila when Ash decided to have a little training in the nearby Pokemon battlefield at the hotel, but Pikachu refused, wanting a break for the night. You don't want to train? Are you upset with me, buddy? Pika. The yellow mouse shook his head, confirming he wasn't upset. There was no way he could be angry with his best friend. Okay. If you don't want to train, then we can take a walk on Mount Lanakila. Pika, Pikachu, Pai Pikachu. Ash was surprised. Neither did Pikachu want to train nor hang out, instead, he seemed to want some chat time with his other Pokemon. You sure, Pikachu? You never showed any particular interest in chatting with my other Pokemon. Pai Pikachu. Okay then. If you want so. Everybody, come out. Ash released all his other Pokeball. Roware. Greninja. Pidgeotto. Infernape. Lucario. Charizard, Greninja, Pidgeot, Infernape, Lucario. 5 loyal Pokemon of Ash emerged on the battlefield. There you go. Ash approached them warmly. Hey buddies. I was thinking, tonight you guys have some free time, as my buddy Pikachu wanted a break for tonight. Gren. I know Greninja, but I would also like to have some rest in my hotel room too. So have fun, yourselves. Alright, what do you want to talk with us, Pikachu? Charizard asked, sounding a bit annoyed. As far as I am concerned, you spend most of your time talking with Master Ash, Greninja added. Guys, I called you all to discuss something important, Pikachu said, taking a deep breath. It's about Ash. What do you mean? Infernape inquired. You see, I am closest to Ash, Pikachu began. You're mistaken, Pikachu. I am the one who is closest to Ash, Charizard interrupted. No, that's not true. My bond with Master Ash is so strong that it allows me to take on my Ash Greninja form, and none of your bonds compare to ours, Greninja replied proudly. That doesn't make you stronger than me, Charizard retorted. It does, and it makes you jealous that you can't bond with Master Ash, Greninja smirked. Say one more word, and you'll regret it, you little water twerp, Charizard warned, his temper rising. Guys, can we please stop? I called all of you to say something important, Pikachu insisted. What is it, big guy? Greninja pressed on. Can you even take on a special form? I don't need any special form to defeat anyone, Charizard replied. Really? Greninja challenged. Talking about special forms, my bond with Ash helped me gain the Blaze ability, so I am closer to him than you guys, Infernape chimed in. Shut up, Infernape, Greninja shot back. May I ask why? Infernape questioned. The situation was escalating, and Pikachu watched helplessly. This wasn't good. Finally, Pidgeot intervened. Boys, will you stop? Pidgeot insisted firmly. There's no need to quarrel. Each of us shares a special bond with Ash, and that bond is unique in its own way. Ash loves all of us, and that's clear. Everyone calmed down and turned to Pidgeot. And I believe our friend Pikachu wants to say something, Lucario added. Thanks, Lucario and Pidgeot. You saved the moment, Pikachu replied, sounding tired. Talk. What do you want to tell us? Charizard asked more soberly. Pikachu sighed and began, guys, we all know Ash for a long time, we know he is a great trainer and an even better friend. Yeah. Infernape responded. Have you ever found him alone? Pikachu asked. Why would he be alone? He has us, Infernape replied. Yes, he has us, but we can't be his partners in everything, Pikachu explained. What do you mean? Charizard raised an eyebrow. Okay, no offense to anyone, but I would like to ask Greninja something. What is it? Greninja asked. Greninja, you can sync with Ash's heart. Have you ever sensed anything special in his heart? Pikachu pressed. What kind of special thing? Greninja asked, looking confused. Any special feelings towards someone, Pikachu clarified. Greninja took a moment to think, reminiscing about their past experiences together. After a pause, he said, I don't know. But I did sense something. What was it? The others asked eagerly. I'm not sure. Back in the Kalos region, during a gym battle with Wulfric, we struggled to sync properly and lost. We were both devastated. But when we finally synced and defeated Wulfric, I felt someone encouraging Ash from within. Someone wanted the real Ash, the one who never gives up, and that helped him sync with me. Who was that person? Charizard asked. It was Serena from the Kalos region. Ash has always cared for her, they've known each other since childhood. I think Ash has feelings for her, Greninja concluded. You mean he has feelings for her? Charizard asked, surprised. Maybe, Greninja replied. The group gasped, except for Pikachu. Our Master Ash is in love, someone exclaimed. No way. Charizard said in disbelief. But I thought it would be Misty, Infernape added. Or Dawn, another chimed in. Or May, someone else suggested. But it's Serena, and that's the real issue, Pikachu stated. Ash has always been oblivious to his feelings for Serena. She even kissed him, but he doesn't realize how he feels. So, what can we do? Charizard asked. I have a proposal. We all claim to be closest to Ash, and now it's time to prove it. Since Serena is traveling with Ash, we need to help them be together, Pikachu said with determination. How? Pidgeot asked. I have a plan, and I think it will work perfectly, Pikachu replied with a sly grin. No way. Silver exclaimed in shock. I have orders from the boss, came the reply. I don't believe you. Silver. The calm voice of the Team Skull leader echoed from the monitor. His face remained shrouded in darkness, obscuring his features. Your guest will be operating the Alola branch from now on. But why, sir? You told me I was running everything perfectly in this branch. Why am I being removed? Have I done something wrong? Quite the opposite, Silver. His voice resonated in the room again. It is important for the mission that our best agent has full authority to execute it properly. For the sake of our organization, you must step back. For a brief moment, Silver looked down, lost in thought. Sighing, he finally said, "Your order will be executed, sir." Good. Now, dismiss. Keep informing me, both of you. I shall contact you later. With that, the Team Skull leader's image vanished from the monitor, leaving the room with the new Alola branch head and the former head. Sighing again, Silver turned to her and asked, "How should I address you, head?" The girl replied in a cold, emotionless voice, "You can call me Madam. Madam Serena." It was a magnificent view. Fireworks exploded in the sky even in daylight, creating vibrant arrays of Pokémon shapes in all colors. Some flying Pokémon soared high, generating dazzling waves of energy across the sky. The roar of the excited crowd filled the stadium, which resembled the Kalos Stadium but was even larger. Serena had last attended a Pokémon League at the Kalos Championship, and she felt a wave of worry as Ash was late for his first match. Relief washed over her when he arrived just in time. The transformation of Ash and Greninja into Ash Greninja amazed everyone, but it captivated Serena even more. She had always admired the bond they shared, truly becoming one in spirit. Ash's battle with Sawyer was intense, and many feared he might lose, but Serena had faith in him. She knew Ash would never give up, and her trust was rewarded when he won decisively. However, she felt a deep disappointment when Ash lost in the final to Alan. She wanted him to win even more than her own success in the showcase. Yet, Ash Ketchum never gave up. He would continue his journey from region to region until he achieved his dream. Serena hoped that one day she would find the courage to express her feelings for him. As she sat in her seat admiring the fireworks, she was reminded of a dream to spend time with someone special under the night sky. "Wow, I can't believe how packed it is out there," Miette exclaimed, sitting beside Serena, with Gary next to her. Aaron was absent, attending the opening ceremony. "It really isn't a surprise," Gary chuckled. "After all, it is the biggest event in the Alola region." "This looks so awesome," Miette said, her smile brightening. "Looks like the show is starting," Serena pointed out, and everyone turned their attention to the large screen in the stadium. Meanwhile, Ash stood on the field, waiting for the ceremony to begin with his fellow participants. He had long given up on dreams of winning a Pokémon League, yet here he was, ready to compete again. The crowd's cheers filled the stadium, but Ash focused on his partner. Pika Pika, his loyal friend Pikachu nudged him. "I'm fine, buddy, thanks for asking," Ash replied. Pikachu. Okay, I admit it. I'm feeling a bit emotional. All of this reminds me of my past, Ash said, lowering his gaze. Pikachu. But I'm okay, Pikachu, he said, looking up again. I know what I have to do. This is my mission, and I will fulfill it. Their conversation was interrupted by a booming voice over the loudspeaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the first Alolan Pokémon League, the announcer proclaimed. The Alolan Pokémon League ceremony is now officially underway. This is the ground where top trainers and Pokémon come to prove their skill, strength, and spirit. These hopeful competitors will battle for victory. And I am your lead commentator, Harry Dallas. Together, we will witness history as this is the very first Pokémon League in the Alolan region. As the excitement built, Ash felt a surge of determination. Now the official torch runner will make his way up the stairs, carrying the flame of Moltres, the announcer continued. The torch runner made his way through the stadium, stopping briefly to catch his breath before ascending the stairs to an elderly man. Now, Mr. Goodshow, the president of the Pokémon League Committee, will light the central torch, the announcer said. This is it, Pikachu, Ash said to his best friend. Cha-ah. With the lighting of the central torch, I officially commence this league. Mr. Goodshow announced, and the stadium erupted in cheers as the league began. Suddenly, a large mechanical metapod with 6 legs climbed over the stadium wall, sitting next to the central torch. What's that? Harry muttered in surprise. It looks like some kind of machine, Ash said, astonished. Pikachu, electricity sparked on Pikachu's cheeks as he recognized their old enemies after a long time. Prepare for trouble, it's a blast from the past, a voice echoed through the machine's speaker system. Make it double, this time it'll last, another voice chimed in. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all people with our nations. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. And James. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right. Wobbuffet, the psychic type added at the end. Mr. Goodshow cried out in anger as he watched the giant metapod grab onto the central torch. I can't believe it's you three. The ones who tried to steal the flame of Moltres back in Kanto. You can't take it. Without it, we can't begin the league. Surprisingly, they all looked the same, as if they never changed, which was what Ash noticed. Oh please, old geezer, we don't have any interest in your so-called league, Jesse said as the metapod machine placed the torch on its back. Then why are you here? Simple, to steal all the Pokémon available here. And if anyone here doesn't want to get hurt, just deliver your Pokeball, James said with a smirk. Not when I am here, Ash declared from the field. Who is that guy? Jesse muttered. He seems like a competitor, with a Pikachu, Meowth observed. Wait, is that guy? Nah yeah. That twerp is long gone. Leave this place, right now, Ash said firmly. Or what, brat? Jesse smirked. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Ash commanded as the yellow mouse jumped out of the way, barely avoiding the machine's arms. Pikachu leaped from Ash's shoulder, his tail glowing white. Spinning in the air, his tail collided with the metapod machine, but it seemed to do no harm. Team Rocket couldn't help but laugh. Please, do you really think we'd come here without any protection? It is our biggest machine yet. Jesse taunted as they lunged for Pikachu again. We went all in on this plan. But this time, Ash smirked. Do you really think my Pikachu is an ordinary Pikachu? Well, do not underestimate my buddy. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Show these old friends your new power. Ash commanded. Pikachu launched his attack. A massive beam of electricity traveled across the platform, crashing into the machine before Team Rocket could react. A huge explosion erupted on the field. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again, the 3 members cried out as they vanished into the distance. Now that the situation has been taken care of by a brave, powerful competitor, the opening ceremonies may now continue, Harry announced as Mr. Goodman made his way down the steps toward the microphone. Serena was scared and shocked. She didn't expect to encounter Team Rocket again after so long. I can't believe it's them. Team Rocket, she muttered. You okay, Serena? Miette asked. I am fine, it's been a while since I last saw them. Don't worry, Serena. Our friend Aaron already dealt with them. You don't know them properly, Miette. It is Team Rocket. Once they target you, they won't leave until they steal your Pokémon. Back in the Kalos region, they were always after Ash's Pikachu. Hey, haven't I already forbidden you to talk about Ash here? Those lunatics are gone. Let's enjoy the opening ceremony. In response, Serena just shook her head. Little did she know, another danger was lurking nearby. 2 rows behind Serena, a person in a hoodie sat quietly, watching her with patience. She looks just like you, Serena, a voice spoke to her telepathically. I know, Mutwo, she replied. Can you do me a favor, Mutwo? Ask, kid. First of all, don't call me kid. I am a champion and I caught you. So. I am a powerful Pokemon master who can even beat a legendary Pokemon like you. Do you really think you caught me, boy? What do you mean? I am not just a clone of Mew, I was designed to be one of the most powerful Pokemon. Nobody can beat me without my will, not even your Mega Charizard. The reason you caught me is that I allowed you to. You must be joking. Why would I? I spent a long time isolated, and then I chose to spend time with humans to understand them. That's why I chose you. But we fought hard. You could have just let yourself be caught without a fight. I could, but I wanted to see if my trainer was powerful enough to have me. So, am I powerful? You are, which is why you have Mutwo. By the way, you asked for a favor. Oh yes, a favor. Mutwo, if anything happens to me while dealing with Team Skull, you will take care of Serena. You take care of your girlfriend, boy. I can handle Team Skull. She is not my girlfriend. Very funny, kid. Don't make yourself look foolish. You know I am a psychic. Okay. The point is, I want you to look after her. Don't you think you're underestimating me? It's not about power, Mutwo. Team Skull is dangerous. They have been after you for a long time and have a special weapon to overcome you easily. But if they come, I will protect you. Boy, you worry too much. Promise me, Mutwo, if anything happens to me, you will take care of her. You will always stick with her. Please, Mutwo. I promise, Red. The sound of music filled the stadium as Ash sat quietly in the waiting room, preparing for his first match. His faithful Pokemon, Pikachu, perched on his shoulder. Eventually, an assistant entered the room. Aaron Satoshi, your battle is about to begin. The higher-ups would not be happy if the first battle starts late. It's already dark out. Ash's expression remained unchanged. He was familiar with these situations. In earlier days, he felt excited about participating in leagues or tournaments, but now, he was focused solely on the battle ahead. Without saying a word, he stepped out of the room and toward the platform that would take him up to the arena. He looked around and lowered his head as the platform began to rise. Now presenting the first wild card winner from the Silver Tournament. From Shimudi Island in the Orange Archipelagos, Aaron Satoshi, the announcer, Harry Dallas, exclaimed. The crowd roared as Ash and Pikachu appeared on the platform. They had battled in front of massive crowds before, but today they felt calm and relaxed. Upon reaching the arena, Ash released one of his oldest Pokemon, Pidgeot. No matter the situation, he knew he could always rely on his oldest friend. You ready, buddy? Preya. Pidgeot replied enthusiastically. Okay then. Let's give our best. And now give a warm welcome for the other competitor, Reem, from Akala Island of the Alola region. Harry shouted. It was clear to Ash who the crowd favorite was, but he didn't blame them. His opponent was from the Alola region, and Reem chose Raichu. Alright, as Aaron from the Orange region chose Pidgeot and Reem chose Raichu, let the battle begin. The crowd roared as the referee whistled. This first-round matchup between Aaron of Shimudi Island and Reem of Akala Island will be a 3-on-3 battle, the referee announced. The trainers will be able to substitute at any time after the first battle. The trainers have already selected their first Pokemon before entering the field and cannot change until one of the Pokemon is unable to battle. Is that understood? Both trainers nodded in agreement. The winner will be determined when one side's Pokemon can no longer battle. Trainers, present your first Pokemon. For some reason, Serena held her ribbon and began to scratch it. Everything felt too familiar, yet she couldn't pinpoint why. Perhaps she was paying too much attention to this match because it was Aaron's match. Ash's opponent made the first move, calling out, "Raichu, Thunderbolt." Everyone turned to see Raichu charging up its attack and unleashing a powerful jet of electricity. Serena looked up, eyes wide, at Pidgeot, expecting it to evade the attack, but noticed Aaron hadn't given any command. The Thunderbolt struck Pidgeot directly. "All right." Reem cheered. "Direct hit and super effective." Serena gasped as the crowd watched in awe. Pidgeot stood unfazed by the powerful attack that should have been super effective. It tilted its head at Raichu. "Oh my Arceus, Pidgeot survived that mighty blow without any damage." Harry exclaimed in excitement. "All right Pidgeot, show him what you're made of," Ash said calmly. Serena blinked, and suddenly Pidgeot was gone. She looked around in confusion, and the crowd shared her uncertainty. "Double edge!" Ash ordered, and out of nowhere, Pidgeot reappeared. With incredible speed, it struck Raichu with such force that the electric Pokémon was sent flying toward Reem, narrowly missing him as it landed behind him, unable to continue. Serena stared, completely stunned, while Reem looked equally dumbfounded. The referee raised his arm toward Ash. "Raichu is unable to battle. Therefore, Pidgeot and Aaron are the winners," he announced loudly. Ash walked over to Pidgeot, patting its beak as the crowd continued to stare in shock. No one had expected a flying type to be so strong against an electric type. "Whoa! Aaron really is powerful," Miette stated in a shocked tone. "He surely is. I knew Aaron had gotten stronger, but I never knew he had become this powerful," Gary added, trying to hide his surprise. Meanwhile, Serena watched the match quietly, eager to see how it would end as she scratched her ribbon. "Now the second battle will be held in a water-type arena," the referee announced. "Let the battle begin." The battleground transformed into a water setting, with Ash and Reem standing on their platforms above the water. Ash noticed Reem smirking, realizing his opponent would choose a strong water-type Pokémon. "Here it comes," Reem chooses Seadra. Harry exclaimed, and the stadium erupted in cheers for the Alolan participant. An imposing water dragon emerged from the pool, glaring challengingly at Ash. "You ready, buddy?" Ash whispered, and Pidgeot nodded in response. "Let's finish this." Pidgeot took to the air with a powerful flap of its wings, soaring toward Seadra, its feathers glistening as it flew at incredible speed. Seadra ducked into the water just in time to avoid the attack, and Pidgeot soared overhead. Reem quickly commanded a hydro pump, and Seadra launched a powerful jet of water from beneath Pidgeot. The bird rose a few feet to dodge it and continued to gain height, reminiscent of Ash's previous battle against Gary Oak. The current match was becoming similarly challenging, but Ash knew he needed a new strategy. Serena watched intently, gripping her ribbon tightly. She sensed this match would be tougher than the first. Ash decided to increase Pidgeot's speed. Use agility. Thanks to their intense training, Pidgeot maneuvered skillfully, making it difficult for Seadra to keep up as it dodged each hydro pump. Noticing Seadra tiring from the relentless attacks, Ash seized the opportunity. "Now, Pidgeot. Use mirror move." Pidgeot hovered momentarily, glowing white, and launched its own hydro pump, forcing the panting Seadra to dive back into the water to evade it. Ash grinned, this was exactly what he wanted. "Now, use the strongest twister you can and trap it." Pidgeot shrieked in affirmation, glowing blue as it flapped its wings furiously. A massive whirlpool formed, rising from the water to create a gigantic twister. Reem paled at the sight and ordered Seadra to escape, but there was nowhere to hide. The water tornado engulfed Seadra, and Reem watched helplessly as it was caught in the swirling current. Seeing Seadra unable to escape, Ash decided it was time to finish the battle. "Now hold it there and finish it with a hyper beam." Still glowing blue, Pidgeot opened its beak, forming an orange ball of energy inside. The crowd gasped at the command. Pidgeot waited for the right moment, then unleashed a powerful beam of energy that collided with Seadra, sending it spiraling out of the twister and down to the bottom of the pool. Pidgeot ceased using twister and hovered in the air, gently flapping its wings as it watched the pool, waiting for the outcome of the battle. Moments later, Seadra emerged from the water, badly injured and floating unconscious. Seadra is unable to battle. With 2 back-to-back wins, the winner of the first match is Aaron Satoshi. That was unbelievable, were the only words that escaped Harry's mouth as he looked down from the box. The stadium erupted in cheers for Aaron. As the dust settled, it was clear that Seadra was down for the count. Reem slowly went to his knees as he heard the referee make the final call. He returned his Pokémon to its ball and just stared at it. It just can't happen. I worked so hard, gone through so many obstacles just to be eliminated in the first round. Tears began to well up in his eyes. It was a stumble on a dream, just like any other Pokémon trainer faced, but Reem didn't realize someone was watching him from the other side of the field. He heard footsteps and looked up to see his opponent in front of him, offering a hand to help him up. That was a good battle, Ash said with a friendly look in his eyes. Thank you for this wonderful time. I hope you will become stronger with your Pokémon, and maybe one day, we can have a rematch. Reem took his hand and got to his feet. Thanks for your kind words. And yeah, you're right, maybe in the future, we can have a rematch, he said, feeling a renewed sense of enthusiasm. I would look forward to that, Ash replied with a smile, then began to walk back to his platform. Serena watched him leave the battleground with a wide, cheerful smile. In the hotel, Braixen noticed that for the first time in 2 years, Serena was looking happy. She was humming a song. Was she happy because Aaron won today? It seemed like it. After the first match, their friends had finally returned to their respective rooms. Suddenly, Serena asked, Braixen, would you like to go outside and have some showcase practice? Braixen was surprised but eager. I know it's been a while since we last performed, but I think it's high time we should start again, don't you think? Braixen. Good, let's go outside and practice on the hotel battleground. Pancham, Sylvian, you guys come out too. Pancham. Sylvian. Let's go. Serena said brightly. After a long time, she was feeling positive, perhaps because of that stranger, Aaron. In his room, Ash stared outside. It was a pure moonlit night, and while Gary and Pikachu were asleep, he could not find rest. He stepped onto the balcony, admiring the clean night sky and the moon that seemed closer than ever. He had to admit, they were given one of the best rooms in the hotel, with a view of the entire Alola region from atop the mountain. As he looked around, something caught his eye on the Pokémon battleground of the hotel. It was her. And she was performing after a long time. Ash had always thought the people of the Kalos region made a mistake in choosing Arya as Kalos Queen instead of Serena. He remembered the day of the Master Class Final, where Serena competed with Arya but unfortunately lost in voting. How could people choose Arya over her? She was so much better. Pikachu was sleeping, but that didn't stop Ash from going downstairs. He hadn't seen her perform in a while. There she was, practicing on the battlefield while Ash sat on a bench. No, not like that, Braixen. Pancham, you need to spin around on your back legs when the fire comes down, not on all fours. Sylvian, it looks like you're chasing your tail if you do that, Serena instructed her Pokémon. He kept watching her, noticing how she seemed to tremble with nervousness. Of course, she was performing after a long time. When Ash first reunited with Serena, he hadn't recognized her. But when he heard her repeat his "don't give up" phrase, he realized he had known her before. Now, as he watched her dance with her Pokémon, he felt something deeper than before, a sense of care. Did he only care about her? Of course, he did, but there was always something more. It took time, but the performance was finally coming together. With a few tweaks, such as making Braixen use Flamethrower in a spin and Pancham spinning while the flames came down, the performance was starting to shine. Do you really want to talk with her? Someone whispered beside him. What? No. I mean, yes, Ash replied. Then talk with her. I can't. Are you scared of her? Yeah. But you never seem to bother talking with me. Because you are just my imagination, Serena. And she is the real one. Ash said, staring at the imaginary version of Serena, who just smiled, knowing he was always right. Aaron, is that you? Serena suddenly called out from the field. Yeah, Ash replied, trying to suppress a goofy smile. What are you doing here? Couldn't sleep, so I went out and saw you performing. You really are amazing. Thank you. Can I sit beside you? Sure. Serena joined Ash on the bench, and for a moment, it felt like they were the only two people in the world, surrounded by the vastness of the Alolan sky and the glow of the full moon. Hey Aaron. Hi, Serena. They looked at each other, both feeling the weight of unspoken words. The silence stretched between them, heavy with emotions. Ash felt a pang of guilt. He knew he had hurt her when he left, and he couldn't bear to meet her gaze. Instead, he focused on the stars above, waiting for her to break the silence. Do you want to say something, Aaron? She asked. No. Come on, we're friends, right? You can tell me anything. Ash simply stared at her, taking in her celestial beauty. You seem happier than usual, Miss Serena. Really? Yep. Maybe it's because I won today. I cheered for you. Really? Thank you. You're welcome. Another silence fell between them, and Ash struggled to find the right words. Finally, he managed to ask, Are you hungry? Nope. Come on, I'm starving. After this training, you must be hungry too. Let's go. He stood up and offered his hand to her. Okay, Serena replied, taking his hand with a smile. Perhaps it was Ash's presence that brought her joy. Meanwhile, Arceus watched Pikachu with a look of surprise. No, Pikachu. I can't do this. Please, Arceus, for Ash's happiness, Pikachu pleaded. I can't interfere in earthly activities, especially in human lives. Look outside, Lord Arceus. You'll see Ash and Serena together, smiling for the first time in 2 years. We need to help them become a couple. Ash will be very angry if he finds out. Like I care. I'm doing this for him. I'm not asking for any magical intervention, just a little help with our plan. Arceus hesitated, and Pikachu continued to plead. Please, Lord. Silver was caught off guard when Serena appeared before him. You seem pretty relaxed about your upcoming match, Silver. It's fine. Everything is under control, Silver replied, trying to maintain his composure. You think so? I haven't seen you practicing for your league matches. I don't need to practice as long as I have our legendary Pokémon to fight with, he said with a smirk. Don't underestimate your opponents, Silver. Your next rival is one of the strongest competitors in the league. There's no need to worry. I'm ready. I'm pretty sure I'll meet you in the finals. She glared at him for a moment before responding. That's your problem, Silver. You always underestimate your opponents, and that's why you're not favored by Boss. Ladies and gentlemen. Today marks the second round of the Alolan Pokemon League. In this round, the winner of the first round, Aaron Satoshi, will face another winner, Charlie. Let's give them a grand applause, the announcer, Harry Dallas, exclaimed to the enthusiastic crowd. Ash exchanged a determined look with his faithful partner, Pikachu. You ready, buddy? Ash asked, smiling. Pika. Let's go and win this. I'm sure Serena is watching us. Let's go and win this battle. And Ash was right, Serena had been watching him from the gallery since he entered the battleground, a smile on her face as she adjusted her ribbon. This second-round matchup between Aaron of Shamuti Island and Charlie of Melee Island will be a 3-on-3 battle, the referee announced, raising his flags. The trainers can substitute at any time after the first battle. They have already selected their first Pokémon and cannot change until one is unable to battle. Is that understood? Both trainers nodded. The winner will be determined when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. Trainers, present your first Pokémon. Ash's rival glared at him before throwing out his Pokeball, revealing an Emboar. Ash looked at Pikachu and then raised an eyebrow. What do you think, Pikachu? Should we give him a chance today? Hi Pikachu. Alright, Lucario, I choose you. Ash threw out his Pokeball, and Lucario appeared on the field. Luca. You ready, buddy? Let's win this battle today. Instead of replying, Lucario focused intently on Ash, and Ash felt their connection through aura. Yes, Master, Lucario communicated telepathically. This bond had always helped them, especially after the great incident at Cameron Palace in the Kanto region. Today, they hoped their connection would lead them to victory once again. Use Flamethrower, Emboar, Charlie commanded as his Pokémon charged forward. The Fire Pig unleashed a massive stream of flames towards Lucario. Aura Shield, Lucario, Ash countered swiftly. Lucario's eyes glowed blue, and a bright blue dome appeared around him just as the flames engulfed him. Serena watched anxiously, gripping her ribbon tightly. Ha! This battle is already over, Charlie smirked, unaware of Ash's plan. As the flames dissipated, everyone gasped to see Lucario standing unharmed, reminiscent of Ash's previous match with Pidgeot. And there it goes again, the commentator Harry exclaimed excitedly. It looks like if you want to shatter Aaron's Pokémon, you need extraordinary force. Charlie growled in frustration as the stadium erupted in cheers for Aaron. Alright, Emboar, now use Flare Blitz. Emboar surrounded itself with red fire and charged at Lucario. Perfect, Ash smiled. Lucario, use the force of the attack to propel yourself into the sky. With a fierce growl, Lucario rushed towards Emboar. As they collided, Lucario pushed off Emboar's body at an angle, shooting into the sky. Confused, Emboar halted its attack and looked up. What's going on? Charlie muttered. Finish that, Lucario. Ash shouted. Finish what? Charlie asked, bewildered. Aura Blitz. Ash yelled to the sky. For a moment, there was silence, then a tremendous roar and a blinding flash of blue light filled the arena. Lucario appeared, surrounded by bright blue flames, resembling a meteorite descending towards the ground. Dodge it, Emboar. Charlie yelled in panic. Emboar attempted to move but seemed frozen in place, fear evident on its face. Lucario crashed into Emboar, creating a massive explosion that sent shockwaves across the field. As the smoke cleared, a huge crater was revealed, with an unconscious Emboar at the bottom, swirls in its eyes. Standing atop it was a slightly panting but unhurt Lucario. The winner of the first match. Aaron Satoshi, the referee declared, raising his arm as the stadium erupted in cheers for Ash's victory. Emboar is unable to battle. Lucario and Aaron win, the referee confirmed. That attack was beautiful, Gary remarked, staring at Ash in admiration. He could be a great coordinator or showcase performer, Miette added, awestruck. What do you think, Serena? Gary asked. Yeah. He is really powerful, really great, but... Serena hesitated, glancing at Aaron. But what, Serena? Is there anything wrong with him? Miette inquired. No. It's just. His battling style seems so familiar, I don't know. Serena replied, her voice trailing off. Gary felt a chill at Serena's words. This was what he had feared most, being caught by the girls who were familiar with Ash. He wanted to steer the conversation away from the topic. Look, the second match is starting. Ash smiled at Lucario, who approached him after the battle. Thank you, Master, Lucario communicated telepathically. Take some rest and leave the rest to us, Ash replied, returning Lucario to his Pokeball. The commentator, Harry, energized the crowd, announcing the start of the second match. Trainers, present your second Pokemon. The referee signaled Ash and Charlie, who appeared more serious than ever, determined to win. Charlie released his second Pokemon, a Houndoom. Ash decided to call upon his loyal friend, Infernape. Infernape, I choose you, he declared. Infernape responded with enthusiasm, and Ash encouraged him to win the match. Charlie smirked confidently. Infernape, huh? Houndoom, Mega Evolve. With a press of his keystone, Houndoom transformed into a more intimidating form, adorned with armor-like stripes and jagged spikes. The crowd erupted in excitement as Harry exclaimed, Charlie has a Mega Houndoom. This battle is going to be intense. Ash focused on Infernape, asking if he was ready. Infernape affirmed. With determination. Charlie initiated the attack with Flamethrower, but Infernape countered with his own flames, resulting in a powerful explosion. Ash's heart raced as he watched the battle unfold. Infernape leaped into the air, launching a fierce punch at Houndoom, landing a solid hit. Looks like Aaron's Infernape is putting up a tough fight. Harry announced. Infernape managed to strike Houndoom twice without taking damage, but the tide soon turned. Houndoom recovered and charged with a crunch attack, catching Infernape's arm and causing him to cry out. Dark Pulse. Charlie commanded, and Houndoom unleashed a powerful burst of energy, hitting Infernape directly. Despite the blow, Infernape struggled to remain standing. Come on, Infernape. You know what you have to do, Ash encouraged, instilling confidence in his Pokemon. Infernape's eyes glowed with intensity, creating a sense of fear among the spectators. He turned towards Houndoom, breathing heavily, causing Charlie's Pokemon to take a step back in apprehension. Suddenly, Infernape charged at Houndoom, slamming his fist down with incredible force. The crowd gasped as Infernape unleashed a series of relentless attacks, spinning in a flame wheel and sending Houndoom crashing to the ground. Charlie shouted in desperation, "Stop him! Please stop him!" Ash, seeing his friend lose control, rushed towards Infernape. He embraced the fiery Pokemon, whispering soothing words to calm him down. As Houndoom fell unconscious, Ash focused on restoring the bond they shared. Infernape's eyes began to clear, and he slowly regained control. Ash released him, and the crowd watched in stunned silence. Houndoom is unable to battle. The winner of the second round is Aaron Satoshi, the referee declared. The stadium erupted in cheers as Harry announced, the winner is Aaron Satoshi. But our friends, Serena, Miette, and Gary, were still left stunned and speechless. The day after the round 2 matches was an off day, and our friends, Miette and Serena, had come to an apparel shop in Malie City, located on Alola Island, to do some shopping. The place was crowded, and as expected, Serena got lost in the crowd. Miette? Where are you? Miette, she called out anxiously. Looking for your friend, a voice spoke from behind. It was Aaron. Hey Aaron, what are you doing here? Serena asked. Just roaming around. What about you? Are you lost again? Yeah. Where is your Pikachu? I always see him on your shoulder. Don't worry. He is well asleep at the hotel. Serena hesitated, but Aaron finally broke the silence. So, would you like to go around with me? Wah. Go around with you? Serena looked startled. It's okay if you don't want to. No, I mean yes, why not? But what about Miette? Don't worry about her, she will eventually find her way to the hotel. With that, Aaron offered his hand to Serena. Shall we? He asked. Serena accepted without hesitation, and they made their way outside. Ulaula Beach is located on Ulaula Island in Alola. South of Route it is a small patch of shore that is usually busy with mantine surf but is beautifully quiet at night. As they walked along the beach, both were too shy to speak, with only the sounds of the waves and wind filling the air. Finally, Serena broke the silence. Aaron, can I ask you one thing? Sure. Back in round 2, your Infernape seemed kind of crazy. What happened? Aaron sighed, recalling memories he preferred to forget. It was his Blaze ability. What? When Infernape becomes weak or tired, it's surrounded by a fiery aura that powers up its fire-type attacks. But this also causes huge emotional turmoil for him, he can become uncontrollable. Oh my. Don't worry, at least he recognizes me even in that state. Silence fell again, the whispering winds and the sounds of the waves telling stories they were too shy to hear. Serena spoke again. Aaron, can I ask you one more thing? Aha. Why do you wear a visor? What? I mean, ever since I met you, I always see you in a visor. Why do you wear that? Aaron gulped, not wanting to face this question. It's kind of personal. Personal? Actually, I have a scar on my face. I got it during my journey. You know that's not a big deal. But still, I would rather hide it. Serena could see he was uncomfortable and decided to change the subject. What's your plan for tomorrow? Nothing at all. Tomorrow is also an off day of league matches, I guess I can take a little break. What about you? I don't know. Or. I just don't want to think about it. She stared at the night sky, where the Alolan moon shone brighter than ever. Can you hear that? She asked. What? The wind. It's singing to us. Do you know what we should do right now? She turned to him sweetly. What? Aaron asked, intrigued. We should dance. Pancham, Sylveon, Braixen, come out. Pancham, Pancham. Sylveon. Braixen, Braixen. Guys, do you want to perform here? In this beautiful night, she asked her Pokémon. All of her Pokémon replied enthusiastically. Then let's go. Before Aaron could respond, they all jumped into the shallow water near the shore, performing joyfully. Aaron wanted to say something but found himself captivated by the moment. It was indeed a dazzling Alolan night, where the whispering winds and the sounds of the waves told countless stories. He wanted to enjoy this moment with her dazzling performance. Little did he know what tomorrow might bring. Not far from them, two figures watched keenly. It was Arceus and Pikachu. I can't believe I am doing this. The god of Pokemon is actually helping two humans fall in love. This feels so wrong, Pikachu. We should back off right now, Arceus stated anxiously. First of all, Lord, what they have for each other is natural. Nobody is forcing them. All they need is a little push. And secondly, my lord, Ash has given everything upon your request and never asked for anything in return. Don't you think he deserves a bit of happiness? Arceus sighed. I just hope your plan works, Pikachu. It will, Lord. All we have to do is wait for tomorrow. It was the next day, and Ash got up early as usual for training. Pikachu and Gary were still asleep. Pikachu, buddy. Wake up. We've got training today, Ash said cheerfully. Hi Pikachu, the yellow mouse yawned, still refusing to wake up. Ash chuckled, amused at how irritated Pikachu got every time he tried to wake him up. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Coming. Ash called out as he opened the door to find Miette standing there, panting. Miette? What are you doing here so early? Do you need anything? Guys, I need your help. What's wrong, Miette? Is everything okay? Ash asked, concern creeping into his voice. Serena has a fever. She's sick. What? I need to talk to Gary. He might be able to help since he's a researcher. He's asleep, but let me wake him up. It didn't take long for Ash to wake Gary and explain the situation. As soon as Gary was awake, he said, let me check her. Serena didn't look well at all. For someone who was usually cheerful, she appeared pale and unwell, with a flush on her face from the fever. Looks like she caught a cold. We need to call Nurse Joy, Gary said after examining her. I already have, but she isn't here right now, Miette replied, worry evident in her tone. Then I can arrange some medicine. Too bad I don't know where the nearest pharmacy is. I know the nearest one, but the problem is, I don't have a license to buy the medicine. Don't worry, take me there. I can buy the medicine since I have a researcher's license, Gary said. But what about her? Ash pointed out. Gary looked at him seriously. Don't be naive, Ash, I'm sure you can look after her for a while. Come on, Miette. With that, Gary and Miette rushed out of the room, leaving Ash alone with the sleeping Serena. Ash felt frustrated with himself. He knew why she was sick, it was because of her performance in the seawater the night before. He could have stopped her, but he hadn't. He looked at Serena, her face flushed with fever. It pained him to see her like this. If only he had done something, she wouldn't be suffering now. Sitting beside her, Ash gently caressed her head while Pikachu settled beside her pillow. He couldn't help but feel sensitive to her condition. Pikachu, find a piece of clothing, he instructed. Pi. We need to soak it in water and put it on her forehead. That might help her feel better. Pikachu. Pikachu found a handkerchief. Really, Pikachu? Out of everything, you found this? Ash said, a bit annoyed. Pi Pikachu, the yellow mouse nudged its face, clearly confident in its choice. Okay. Let's soak it and put it on her forehead. They did just that, and it seemed to help, she looked a little better than before. Ash caressed her head again, whispering, I wish you get well soon, Serena. Pikapi. Today we won't train, Pikachu. Pikachu. I don't care about the league, Pikachu. Pi Pikachu. What? Ash looked at Pikachu, who was holding something in a notebook. What is that, Pikachu? Is that a notebook? Pika Pika. Ash took the notebook from Pikachu, realizing it was a diary. It seems like Serena's diary. Where did you find this, Pikachu? Pi Pikachu. Under her pillow. Put it back. Pika Pi, Pikachu. No. Pika Pika. Pikachu. No way, Pikachu. It's not right. Pikapi Pi Pikachu Pika. There's no way I'm reading her diary, Pikachu. No way. My Kalos journey. March 1st. Dear Diary. This was it. I met up with him for the first time in years since our last encounter at Professor Oak's Pokemon summer camp in Pallet Town. When we first met, we were both children. I was lost in a forest and scared by a wild Poliwag, causing me to trip and injure my leg. But he found me, bandaged my knee, and helped me up. Something incredible happened after that. I ended up falling into his arms in a sort of hug, and I was surprised. Then, I quickly pulled away, looking at him, he was cute, just like a baby Adonis. When he showed me the way out of the forest, I was wide-eyed and blushing. That day, something unforgettable happened. It imprinted in my mind forever. Today, I met up with him for the first time in years, but to my horror, he didn't even recognize me. August 21st. Dear Diary. It was the third day of Professor Sycamore's Pokemon summer camp, and all the teams were excited to create their own PokeVision video. Shauna shared stories about the famous area's latest video and her performance at the Pokemon Showcase, where Pokemon performers display their partnerships in style. While scouting for a good shooting location, I accidentally tumbled into a ravine. Ash, in an effort to save me, twisted his ankle. We found ourselves alone at the bottom of the cliff, and I helped him with a wet cloth for his injured foot. I felt responsible for the situation. Suddenly, Ash began to talk about his dream of becoming a Pokemon master. His passion inspired me to think about my own goals. I couldn't help but admire how amazing he was. February 5th. Dear Diary. Today, I registered for the Pokemon Showcase. We found the locals busy hanging decorations and wrapping presents. Ramos explained that Coumarine City holds an annual festival where trainers give their Pokemon gifts under the giant pledging tree. Ash and I went shopping for gifts together. It was adorable how he struggled to find something. I asked him what kind of present would make him happy, knowing it would also make his Pokemon happy. It turned out that food made him the happiest, so he gathered a huge harvest of berries for all his Pokemon. I decorated some lovely accessories for Fennekin and Pancham to wear on stage. Clement created a music box with figures of Bunnelby, Chasepin, and Luxio, and Bonnie drew a picture of our whole group. There was one present left under the tree, and it was for me. My mother had sent a stunning dress for my upcoming performance. As the festival came to an end, fireworks lit up the sky behind the pledging tree. At that moment, Ash gave me a special present, a ribbon he had won at the monorail. I promised to treasure it forever. May 7th. Dear Diary. Today, I received an invitation to Pokemon Showcase MC Pierre's dance party. The catch was that each attendee needed a date. I wondered if Ash would be my date. It would be a dream come true. But Clement reminded me that everyone needed a partner, and Bonnie asked if that meant Clement would be Serena's date. In the end, I found myself going with Clement. Then, Miette showed up unexpectedly and asked Ash to be her date. I felt a surge of frustration at that moment. The dance party was amazing, and at one point, Monsieur Pierre instructed everyone to form circles to change partners. I hoped Ash would come to me. As he reached out his hand, the music suddenly stopped, and the dance was over. It seemed to Pikachu that tonight's training would never end. Ash was focused on training without saying a word. Finally, he asked if the Pokemon needed some rest, and they all nodded in agreement. After sending them back, Ash sat quietly on a bench, looking distant. Pikachu, worried about his friend, nudged his leg, trying to get his attention. After several attempts, Pikachu turned to leave, but then he heard Ash exclaim, "She likes me." Up in the VIP watching room of Mount Lanakila Stadium, the 4 Elite Four members and Drake waited for the quarterfinal match to begin. A figure entered the room. "Welcome, Miss Kalos champion, Diva Diantha." "It's an honor," Kahuna Hala greeted her warmly. "Not at all, it's my privilege," Diantha replied with a smile. "Thank you for coming. You're just in time, the quarterfinal match of the Alolan Pokemon League is about to start. Please, have a seat." Diantha took a seat beside the Elite Four and Drake, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello, Drake. Miss Diantha, it's an honor to meet you. Your help in forming the Alolan Pokemon League is truly appreciated, Drake." "Not at all. It's been my privilege as well." "So, who are the challengers today?" Kahuna Hala asked. "Well, we have wild card entries from the Orange Islands region. Interestingly, both challengers today are wild card entries." "Who are they?" "Two of the toughest competitors in the league, Aaron Satoshi and Silver Nakashido." Silver sat quietly in the waiting room, anticipating the call for his quarterfinal match. He had been there for a while, not thinking much about the upcoming battle. The sounds of music from the arena filled the air, but they felt distant and meaningless to him now. Once, he had dreamed of being the strongest Pokemon trainer in the world, but the path to fulfilling that dream had proven to be difficult and often discouraging. After facing repeated humiliations and setbacks, he had lost hope. It wasn't until he found Team Skull that he discovered a new purpose, to become a ruler rather than just a trainer. In his mind, this was the ultimate reality. One had to be tough to succeed in a harsh world. "Silver Nakashido, your battle is about to begin. Get ready," an assistant announced as they entered the room. Silver nodded and made his way toward the battleground. Meanwhile, Serena found a seat in the gallery alongside Miette and Gary. She was feeling much better now, having recovered from her recent illness. Her eyes scanned the crowd for a familiar face. "Aaron. He had taken great care of her while she was sick, and she wanted to express her gratitude. However, since her recovery, Aaron had been acting strangely, almost as if he was avoiding her. Did she do something wrong during her fever? Her thoughts were interrupted by the announcer's booming voice. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the quarter-final of the first Alolan Pokemon League. Harry Dallas called out, and the crowd responded with excitement. Today we have a new type of battle that no one has ever seen before. He paused, surveying the eager audience. In this round, the challengers will face each other in a one-on-one battle, but they will use 2 Pokemon instead of 1. The winner will be determined when both Pokemon on one side are unable to battle. The crowd gasped at the announcement. A one-on-one battle with 2 Pokemon was unprecedented in Alola. Harry continued, now give a warm welcome to our first competitor, a wild card entry, Silver Nakashito, from the MT Silver Tournament, from Shamuti Island in the Orange Archipelagos. Serena felt a twinge of worry. These types of battles always made her uneasy. What if Aaron struggled with this format? She hoped for the best, gripping her ribbon tightly. Now presenting the other wild card winner from the MT Silver Tournament, Aaron Satoshi. Harry announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers as Aaron made his way to the battleground. He had impressed the Alolans before with his battling skills, and expectations were high for him today. Serena's gaze was fixed on him, but he didn't glance her way, as if he couldn't see her. Let the battle begin, the announcer shouted, signaling the start of the match. The referee raised his flags and announced, the trainers have already selected their first Pokemon before entering the field and cannot change until one of the Pokemon is unable to battle. The winner will be determined when one side's Pokemon are no longer able to battle. Trainers, present your Pokemon. Both trainers nodded in agreement. Serena caught her ribbon again, feeling the excitement of the crowd. She hoped that Aaron would win today. Silver, surveying Aaron briefly, wore a confident smile. He was determined to win this match decisively to prove his worth to his boss, who currently favored the girl commanding the Alolan branch. He called out his 2 strongest Pokemon, ready to make a statement. As Silver threw his Pokeball, the stadium erupted in anticipation. However, when Darkrai and Latios appeared, the crowd fell silent. The legendary Pokemon were known for their power, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What? Gary muttered in disbelief. Serena rubbed her ribbon anxiously, worried about Aaron's chances against such formidable opponents. Harry, the announcer, finally found his voice. Oh, Arceus. Silver has brought legendary Pokemon, Darkrai and Latios. Can our opponent Aaron Satoshi match them? Ash watched the legendary Pokemon with concern, realizing the challenge ahead. He closed his eyes, adjusted his cap, and then smiled. You ready, Pikachu? Pikachu responded eagerly. Alright buddy, I think I'm gonna need your help today. Greninja, come out. Greninja appeared on the field, but the crowd barely acknowledged him, focused instead on Silver's legendaries. Looks like we need to make a statement, Greninja. You ready? Ash exchanged a determined look with his partner, and they both nodded. All right then. Let's go. A powerful torrent of water formed around Greninja, shooting upwards in a breathtaking display. The crowd gasped in unison as the vortex danced around Greninja before exploding, showering the arena with water. As the water settled, Greninja stood transformed, red and black highlights covering parts of his body, with a massive X shape formed from the water on his back. The crowd was left in awe, and even the most knowledgeable Pokemon experts were stunned by the sight. Serena and Miette exchanged looks of disbelief, while Gary was amazed. What just happened? Greninja changed. Harry exclaimed, finally breaking the silence. Diantha, too, was taken aback, not expecting such a transformation. After a moment, Silver regained his composure. Looks like you have some hidden power too. Let's see how you can match up against me. In response, Ash smirked. Let the battle begin. The referee signaled for the match to start. Ash charged out first, with Pikachu climbing onto Greninja's shoulder. Using Greninja's hand as a launching pad, Pikachu prepared to unleash his first attack. "Pikachu, Iron Tail!" Ash called out. Pikachu jumped into the air, his tail hardened into iron. Silver smirked, ready to counter. Luster Purge. As the battle intensified, Pikachu focused his energy. Now, for the final attack. Z-Move. With a powerful cry, Pikachu pulled a large ball of electricity into his hands and launched it directly at Darkrai. The electric blast surged across the platform, crashing into the legendary Pokémon and creating a massive explosion that echoed throughout the stadium. The crowd watched in silence, captivated by the unfolding battle. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the legendary Pokémon was lying on the field, finally unconscious. The referee announced, "Darkrai is unable to battle. Now, competent Silver will continue fighting with only one Pokémon, Latios." The crowd erupted in cheers, as they believed it was impossible to defeat any legendary Pokémon until they witnessed this match. But the battle wasn't over yet. It took some time for Silver to accept that his legendary Pokémon had actually been defeated. Once he recovered from the shock, he delivered a desperate command. "Latios, Psychic Attack, now!" Without wasting a moment, the remaining legendary charged a powerful psychic attack. Pikachu barely managed to dodge it as it crashed onto the field, resulting in a massive explosion. "Ow, looks like it is the end for Pikachu," Harry stated. "Don't worry, buddy, you're all right," Ash muttered quietly, standing in stunned silence. When the smoke cleared, to everyone's surprise, Pikachu was still standing. It was Greninja who had saved Pikachu at the very last moment, using a water shuriken as a shield. "All right, buddies," Ash said, rotating his cap. "Let's give our final blow. Greninja, Water Shuriken. Pikachu, Electro Ball with all your remaining power." Another Water Shuriken enlarged, taking on a round shape and orange color. Pikachu's cheeks crackled as a massive surge of electricity formed into an Electro Ball at his tail. They both fired towards the legendary Pokémon, Latios. At this point, the Shuriken and Electro Ball combined into a giant Electro Shuriken Ball, making its way towards Latios before crashing into it, causing a tremendous explosion on the field. Silence enveloped the arena for a moment. As the smoke cleared, everyone found Latios lying on the field, unconscious. The referee finally announced, "Latios is unable to battle," which means Aaron Satoshi is the winner. With this victory, the competitor qualifies for the semi-final. "This is unbelievable!" Harry exclaimed. Trainer Aaron Satoshi has made it to the semi-final by defeating not one, but two legendary Pokémon. This is indeed a historic moment. The crowd went wild, and even Ash couldn't contain his joy as both of his faithful buddies jumped onto him. "We did it, buddies, we did it!" Ash cheered. "Pikachu! Gren! Let's celebrate!" However, not everyone was joyful. Silver looked stunned, struggling to believe that his legendary Pokémon had been defeated. Meanwhile, Serena quietly stood up and left the gallery as soon as the match was over, without saying a word. Elite Four member and Kahuna Hala looked completely stunned as he watched the unfolding scenario. "How did he do that?" he exclaimed. "Did what?" Champion Diantha asked. "That Z-move. An ancient mythical move that boosts Pokémon's power using a Z-crystal. It's only popular in the Alolan region. How did that trainer get it?" Drake suddenly chimed in, "And don't forget that mysterious Greninja. It didn't even look like a Mega Evolution." "What is that?" "That is the bond phenomenon," Diantha explained. "What?" "It's an ancient form of bonding that can only be done with Greninja, ultimately changing and enhancing the Pokémon's appearance and power. A few years ago, a certain trainer in the Kalos Pokémon League demonstrated that bond with his Greninja." "Who?" "Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town." Now it was Drake's turn to be surprised. At Team Skull's regional head office, Silver stood quietly, looking dejected. "I told you to take matters seriously, but you didn't," the stern voice of the Team Skull chief echoed from the monitor. "I tried my best, sir," Silver replied softly. "Was that enough? You lost to legendary Pokémon. That's a shame. Now you should understand why I appointed Serena as the Alolan branch head," the chief said, gesturing to Serena, who stood nearby. Silver remained silent, not daring to respond. "The opponent was quite powerful, sir," Serena interjected. "What do you mean?" "I saw the match. The opponent's Greninja took on a mysterious form that even overpowered Darkrai, and his Pikachu used a Z move to defeat us." "That is not good," the Team Skull chief muttered. "Now we know even our strongest weapons aren't enough." "What do you know about him?" "Not much, sir. All we know is his name is Aaron Satoshi, from the Orange Islands. He is participating in this league as a wild card entry." "Fine. Focus on your upcoming matches. That boy is surely going to be our biggest threat. And you?" The Team Skull head turned to Silver. "Sir. I am willing to give you one more chance." "That's a blessing for me, sir. Investigate that boy. Find out everything about him, who he is, where he came from, what his origin is. I want to know everything." "Sure, sir." "Now both of you." Dismissed. There is a myth in the Alolan region that the full moon always makes anyone who stays in its light feel sad. They are just myths, aren't they? Braixen, with her optimistic personality, never believed in such tales. She always wanted to support her master, Serena, no matter what. But right now, she was worried about her. Serena had been leaning against the balcony of their hotel room for what felt like forever, sometimes looking down, sometimes gazing up at the moon. This concerned Braixen. Braixen, she nudged her leg. "I'm fine, Braixen. Just having some alone time." Braixen. "There's nothing to worry about." Braixen, Bray. Serena sighed. If anyone understood her, it was Braixen. Today, her Pokémon sensed her sadness again, just like in the past days. So, Serena relented. "Fine. You're right, Braixen. I was thinking about him. Bray. He looks too familiar, so similar to him. Even his Pokémon, Pikachu, reminds me of him. And today, when I saw his Greninja, it brought back memories of." Serena hesitated, unable to voice the last words related to him. Braixen. Braixen nudged her again. "I just don't know, Braixen." Serena looked down. "The more I try to forget him, the more his memories keep resurfacing. I just can't get over him." Braixen, Bray. "It's okay, Braixen. Maybe I will survive, maybe I will be able to move on, but his memories will always remain in my heart." Braixen. "What?" Braixen, Bray, Braixen. Braixen pointed down at the hotel terrace. To Serena's surprise, someone was standing there. It was Greninja. As soon as it realized Braixen and Serena were watching, it leaped high and landed perfectly on the balcony. Braixen, Brai. Braixen went into a defensive stance, ready to protect her master. "Greninja," it assured, stretching out its hand to show it meant no harm. Braixen. The Frog Ninja Pokémon gazed at Serena warmly. He had always admired her, whether as a friend of his master or the crush of his own. "What does he mean, Braixen?" Serena asked. Braixen, Bray. "What?" Braixen. Serena was surprised, that Greninja was here to take her somewhere. But where? Braixen. Greninja. Braixen, Bray. It was becoming more complicated. Greninja wanted to show her something. What could it be? "Ask him, Braixen, what he wants to show me? Serena whispered. Bray Breakson. Gren. Breakson. Gren Greninja. Breakson. When Serena finally understood Greninja's true intention, she was unsure of what to do. That frog ninja Pokemon was here to take her somewhere, to show her something about Aaron Satoshi. For a moment, she considered refusing but then looked back at her faithful Pokemon. What do you think, Breakson? Should we go? Breakson. Although Serena promised me that she wouldn't go to Alola Beach after her fever, it didn't take long for her to break that promise. She was curious about the mysterious Greninja and its connection to Aaron. The Alola Beach looked as beautiful and serene as ever at night, but Serena was focused on her mission. As they approached the beach, Greninja winked at them, prompting a question from Breakson. What is he saying, Breakson? Serena asked, trying to decipher Greninja's intentions. Breakson responded, indicating that Greninja wanted them to hide behind some beach stones. Hesitating for a moment, Serena finally settled behind a large stone, where she could see Aaron sitting nearby. Suddenly, she noticed that Greninja had vanished. Meanwhile, Ash was at Alola Beach, reminiscing about the last time he was there with Serena, watching her perform in the water, a memory that still made him blush. That day had taken a turn when Serena fell ill, and while caring for her, he had stumbled upon her diary, which revealed secrets that made him uncomfortable. Pikachu nudged Ash, noticing his embarrassment. Pikapi, he exclaimed. That wasn't a good idea, Pikachu, Ash replied, feeling guilty about reading Serena's diary. Pika? Pikachu asked, as if trying to defend his friend. Reading Serena's diary was the biggest mistake I've ever made, Ash admitted. Pika. Pikachu responded, still trying to lighten the mood. Ash sat on the beach with Pikachu for two reasons. Greninja wanted to swim in the sea, which was unusual for him, and Lord Arceus had requested to meet with them that night. Ash found Greninja's desire to swim strange, but he was willing to let his friend enjoy the water. I wonder what got into Greninja, Ash mused. Pika, Pikachu murmured, hoping his plan would work without raising Ash's suspicions. Finally, Greninja emerged from the sea and approached them. Did you have fun, buddy? Ash asked. Greninja replied. Do you want to return to your Pokeball or stay with us? Ash offered. Greninja said, choosing to stay. They sat together under the moonlight, waiting for Lord Arceus. Suddenly, a shiny wormhole appeared, and from it, the god of Pokemon emerged. Hello, Aaron Satoshi. How are you doing? Arceus greeted warmly. Fine. But that's not my original name, Ash replied, bowing slightly. Aren't you the one who adopted this name? Arceus asked. Yes. So, how are things going? Arceus inquired. Fine, I won the quarter-final of the Alolan League. That's good. Wasn't the Z-move useful in your last match? Yes, Ash confirmed. Yet you were reluctant to use it at first. I told you that everything in your training would be useful for your mission, which is why I gave you the Z-crystal. You were right, Arceus. It really helped. Arceus's tone shifted slightly. So. Anything else, boy? What do you mean? Ash asked, looking up. You don't seem emotionally well. Is there anything wrong? I'm fine, Lord. Thanks for asking. Ash replied quietly, avoiding the topic. All right then. Can I make a request? What is it? Would you open up your visor for a moment? Ash blinked in surprise. You want me to take off my mask? Yes, I want to see your face, the face of a brave and compassionate trainer who wants to be a Pokemon master. But. You know that visor isn't your true identity, but I won't force you if you don't want to. After a moment of hesitation, Ash finally agreed. All right then, Arceus, if you want so. Serena watched intently, her heart racing as Ash slowly removed his mask. She had to see his face, just once. As the mask came off, a familiar face appeared, and Serena shut her eyes, trying to control her emotions. It was him. You know your friends still miss you, Ash. Especially her, a voice said gently. I know. But it was my decision to leave them all, so what makes it different? Ash replied, gazing down. They just cannot be with me, not on this journey. His voice dropped to a whisper. Suddenly, Arceus interjected, Ash, I think we have company. Who? Ash turned around, his heart racing. I think I should leave now, Ash. Bye, I will meet you soon. The Lord of Pokemon quickly excused himself. And then, there was only silence, the coldest silence anyone could imagine. The last person Ash wanted to see stood before him. He knew one day his identity would be revealed, but he never thought it would happen like this, on a beach under a moonlit Alolan night. It felt as if time had stopped, even the sounds of the flowing winds faded away. She stood in front of him, her expression empty, yet tears slowly streamed down her face. Hi, Serena. Ash finally managed to say. Hi. Her voice trembled. Ash gulped. Feeling like a thief with no way out. Look, Serena. He started, stepping forward. Don't, she interrupted, her tone unfamiliar to Ash. Silence enveloped them, and Ash struggled to find the right words. Finally, Serena spoke, you left your friends as if they meant nothing. You left me as if I meant nothing to you. Serena, it isn't like that, Ash protested. Don't you dare, she shouted, her voice filled with an intensity he had never heard before. Rage, pain, and sorrow mixed in her words. I hate you. Tears flowed freely from her eyes. I wish I never met you. I wish I never loved you. I should never have traveled with you. I hate you, Ash Ketchum. I hate you. With that, she turned and ran away, leaving Ash standing there, dumbfounded and hopelessly watching her go. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome the semi-final of the first Alolan Pokemon League, announced Harry Dallas to the eager crowd. Today we have another surprise. He paused, noticing the audience's anticipation as they focused on the billboard displaying his face. Now, please give a warm welcome for the competitor, a wild card entry, the mighty challenger who defeated legendary Pokemon in the quarterfinals, from Shamudi Island in the Orange Archipelago. Aaron Satoshi. The stadium erupted with cheers at the mention of Ash's name. He was undoubtedly the favorite, having made it to the semi-finals by overcoming formidable opponents. As Ash's platform began to rise, the referee signaled for the battle to commence. However, Ash looked different, tired and worn, as if all his energy had been drained. He felt defeated, burdened by the weight of his past mistakes, especially regarding her. Since the incident at the beach, he hadn't spoken to her, and she hadn't even returned to the hotel. He whispered to himself, questioning why she should forgive him after everything he had done. Pika, his loyal Pokemon, Pikachu, nudged him gently. I'm fine, Pikachu, Ash replied, though he knew he was lying. Pikachu sighed, sensing Ash's turmoil. The platform stopped as Ash faced his opponent, who appeared intimidated by the reputation of the legendary Aaron Satoshi. Little did he know, Ash was already defeated in spirit, lacking the hope and will to win. The referee called for the first Pokemon of both competitors. Let the battle begin, he signaled. Ash chose Lucario, while his opponent selected Mincheo. And fight! Harry exclaimed, energizing the crowd. Lucario and Mincheo locked eyes, and Lucario made the first move with a jump kick, but Mincheo evaded gracefully. Lucario unleashed a series of jabs and light kicks, but Mincheo dodged them all except for one, which grazed his head. Mincheo, block it, his trainer commanded. Without hesitation, Mincheo grabbed Lucario's arm and struck him in the ribs, sending a shockwave through his body and forcing Lucario to his knees. Lucario retaliated with a sweeping leg attack, knocking Mincheo down. Creating distance, Lucario focused energy into a sphere of aura, preparing to launch it. Aura Sphere. Ash commanded. Mincheo dodged the incoming attacks with agility, getting closer to Lucario. Ash, lost in his thoughts, failed to notice the approaching danger. As Mincheo charged his own Aura Sphere, the two Pokémon unleashed their attacks simultaneously. The resulting explosion sent them both flying back. They quickly regained their footing, determined not to let the other gain an advantage. With victory within reach, they both gathered energy for one final strike. The match was on the brink of conclusion, and the crowd could feel the tension in the air. Suddenly, Mincheo fell to his knees, exhausted from the effort. Mincheo! Don't give up, the opponent pleaded desperately. Lucario saw this as his chance to finish the match and launched a series of aura spheres at Mincheo, filling the arena with smoke. With remarkable speed, Lucario dashed toward Mincheo, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. However, Mincheo skillfully dodged each attack, demonstrating impressive agility. In a surprising turn, Mincheo managed to grab Lucario's leg and brought him down to the ground with great force, creating a noticeable impact. Standing over his fallen opponent, Mincheo was declared the victor. The whole stadium looked stunned. Aaron had lost. That was impossible. The Elite Four, Drake and Champion Diantha, sat in shock. I can't believe it. Aaron lost. Is that even possible? Mincheo finally managed to defeat the powerful Lucario of Aaron Satoshi. Slowly, Ash recalled his Pokémon. For the first time in his life, he didn't even thank them, which made Pikachu even more anxious. Was he really going to lose? The crowd was bewildered. Was this the same Aaron who had defeated legendaries in the previous battle? The referee raised his flags, announcing, "Trainers, select your two Pokémon for the second round of battle. The winner will be determined when one side's Pokémon are no longer able to battle. Trainers, present your Pokémon." The referee signaled. The opponent complied, but Ash remained still. "Trainer Aaron Satoshi, present your Pokémon," the referee urged again. But Ash stood there, looking down. "Aaron. If you don't present your Pokémon soon, you will be disqualified." It felt as if he had no desire left for the battle, he had already accepted defeat. A frantic Pikachu nudged him insistently. "Pikapi. Pikachu. What's wrong with him?" Harry asked, surprised. Ash remained silent, lost in thought. "Why aren't you fighting, Ash?" a voice suddenly called out to him. He looked up to see her, not the real one, but the imaginary version. "What's wrong with you, Ash?" "I don't know, maybe I am just tired." "Tired?" "I am just tired of losing everyone, especially you." "What do you mean?" "Yesterday, I lost you, forever." So. Ash looked up, surprised by her response. "Should that mean anything to you?" she asked, expressionless as always. "What? Didn't you leave me in the first place to save the world?" "Yes," he whispered. "Then fight, do your job." "I just can't." "Why?" "I don't know." "You have to save the world, Ash." "I can't." "Why not?" "Because. You are my world." Ash finally revealed the deepest truth of his heart, looking at her. In that brief moment, they locked eyes, and time seemed to stop. "Why did you say this, Ash?" she asked suddenly. "I don't know." "Why did you say this now?" "I just don't know." He looked down again, and silence enveloped them once more. "You know what, Ash?" she said with a sad smile. "From the very first day I came into your dream, I just wanted to hear one thing from you. For 2 years, I wanted to hear that from you. Only one thing. And today, you just revealed it from the depth of your heart. So from now on, you won't see me anymore." Ash blinked, stunned. Did she just say he wouldn't see her anymore? So you are. Yes, Ash. Her eyes reflected anguish. So you leave me too, like her. In response, she gave another sad smile. I was never yours, Ash, I was just your imagination. With that, her image faded away. Forever. Ash slowly closed his eyes, tears rolling down his cheeks. That was the moment he heard her voice. Ashe. The city seemed quite empty today, as it was the day of the Alolan Pokemon League semi-final. Most people were either in the stadium or at home watching the match. On the nearly deserted streets of Ula Island, a girl with honey blonde hair sat on a roadside bench, looking heartbroken. In the last 24 hours, she hadn't returned to the hotel, she couldn't bear to face him. Not anymore. Braixen. Her faithful Pokemon nudged her leg. I am fine, Braixen, she said, wiping away her tears. For the last 2 days, Braixen had been her only companion, refusing to return to her Pokeball because she sensed her trainer's heartbreak. Braixen, Bray. I am not hungry, Braixen. It all started like a dream. She was lost in a forest, scared, when he appeared in her life like a true savior. They met again, and she realized she was infatuated with him. Slowly, her heart drew closer to him, and when she understood she was hopelessly in love, she couldn't dare to tell him. He was impetuous, brave, compassionate, an amazing Pokemon trainer. And of course, cute way out of her reach. He was the boy of her dreams. Serena cherished the moment they kissed. It wasn't just a kiss, but a promise that she would return for him, that she would make herself worthy of him. But then he left her. I know, but it was my decision to leave them all. They cannot be with me, not on this journey. It hurt to hear those words. It felt like she meant nothing to him. Their Kalos journey had been just an adventure for him, and she was just another memory, another friend. Suddenly, Serena stood up. No, she whispered softly. Goodbye, Ash. Without thinking, she pushed off the ground and took a step forward. Then another, and another. She was running like never before, with no clear destination in mind, but she didn't care anymore. Her tears blurred her vision as she heard the announcement for Ash's fight, but it all felt irrelevant now. He was too late. So was she. Their relationship felt irreparably damaged. She continued to run, as if it was the only thing that could save her from her broken heart, rushing through the empty streets of the city. She choked back sobs, passing a couple on a bench sharing a treat, and her heart sank further. But she kept running. Eventually, she stumbled over a rock and fell to the ground, coughing as she pulled herself up on her knees, her palms pressed against the cement. Her heart raced from the exertion, and her legs ached. Tears streamed down her face. Are you okay? A voice broke through her thoughts. She looked up to see an elderly gardener with a husky voice and a bushy gray beard. I am fine, she managed to say, finally catching her breath. She wiped her tears with her cardigan, not caring about getting it a little dirty. You don't seem okay, he said, helping her to her feet. What's got you down? I don't really want to talk about it, she replied, looking away. The old man chuckled, stroking his long, disheveled beard. I am a stranger. That would make sense. Serena offered a small smile out of politeness. Let me tell you something, he said, gesturing for her to walk toward a plot of land he was tending to. I'm planting something here that hasn't been here before. He sounded proud. Oh. Serena looked at the hole in the center of the plot. What are you planting? It's called a cherry blossom tree. It's one of the hardest trees to grow. No matter what I do, it just won't turn out the way I want it to. Then why don't you grow a different tree? Serena asked. Because that's too easy. The best things in life come from the goals you worked hard to achieve. He rummaged through his overalls and pulled out a picture. In the photo, Serena saw a younger version of the man standing next to a cherry blossom tree, its beautifully sprouted branches adorned with pale pink petals that took her breath away. My great-grandfather grew that tree when I was young. He was a gardener too, and it was his proudest creation. It's been in my family ever since. He chuckled with pride. I feel like you're trying to tell me something, but I'm not sure what. Serena admitted, blinking in confusion. My dear, I don't know what you're going through, but... He placed a hand on her shoulder. Life is hard, and things don't always work out the way you want them to. But if you want it with all your heart, you don't give up until it's over. Serena's eyes widened at his words, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. She could hear Ash's voice echoing those same words in her mind. For someone who held on to those words so dearly, she had seemingly forgotten their importance. I have to go, she said, handing the photo back to the old man. Atta girl, he encouraged her with a smile. Once again, Serena found herself running through the streets of Alola City, pushing herself as fast as she could. She might be too late, but if things were meant to be, she would change them. She had to confess her true feelings to him, feelings that had been left unspoken. As soon as Serena returned to the gallery, Miette called out to her. Serena, you won't believe what just happened. Aaron got lost in the first match. What? Serena's heart raced. There's more. When the referee called for the second match, Aaron wouldn't present his Pokémon. He just stood there, and if he keeps this up, he'll be disqualified. A wave of fear washed over her as she looked at Miette. This couldn't happen. Not today. Aaron looked defeated, as if he had given up everything he ever hoped for. And maybe, just maybe, she knew why. Without a second thought, she made her way toward the pavilion. Just as she was about to enter the battlefield, a guard stopped her. Excuse me, miss, you can't enter the battlefield. I'm sorry, sir, but it's urgent. I have to go, Serena pleaded. No audience is allowed on the battlefield, the guard replied sternly. Sir, please. Let me go. Serena, is that you? A voice interrupted. It was none other than champion diva Diantha. What are you doing here, Serena? She asked. Diantha, please let me go onto the battlefield. Why? Otherwise, trainer Aaron will be disqualified without even fighting. I know why he's acting like this. For a brief moment, Diantha stared at her, then nodded. All right, guard, let her into the battlefield. But champion, I can't do that. I take all responsibility. Just let her go. So you leave me too, like her, his voice whispered to her. In response, the imaginary Serena gave another sad smile. I was never yours, Ash, I was just your imagination. Finally, her image faded away. Forever. Ash slowly closed his eyes, tears rolling down his cheeks. Then, he heard her voice. Ah Shay. She was running towards him. Ash stared in disbelief, wondering if it was really her or just another figment of his imagination. Before he could finish his thoughts, Serena reached him and did something he never expected. She kissed Ash in front of the stadium, in front of the world. Time seemed to stop. For a moment, it felt like it was just the two of them, and the kiss. That was it. His lips felt soft and salty. Was he crying? A stunned Pikachu fell off his shoulder. Serena didn't care anymore, she had finally confessed her true feelings to him. When their lips parted, she didn't need to say the words. I love you. For the briefest moment, he just stared at her, and then he replied without hesitation, as do I, always have, always will. He kissed her again, sealing their feelings. What is happening? Gary whispered, watching the scene unfold. Miette covered her mouth in shock, unable to speak. What just happened? Holy Arceus! Harry exclaimed, stunned. As the crowd in the stadium recovered from the shock, they erupted into cheers. This was unbelievable. From the presidential VIP box, Kahuna Hala looked on with surprise. "Did you expect this, Champion Diantha?" he asked. "I certainly did, and now I know the game will soon take a turn," Diantha replied calmly, leaving everyone even more astonished. The referee finally spoke as the stadium quieted down. "Miss, please leave the battlefield immediately. This is out of jurisdiction. Trainer Aaron Satoshi, if you do not present your Pokémon for the round 2 match right now, you will be disqualified." Ash stared at Serena, his expression different from anything she had seen before. She smiled warmly at him. "Go, and win, Ash Ketchum." Ash nodded as she left the battlefield. The referee signaled for the second match, and Ash turned to face his opponent, who still looked stunned from the earlier incidents. Ash released Dragonite and Electivire for the second round of the team battle. His opponent was undoubtedly tough, but Ash felt more clear-headed than ever. "Are you thinking the same as I am, Pikachu?" Ash whispered. "Pika Pika," Pikachu responded, hopping back onto his shoulder. "All right then, Charizard, Infernape. I choose you." The two Pokémon roared in response. Meanwhile, in the gallery, Miette eagerly asked Serena, "What was that?" Serena could only smile shyly. "Oh my God! Don't tell me you are fooling around with Aaron, are you, Serena?" Miette exclaimed, looking both shocked and excited. Serena giggled in response. "Finally, my girl Serena has moved on. I am so proud of you," Miette declared, sounding like a proud guardian. Suddenly, Miette asked, "By the way, where were you last night? You didn't even return to the hotel." "Well. Serena hesitated. Okay, I get it. You were with Aaron, weren't you?" Miette guessed. That wasn't true, but Serena decided not to share the details of the last 48 hours. She had many things to ask Ash and so much to learn. For now, she needed to support him in the match. In front of Ash stood Dragonite and Electivire, the opponent's most powerful Pokémon. The first round had given the opponent a significant boost, and he looked confident about winning the semi-final. But little did he know, the real battle was just beginning. On Ash's side, Charizard and Infernape stood ready, two of his most trustworthy and powerful Fire-type Pokémon. The referee whistled to start the match. "Let the battle begin." Announcer Harry Dallas exclaimed, and the stadium erupted with cheers. Electivire made the first move, charging toward Infernape with a powerful electric attack. Infernape dodged easily and Ash shouted, "Infernape, counter each blow with your Mach Punch. Show him what real speed is like." Infernape, the fire and fighting type shouted, preparing to strike. He charged forward, smashing his fist into Electivire's attack. On the other side, Dragonite opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. Ash smirked, confident in his strategy. "Show him a real flamethrower, Charizard," he commanded. Charizard's flamethrower dwarfed Dragonite's attack, and as the two flames collided, the ground beneath them began to sizzle from the heat. Dragonite barely managed to evade the flames, leaping into the air as the opponent cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, Electivire and Infernape continued their fierce battle, sending shockwaves through the field. Ash remained calm, observing his opponent. He noticed an opening and decided to make his next move. "Infernape, flamethrower, let's go!" Ash shouted. "Protect," the opponent countered, raising a shield just in time. "I wouldn't get ahead of you just yet. Use dig." Ash smirked, signaling Infernape to burrow underground. "You too, Charizard, use flamethrower." Ash ordered. The clash of flames from both Charizard and Dragonite created a spectacle, their powerful attacks lighting up the stadium as the battle intensified. Their flare into life in the form of a massive purple energy wall shielded them from the powerful fire-type attack. Even now, the flames exploded outward, forming a massive wall of fire that covered almost the entire barrier for dozens of meters. The barriers rattled ominously, as if just about to give out, but they managed to hold on as the flames quickly burned out their power source, rapidly dwindling into small embers. Ash winced at the sight. He had to be careful about the ranged attacks from now on, they were too powerful and could cause damage. On the other side of the field, Infernape shouted with power, the ground beneath Electivire cracking as his fist crashed through the electric-type shield. With a swift punch, Infernape sent his opponent airborne, immediately giving chase with his fist glowing brightly with energy. Now, Electivire. Grab a hold of Infernape, the opponent shouted. Electivire complied, extending his tail to wrap around Infernape's fists. And thunder, go! Electivire slammed his tails into the ground, electricity surging through it. End this attack. Use Flare Blitz to heat the field up and cancel out thunder. Ash countered calmly. The heat from the field was intense, but Ash remained focused. Soon, the entire field began to glow with a red tint, Infernape's flames heating it up to the point where it was too hot to use thunder. Perfect job, Infernape. Ash praised. On the other side, his opponent's Dragonite stood strong, refusing to give up. Ash admired the resilience, almost all Dragonites were strong-willed. His opponent was fortunate to have such a powerful Pokémon. Dragonite won't save you in the end, my friend, he told his Alolan opponent before looking up. Charizard, into the air after it. Charizard jumped from the ground, leaping several feet into the air, and with a mighty flap of his massive wings, soared straight up into the sky. The opponent seemed prepared for this. Dragonite, Dragon Rush, he shouted to his Pokémon high above. When Charizard reached about 40 feet up, Dragonite dive-bombed from at least double that altitude, its yellow-orange body erupting into a massive blue aura that formed into the shape of a serpentine dragon. The attack was enormous, far larger than anyone in the stadium could have anticipated. But Ash continued to smirk. Charizard, he shouted calmly, gaining his Pokémon's attention. Stop it in its tracks. Charizard nodded and held his wings out, stopping mid-air to face the massive blue dragon of energy. The opponent trainer looked at Ash in disbelief. Are you serious? He asked. Ash folded his arms across his chest, turning his smirk towards him. Exactly, he replied, glancing at the gallery where his honey-haired love was watching him with admiration. He then shifted his focus back to the battle. Now, Infernape, use Flamethrower. Then Mach Punch. Infernape released flames once more, and Electivire instinctively raised his shield to disperse the flames, temporarily saving himself from danger. However, Infernape used the blocked flames for cover, hiding among them until his opponent dropped the Protect. That was when he struck, his fists catching fire from the remaining flames before he launched a powerful punch that sent Electivire flying back onto his side of the field. The Dragonite's massive blue aura from its Dragon Rush attack finally met Charizard head-on, resulting in a tremendous explosion. A booming sound echoed throughout the stadium, sending a powerful shockwave upwards through the sky, piercing the clouds and revealing the bright sun above. There was a moment of silence, and as the smoke from the explosion began to clear, everyone focused intently on the figures above. Impossible. Harry managed to breathe out in sheer disbelief, as the entire stadium remained locked on the scene unfolding in the sky. But the main shock was that Charizard was still there, as if nothing had happened. Electivire, Thunder, the opponent desperately ordered his Pokémon. Flare Blitz, Infernape. Ash countered. The two Pokémon charged with their attacks, Infernape shrouding himself in flames before charging head-on into the approaching thunder attack. Slowing down slightly from the pain, Infernape pushed through it before emerging on the other side of the electrical attack. Now! Ash said. Taking one last leap into the air, Infernape spun his body around and dove straight into Electivire with great force, his eyes turning red at the very last moment. A huge explosion filled the entire field, forcing the opponent to cover his face from the flying dirt. No one could see what had ultimately happened to Infernape and Electivire. You know what you have to do, Charizard, Ash commanded with his usual confidence. Charizard, on the other side, suddenly had his arms move out and had Dragonite by the shoulders tightly. The fierce resistance from Dragonite soon turned out to be futile. The aura produced by the Dragon Rush attack was fading quickly, which distracted Dragonite, giving Charizard the chance to take control. Everyone present could clearly see that Charizard had managed to overcome the attack, holding Dragonite as if nothing had happened. Dragonite struggled wildly in Charizard's grip, but it was no use. Charizard's hold was just too strong. How could anyone be this powerful even after taking a head-on attack? Harry exclaimed in disbelief. The stadium was dead silent. Now, seismic toss. Ash commanded Charizard again. Charizard obeyed. Using his grip on Dragonite's shoulders, Charizard locked his arms under the Pokémon's armpits and hugged the flying and Dragon-type Pokémon tightly to his chest. Then, Charizard used his wings to vault backward into a spiraling nosedive. Speeding up with the use of his wings, they were just a few feet from the ground in mere seconds. Charizard took this opportunity to let Dragonite go, allowing the Pokémon to crash headfirst into the ground, creating a deep impact. Dragonite hit the field with a massive explosion. Charizard safely flew out of harm's way and landed powerfully in front of Ash, flashing him a thumbs up and a smirk. Ash smirked back at him. When the dust cleared, Dragonite lay unconscious on one side of the field, while Electivire was also down on the other side. That does it. Electivire and Dragonite are unable to battle, and so Infernape, Charizard, and Aaron are the winners. With his two Pokémon's victory, trainer Aaron Satoshi makes his way to the final, the referee announced loudly. I can't believe it, Aaron won. Even after losing in the first battle, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the first finalist of the first Alolan Pokémon League, Aaron Satoshi. Harry cried out breathlessly. The crowd erupted in cheers. This was the unbeatable Aaron Satoshi they had missed in the first battle, but he had made an incredible comeback in the second battle. As the stadium cheered for him, Ash glanced at the gallery for the honey-haired girl, who was looking tearful but happy. Suddenly, Ash knew what he had to do. Charizard, can you do a favor for me, buddy? He asked. Rohayaware. Charizard responded. Go, get that honey-haired girl, and take her to me. Before Serena and the entire stadium could comprehend what was happening, Charizard made his way to the gallery, landing just in front of Serena. He held his talons open as if inviting her to take hold. Serena looked at the drop to the lower level, stunned. There was no way she could do this. It was insane. The expressions of the crowd mirrored her disbelief. But Ash was determined to make this moment special for her. In a brief moment, Serena searched for Ash's beautiful eyes. They locked onto each other, and suddenly she understood what he was willing to do for her. Without hesitation, she leaned out, and Charizard lowered his head for her. A moment later, she found herself on the back of the mighty Charizard as it took off from the ground. All she could do was hold on and wait for the ride to be over. Gently, Charizard carried her over the crowd, hovering above where Ash stood before finally landing. As Serena found her footing, she stood face to face with him, surrounded by a sea of people. Breathlessly, their eyes met. He looked just as nervous as she was. Ash. Serena. There was a momentary pause, a hesitation for both of them. But Serena knew this was the moment she had waited for. Thoughtlessly, she threw herself onto Ash, her arms securing him like never before, ensuring he would never escape her grasp again. This time, she didn't kiss him, but closed her eyes, resting her face against his heart. This was her final new home. Cheers erupted from all around the stadium. For a fraction of a second, there was no response from Ash, but finally, Serena felt his hands on her back, pulling her closer. This was it. When they parted, their eyes remained locked on each other. Can I take you somewhere, Serena? He whispered. Where? She asked. Just say yes. In response, Serena nodded. He turned to his Charizard. Buddy, can you take us somewhere? Roa Air. Recalling his Infernape, Ash quickly climbed onto Charizard's back, with Pikachu settling on his shoulder. He extended his hand to her. "If you allow," he whispered again. Serena took his hand without hesitation and climbed onto Charizard's back, wrapping her arms around his waist. Moments later, Charizard took off from the ground, soaring out of the stadium, taking the two new lovers away from everything, like a king and his queen. It must be a dream. It had to be. All her life, she had fancied him, wanting him from the depths of her heart, never imagining she would have him like this. But it happened. Their meeting at Professor Oak's Pokemon summer camp was an accident, yet one of her warmest memories. Then they met again in Kalos, and they became traveling partners. As their time in Kalos flew by, she made sure to impress him in every way possible, hoping he would see her in a different light. The kiss on the escalator was something she would never forget. Even after they parted ways, she never lost hope. Until she truly lost him. Then came the mysterious Aaron Satoshi, a new Ash Ketchum. Suddenly, everything changed. Never in her wildest dreams did she think that the dense, rock-headed boy would return her feelings, looking at her with love and fondness. It all truly happened. No, it had to be a dream. Right now, they were on the back of mighty Charizard, flying into the unknown. Serena didn't know the destination, nor did she want to know. Aaron, or Ash, was in front, and she rested her head on his back, feeling peaceful. She didn't know how long they flew, but when Charizard finally landed, she heard his lovely voice again. "Serena. Aha. Wake up. The ride is over." She opened her eyes to see his smiling face, but as soon as she looked around, she was startled. "What the? Ash. Are we at?" "Yes, Serena, we are in Laver City of the Kalos region," he said with a smile. "But that's impossible. Even your Charizard can't reach here this quickly." "Nothing is impossible, Serena." He gave her a mysterious smile. "Soon you will find that. Right now, let's have our lunch, it's getting late. Charizard, Pikachu, everybody. Come out. Pika. Roar. Greninja. Pidgeotto. Infernape. Lucavic. All of Ash's loyal Pokemon emerged in front of him. "Guys, can you have a day by yourselves in the nearby forest?" Gren. Pika. "Thanks, buddies. Meet me at night at the same place." Roar. A few moments later, Ash and Serena were walking through the streets of Laver City. Although the sight of a Charizard with a boy and girl landing in an open field caught people's attention, they took it pretty casually. They walked hand in hand, the city looking almost the same as before, with familiar buildings and streets, each telling countless tales. But for Serena, the only thing that mattered was him. Ash was taking her somewhere, something she had always dreamed of during their Kalos journey, and this time, it wasn't a dream. The city was also part of their Kalos journey. Here, Serena and Bonnie had participated in a fashion contest that had left Ash and Clement flabbergasted. But this time, everything felt different. They kept stealing glances at each other, sometimes smiling. It was a whole new experience for them, a new feeling. They finally found a cafe and took an empty table. "Do you want anything?" Ash asked, still gazing at her. "Anything," Serena replied, blushing. They ordered 2 simple egg pies. When they were served, they ate without much talk, their eyes never leaving each other, afraid this dream might slip away. When they finally stepped outside, it was past afternoon. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the sky and the city, creating a sweet dreamlike atmosphere. "Oh, I missed this. I missed Kalos," he said. "You did?" she asked. "Aha. Tell me something, Ash. Why did you bring me here?" In response, he simply stared into her eyes, causing butterflies to flutter in her stomach. "I would rather show you, Serena." "Come." "Where, Ash?" "Ow." She couldn't finish her sentence as Ash began to pull her along, holding her hand once again. When the running was finally over, Serena found herself in front of the Lavere gym. She asked, "Here. Do you remember the fashion show at Lavere gym, Serena?" Ash replied. "Yes, Bonnie and I participated in that fashion show." "Well, Serena, that was the first time. I fell for you." Serena's heart raced as she looked at him, surprised. "Really, Ash?" she whispered. "Yes, Serena. At that show, you looked amazing. Your catwalk, your every move was just incredible. I couldn't take my eyes off you. For the first time in my life, I felt something different. For you. Ash. But I was too foolish to realize it. I kept it inside me. When I finally parted from you, I realized that I never wanted to be away from you, Serena." Ash. They stared at each other, their eyes reflecting the unspoken feelings they had held for years. Slowly, Serena leaned in, and so did Ash, moving closer for a kiss. But they were interrupted. "Serena. Is that you?" They quickly pulled away, blushing. Standing before them was Valerie, the Lavere gym leader. "What are you doing here, Serena?" "Well, I'm here for a vacation, Valerie," Serena managed to say, catching her breath. "Really? And you?" Valerie looked at Ash. "I'm Serena's friend," Ash replied, looking down. "Cool. By the way, it's nice to see you again, Serena. It's been a while." "You too, Valerie." "Thank you. And you know what? I'm actually happy to see you." "Really? Why?" Serena asked. "Whenever I faced the same problem, you seem to always appear." Valerie smiled at Serena's confused expression. "Just like last time, I'm holding a fashion show in my gym, and guess what? We're short on models for tonight's show. I was wondering if you might be interested in fulfilling that role." Serena blinked in surprise. Did she just say she wanted her in another fashion show? But please don't refuse, Serena. Your help would mean a lot, you're a well-known personality in Kalos. Serena glanced at Ash, and to her surprise, he was smiling and gave her a small nod of encouragement. "Well then. Let's go," she said, her tone softening. "Thank you so much, Serena. You don't know how much this means. Now, come with me quickly." Valerie eagerly led Serena away. As Serena turned to look back at Ash one last time, he was still smiling. Ash stood near the front of the stage, amazed by the view. He watched the models come and go, but none left a lasting impression on him. That was until he saw her. Serena. There she was, dressed in a royal blue maxi dress. Nothing could look better on her. Just like last time, Serena looked radiant as she walked toward him, and he stared at her in awe. As she approached, she noticed her amazed boyfriend. Serena felt nervous. Why did he have to be so close to the stage? This made everything more difficult. She started playing with her hair. How do I look, Ash?" she asked. "You look beautiful," he breathed, his voice filled with admiration. Once again, she felt butterflies in her stomach. She wanted to jump into his arms and kiss him, but now wasn't the time. She turned away, trying hard to keep her breath steady as she walked past him. "Thank you so much, Serena, for your help. I couldn't have arranged my fashion show without you," Valerie expressed to Serena after the show. "Ow. Don't mention it, Valerie." "It was nothing," Serena replied with a smile. With the fashion show now over, Serena changed back into her normal outfit, and Valerie approached her to offer a final word of gratitude. Turning to Ash, Valerie continued, "And you, Mr. Aaron." "Aaron Satoshi," Ash introduced himself quickly. "Mr. Satoshi, are you here for a gym battle?" Valerie inquired. "Nope, I am just here to spend time with my girlfriend, Serena," Ash stated, surprising Serena with his open declaration. Ow! How cute! Well, let me share some information. There is an annual festival being held in Laver City for 1 week, starting every day right after evening until midnight. Where? Serena asked eagerly. In Laver City Park. You two should definitely go, Valerie suggested. Thanks, Valerie. Serena replied. Have fun, you too. It was nice meeting you, Serena. Bye. Valerie waved as she departed. You too, Valerie. Bye-bye. Serena called back. As dusk settled in, painting the sky a reddish hue, Ash and Serena walked hand in hand through the streets. Do you want to go to the forest? Ash asked. Yeah, let's go, Serena agreed. They wandered into the forest, with Serena still holding onto Ash's arm. Eventually, they reached the edge of a cliff on the outskirts of Laver City and sat down under a tree, taking in the dazzling views around them. The lights of the festival began to twinkle as night approached, illuminating the gym, Pokémon Center, cafe, and various shops they had visited. Serena breathed in the fresh forest air, feeling peaceful with Ash beside her. Ash couldn't help but admire her, often finding himself lost in her beautiful eyes. It felt natural as she rested her head on his shoulder, and he leaned his head on hers, creating a comforting closeness. Suddenly, Ash noticed something unusual. His shoulder felt damp, and he instinctively looked at Serena, who was now sitting up. Her eyes were slightly red, and tears were beginning to trickle down her cheeks. Concerned, Ash grabbed her shoulders and looked into her eyes. Serena, he exclaimed. Do you truly love me? She asked suddenly. For a moment, Ash was taken aback. He had never faced such a question before, but he knew he had to answer honestly. Serena, he began, looking down. When I first started my journey at the age of 10, my goal was to become a Pokémon master. Throughout my journey, I faced many challenges and made countless friends. But I never let anything distract me from my dreams until you came into my life. Really? Serena asked, her interest piqued. Serena, I will always cherish our Kalos journey. You stood by me, cheered for me, and encouraged me when I was down. I realized I enjoy being with you, talking to you, and yes, I admire your looks. Ash. Serena breathed out. So, Serena, it's you. For you, I began to see girls differently, not just any girls, only you. I want to travel with you to different regions and experience everything by your side. If that means love, then yes, I love you. OHASH, she exclaimed, throwing herself at him and kissing him passionately. In that moment, nothing else mattered, Ash was truly hers. As the story continued, Pikachu jumped in excitement, celebrating the success of his plan to bring Ash and Serena together. Good for you, Pikachu. Your plan finally worked, Greninja remarked. It had to. After all the effort I put in, thank goodness it worked. Pikachu replied joyfully. But there were some side effects, Greninja insisted. There weren't, Pikachu argued. There were, Pikachu, Greninja countered. We both saw what happened that night when Master got caught. It didn't end well and could have affected his performance. Not to mention, I faced a humiliating defeat because of that, Lucario added. Guys, we should focus on the ultimate result. The important thing is that Ash and Serena are finally together, isn't that what we all wanted? Pikachu stated. Yeah. Lucario muttered. And you shouldn't feel ashamed about anything, Lucario, Pikachu reassured. Everyone in the team was well aware of Lucario's strength. Pikachu tried to console him, saying, you lost because Ash wasn't in a clear state of mind, and he wasn't giving proper commands. That's true, Lucario. We all respect your strength. You're the only one on the team who fights and communicates with Aura, unlike Greninja, who often relies on borrowed power to win matches, Charizard added. What did you just say? Greninja exclaimed, clearly upset. You heard me, Charizard replied with a smirk. Say that one more time, and you'll find out just how strong I can be. I don't even need my Mega Evolution for that. How about we settle this in the field, you little punk? Anytime, pal. Guys. Pikachu interrupted, trying to defuse the situation. Knock it off. The end of the story is that Ash and Serena are finally together. That should be a reason for celebration, not arguing. Don't you think? Whatever. Greninja muttered, still showing his displeasure, which Charizard mirrored. So, the mission to get Ash and Serena together is finally a success, Pikachu declared joyfully. But I wonder what they are doing right now? Pidgeot suddenly asked. So you're telling me you saw me in various places when I actually wasn't there? Serena asked, confused. Sort of, Ash replied. Ash, are you okay? Are you going through any kind of problem? Serena asked with concern. I'm fine, Serena. Maybe it was just a reverse reaction. What do you mean? Maybe. I loved you from the very beginning, he said, staring into her eyes. I loved you always, even unconsciously. My mind created an image of you to accompany me when I felt alone or sought love. Until I finally realized my feelings for you. Do you still see me in that way? She asked. Nope, not anymore, especially now that you're officially with me. Oh, Ash. She nuzzled into his chest quietly, feeling grateful to finally have the boy of her dreams. They leaned under the tree as night approached, creating a dark sky for the moon. Ash. May I ask something? Why did you leave your Alolan journey in the first place? Serena asked suddenly. That was a question Ash had anticipated but struggled to answer. He coughed lightly. I'm afraid I can't answer that directly, Serena. Why not? Do you still want to keep secrets from me? Are you trying to keep me away? She asked, her voice tinged with hurt. It isn't like that, Serena, he said, looking away. Let's just say, Lord Arceus recruited me for a mission to face a great evil. Can I come with you? She asked. Not in a million years, Serena. You're the reason I left everything behind for friends and family. You're one of the best things that ever happened to me, and I can't let you be in danger, Ash said firmly. Her heart sank at his words. It was different from their journey in Kalos, and as their relationship evolved, she was seeing a new protective side of Ash that she had never noticed before. Serena looked away, feeling hurt. I'm sorry, Serena, Ash said, trying to console her, but she remained silent. An awkward silence fell between them. Do you want to go to the festival? He asked. Okay, she finally replied. Upon returning to the heart of the city, the streets had emptied as everyone gathered near Lavere Park for the summer firework festival. Serena and Ash made their way to the park, holding hands. The sun had set, but the weather remained warm, and music floated through the air. As they arrived at the park, a vibrant scene unfolded before them. Locals donned colorful yukatas, showcasing a beautiful array of patterns. The lively atmosphere reminded Serena of their early days in Kalos. They paused to take in the sights, game stalls, amusement rides, karaoke, food, and fireworks ready to launch. The warmth of the evening enveloped them, but their attention soon turned to each other, exchanging shy smiles. Suddenly, someone bumped into them. Hey, watch out! Wait a second, Serena, is that you? A familiar voice called out. Bonnie! What a surprise! Serena exclaimed, pulling her friend into a tight hug. Ash felt a twinge of temptation to join in but held back. You've grown, Bonnie. Serena said cheerfully after the hug. Nah, I never change, but I have gotten older. I recently started my journey as a Pokemon trainer. That's great. What are you doing here? Serena asked. I heard you were in the Alola region. I'm just roaming around with my boyfriend. By the way, Bonnie, this is my boyfriend, Aaron Satoshi. Boyfriend? Bonnie's expression shifted in surprise. Yep, that's right, Serena confirmed. Can I have a moment with you? Bonnie asked. Why? Just come with me. Excuse me, Mr. Satoshi, can we have a private chat? Bonnie gently pulled Serena aside. Once they were a bit away from Ash, Bonnie asked, so, that's a lie, right? What do you mean? Serena replied, slightly confused. That Aaron guy isn't really your boyfriend? He is my boyfriend, Bonnie, Serena affirmed. Bonnie looked hurt. How could you do this, Serena? I thought you always liked Ash. How can you move on? Serena struggled to find the right words. It was a strange moment for her. She considered revealing Ash's true identity but decided against it. I moved on, Bonnie, she finally said. Moved on. I always loved Ash, and I still do. But Ash taught me to let go of the past and make a fresh start. I found the love I wanted from Aaron, but that doesn't mean I don't care for Ash. Bonnie's gaze softened. I should apologize for being rude about your boyfriend, Serena. It's alright, Serena comforted her. I think you should give Aaron a chance, he's a lot like Ash. Really? Why don't you see for yourself? Just then, Ash approached them. Are you ladies done talking? Pretty much, Serena replied with a smile. Okay, I'm Aaron Satoshi, as Serena mentioned, I'm her boyfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you, Aaron. I'm Bonnie, a former traveling partner of Serena. Cool. What are you doing here, Bonnie? Aaron asked. I'm here to challenge Valerie for a gym battle. Wait, are you? Ash began. Yes. I want to participate in the upcoming Kalos League. This will be my first league, Bonnie said excitedly. Wow, that's awesome. Good luck, Bonnie. Ash encouraged. Thanks. Bonnie beamed. As they chatted, Ash marveled at how Bonnie had grown up and was ready for the Pokemon League. Serena then asked, by the way, Bonnie, where's Clement? I haven't seen him yet. Bonnie fell silent, and both Ash and Serena noticed. After a moment, she replied, he's participating in a science competition with Lilia. Her tone revealing her displeasure. With Lilia? Are they? Serena asked. Yes, they're dating, and for the first time, I'm not happy about my big brother having a girlfriend. Wow, that's great. Clement finally found someone. Serena exclaimed. Ash shared her amazement. He had noticed the chemistry between Clement and Lilia before, but hearing they were in a relationship was new. They decided to let Bonnie's feelings slide for now. The three of them wandered around the festival, Serena and Ash still holding hands. Suddenly, Bonnie spoke up, hey, would you like to try some practice games, Mr. Satoshi? They approached a stand with rubber pokeball and moving cardboard ducklet. Why not? Ash said, ready to play. As the game began, Ash took aim, shooting at the ducklet as they moved across the belt. With a countdown, the game intensified, and Ash focused on hitting his targets. When the time was up, the attendant announced the winner, and to Ash's surprise, he had scored the highest. Got you. I won't be beaten that easily, Ash said with a grin. Would you like to pick your prize, mister? The attendant asked, gesturing to the prizes on display. Ash looked around, still processing his victory. Looking around, Ash was about to make his choice when the attendant spoke again, asking which prize he needed. After a moment, he pointed at something. That's a nice choice, the attendant said as he handed it over. A Fennekin? Serena asked in surprise as Ash took the stuffed doll. She never pictured him as the kind of person to collect anything like that. Yeah, I thought you would like it, he said, scratching his cheek, and then offered it to her. For a moment, Serena was speechless. This was something she never imagined from him. Quietly, she took the Fennekin doll from Ash and hugged it, blushing slightly as she faced him. "Thank you. I'll treasure it forever," she said with a large smile. Suddenly, she leaned in for a kiss, causing Bonnie to cover her mouth in shock. At that moment, a soft glow filled the area, lighting up like the stars in the sky. But Ash and Serena were lost in their kiss until they needed air. "You'll miss the fireworks, Ash, if you keep kissing," she whispered. "Doesn't matter. Because I can see the world through your eyes," he replied. Drake was having some alone time at Ula Ula Beach when he noticed someone approaching. It was champion Diantha, finishing her evening swim. "Hey Drake, what are you doing here?" she asked. "Just having some alone time at the beach," he replied with a smile. "Can I sit here?" "Sure." As she sat beside him, Diantha asked, "So the Alolan Pokemon League finally reached its grand finale?" "Yep. So who is your favorite competitor, Drake?" "You have to ask." Drake chuckled. "Obviously, it's Aaron Satoshi from my region. I'm supporting him not just because he's from my region, that trainer is incredible." "Indeed, you're right," Diantha replied softly. "Even legendaries aren't enough for him. But you know what, champion? The real talk of the town isn't even the grand finale, it's something else." "What?" "Aaron and his mysterious girlfriend. The whole Alola is buzzing about it. During the semi-finals, it seemed like Aaron wouldn't make it, but then a girl appeared and kissed him. That changed everything, and he miraculously won the match. Afterward, he left the stadium with her." "I know who that girl is," Diantha said. "You do?" "Her name is Serena Yvonne from the Kalos region. She is a former Pokemon performer who made it to the Master Class finale 2 years ago." "But what does she have to do with Aaron?" "He's from the Orange region." "I don't know. But let me tell you, she was a traveling partner of Ash Ketchum, who participated in the Kalos League 2 years ago." Drake was left speechless. Meanwhile, Ash was training non-stop with his Pokemon, preparing for the Alolan Pokemon League Grand Finale. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt!" Ash commanded. "Pyaika Chu. Greninja, dodge it. And use Cut. Gren. Ninja. Charizard, use Flame Flower. Roeawera." The attacks collided, causing an explosion and smoke in the field. Suddenly, Ash noticed someone sitting on a nearby bench. It was Serena. Seeing her, Ash paused the training and approached her. "What are you doing here, Serena?" "Watching my man train." "You look kind of cute when you train, Ash," she said sweetly. That was a little awkward, no one had ever complimented him about his training except her. "Really, Serena?" he replied. "Aha. But you know what? Your performances are far better than mine. I could spend the whole night watching you perform." "Really, Ash?" she said, looking at him with her delicate eyes. "Really, Serena. You look like an angel when you perform. The people of Kalos must be foolish to choose Arya over you." "Ash. But for me, you will always be my Kalos queen, Serena." "Ash." Slowly, they both leaned in for a kiss until Serena held back. Ash, I think you should go back to your training. Tomorrow is your grand finale," she said softly. "Yep. You are right," Ash replied, deciding to get back to the training. "Hey Ash, there is just one more thing." "Wah." He couldn't finish the word before Serena planted a small kiss on his lips. "This," she said brightly. Smiling goofily, Ash finally returned to his training, while Serena settled back on the bench, intending to watch her dream boy practice. Little did they know, someone was observing them from nearby bushes. Silver stood quietly at Team Skull's Alolan branch head office, wearing his usual signature smirk. Finally, he had something to impress the boss. "You know what the best thing about you, Silver, is?" The calm voice of Team Skull's chief came through the monitor. "No sir, can you please tell me?" You are easily predictable, I can sense you have some good news. Yes sir. Silver replied happily. Such as? That Aaron guy is a wild card entry from the Orange Islands region. I know that already. What's your point? Sir, right now the hot topic in the Alola region is Aaron and his girlfriend, Serena Yvonne. So? She is a Kalos resident, sir. Back in Kalos, she had a boyfriend, Ash Ketchum. And? Sir, the interesting fact is that boy had a Greninja, which could take the same mysterious form as Aaron's Greninja did in the last match with me. Really? The Team Skull leader asked, intrigued this time. Yes sir, and the more good news is that boy is the hero of Machina. It is said that a few years ago, Arceus approached Machina to destroy humanity, but that boy dared to face Arceus and calmed him down. Also, sir, Gary Oak, who is the current traveling partner of Aaron Satoshi, is familiar with Ash Ketchum. What about that Ketchum boy? Sir, he is a Kanto resident. Throughout his childhood, he traveled many regions to participate in the leagues, until he vanished in Alola. Vanished? What do you mean? He literally disappeared from here, sir. There was no sign of him until now, because all the evidence points to one thing. Silver finished with his usual smirk. For the first time, the Team Skull leader appeared distracted. Finally, he said, "Good job, Silver." "Thank you, sir. You proved me right to keep you in the squad." "Thank you so much, sir. Now inform your leader, Serena, to take everything she has to face that Aaron boy in the final. We have work to do." It was a magnificent view. Fireworks exploded in the sky even in daylight, creating multiple arrays of Pokémon shapes in vibrant colors. Flying Pokémon soared high, generating waves of energy that rippled across the sky. The roar of the anticipating crowd filled the air. In the presidential conference room of the Mount Lanakila Pokémon headquarters, the four Elite Four members, Champion Diantha, and Drake sat silently. Today marked the Alolan Pokémon League Grand Finale. At that moment, four figures entered the room. Well. Looks like the great Lance, Adler, Wallace, and Cynthia finally grace us with their presence, Drake said with a smirk. Welcome, champions Lance, Adler, Wallace, and Cynthia. It's an honor to have you here for our first Alolan Pokémon League Grand Finale, Kahuna Hala said warmly. You are welcome, Hala. It is also our privilege to attend, Lance replied. The other champions nodded in acknowledgement to Diantha and Drake as they took their respective seats. So when will the battle start? One of the champions asked. In a few minutes, and my honorable champions, there is a surprise waiting for you all, Drake stated, a mischievous glint in his eye. What kind of surprise? Wallace inquired. Do you remember trainer Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town? Yes, the boy disappeared 2 years ago. Why do you ask? Champion Cynthia responded coolly. You will find out soon enough, let's just keep our eyes on the final. Meanwhile, in Pallet Town of the Kanto region, Delia sat in front of the TV, patiently waiting for the battle to begin, eagerly anticipating her son's performance. It had been a long journey for Ash, and she had always encouraged him, knowing he would never give up. His greatest achievement so far had been reaching the Kalos League final. Today, Ash was facing another final, and Delia hoped he would claim the trophy. Not far from Pallet Town, in Cerulean Gym, Misty watched the TV intently. Normally indifferent to league matches, today was different. The trainer Aaron reminded her of her good friend Ash Ketchum, and she couldn't help but wonder what could have been if they had never parted ways. For Dawn and May, the reason to watch the match was also Aaron, who bore a striking resemblance to Ash. They were busy in Hoenn preparing for an upcoming Pokémon contest but made time for the grand finale of the Alolan Pokémon League. Brock, despite being busy as an intern Pokémon doctor, also made time to watch the finale. He knew this league was one of the toughest contests ever held and was eager to see just how challenging it would be. Far away in the Kalos region, Bonnie and Clement sat in front of the TV. Bonnie was excited to see Aaron, who was now dating Serena, while Clement was intrigued by the bond phenomenon between Aaron and his Greninja, which he thought only Ash could achieve. "Do you like the match, Deden?" Bonnie asked her Pokémon. "Deneen," it replied enthusiastically. "I hope Aaron makes it to the trophy," she said, her eyes sparkling with hope. In the waiting room, Serena sat quietly, listening to the cheers and screams from the crowd outside. Although she had made it to the finale, her true passion lay in being a Pokémon performer rather than a trainer. Yet, she had her own aspirations today. As an assistant approached her room, she heard, "Trainer S, your grand finale battle is about to begin. Get ready." "Coming," she replied calmly, rising with determination. She had a mission today. Step by step, yet confident, Ash made his way towards the battlefield, with his faithful buddy Pikachu perched on his shoulder. As he entered the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers, chanting his name. This moment was a realization of one of his childhood dreams. No matter how much his life had changed, he wanted to win this Pokémon League. His gaze swept across the gallery, and there she was, cheering for him in every way possible. Today, he had everything he needed, all he had to do was win the battle. As Serena stepped onto the field, the crowd roared with excitement. The first thing she noticed was her counterpart, the original Serena. It felt strange that they had never met face to face before, yet she felt a deep resentment. The original Serena had everything she longed for, including love. Then her eyes shifted to Ash on the other side of the field. He looked just like him, wearing a red jacket and cap, while she wore blue. "I wish I didn't have to do this," Serena whispered to herself. "Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome the historic grand finale of the first Alolan Pokémon League," announced Harry Dallas. "Yes, my friends, you are about to witness the first grand finale of the Alolan Pokémon League. Sit tight and enjoy." The stadium erupted in response. In the gallery, Serena sat anxiously, trying to remain calm. Well. Looks like someone is really worried about her boyfriend," Miette teased. "Stop it, Miette, you're irritating me," Serena replied, annoyance creeping into her voice. "Leave her alone, Miette. If anyone can cheer for Aaron today, it's Serena." "Let her do her job," Gary interjected. "You're right, Gary. I wish Aaron the best of luck in the final. Hope he makes it to the trophy." "Me too," Miette agreed. Serena remained silent, not wishing for anything. Instead, she firmly believed that Ash would win the league. She had faith in him. And now presenting the wild card winner from the Emd Silver Tournament, from Shamuti Island in the Orange Archipelago, who made it to the grand finale, Aaron Satoshi. The stadium roared as Ash made his way to the battleground. Without hesitation, Serena locked her eyes on him and offered her brightest smile. And what a coincidence! Another wild card entry for the grand finale is also from the Emd Silver Tournament, from Shamuti Island in the Orange Archipelago, Yvonne. The crowd continued to cheer as Serena made her way to the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the presidential conference room of Mount Lanakila Pokémon headquarters, the four Elite Four members champion Diantha, Lance, Adler, Wallace, Cynthia, and Drake focused intently on the field. It was time for the showdown. This final battle between Aaron of Shamuti Island and Yvonne from Shamuti Island in the Orange Archipelagos will be a 3-on-3 match, the referee announced, raising his flags. Once the first battle begins, trainers cannot substitute their Pokémon. Both trainers have already selected their first Pokémon and cannot change until one is unable to battle. Is that understood? Both trainers nodded in agreement. The winner will be determined when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. Trainers, present your first Pokémon. Ash switched the Pokeball in his hand, ready to bring out one of his oldest and most trusted Pokémon. "Charizard, I choose you," he called out. The flame Pokémon roared as it entered the field, shaking off the stealth rocks that had formed around it. It looked to Ash, nodding confidently before facing its opponent. Okay, we've come so far. I'm putting all my hope into you, Charizard. Serena shouted as she threw her first Pokeball. Her Charizard emerged, and the two fire types immediately locked eyes, a rivalry igniting between them. Ash adjusted his hat, contemplating how his Charizard would hold up against Serena's. Charizard, you ready for this? He asked. War. Charizard responded, ready for the challenge. Charizard, use Steel Wing. Serena commanded, initiating her first attack. Ash quickly refocused. Dragon Tail, he ordered as Serena's Charizard charged forward. Its wing glowed with a silvery gleam as it swung towards Ash's Charizard. Just in time, Ash's Charizard flew up and swung its glowing green tail, striking Serena's Charizard and causing it to stagger back. Ash noticed the shock and fury on Serena's face as her Charizard regained its stance and glared at his. Thunder Punch! Serena yelled. This time, Ash and his Charizard weren't quick enough to counter. Serena's Charizard unleashed a crackling punch that struck Ash's Charizard in the chest, sending it flying backward. Charizard managed to regain its footing, visibly furious about being hit. Ash smiled, sensing the determination in his partner. Alright, buddy, use Flamethrower, he instructed. Charizard launched a fierce blast of flames toward Serena and her Charizard. Deflect with Steel Wing. Serena shouted in response. Her Charizard flapped its wings, trying to shield itself, but Ash's attack was too powerful. Although some flames were deflected, the force overwhelmed Serena's Charizard, leaving it laboring in the air. Seizing the moment, Ash commanded, Dragon Tail. His Charizard rushed forward, swinging its tail and striking Serena's Charizard again. Both Pokémon were momentarily dazed, staring at Ash in shock. I've been waiting for this. Charizard, we've come so far. I'm putting all my hope into you. Mega Evolve. Serena cried, activating her keystone. Golden tendrils of light enveloped her Charizard, transforming it into its Mega Evolved form. The crowd erupted in excitement. Trainer S has a Mega Charizard X. This battle is about to get intense, the commentator exclaimed. Ash's expression turned serious as he faced Serena. I tell you one thing, Aaron, this Charizard once caught legendary Pokémon, so don't take it lightly, Serena whispered with a smirk. On the sidelines, Serena anxiously scratched her ribbon, worried for Ash. Let's continue. Charizard, Mega Punch, she commanded. Mega Charizard X soared towards Ash's Charizard, landing a powerful punch that sent it reeling. He's fast, Ash thought, realizing the challenge ahead. Use Dragon Claw. Ash ordered, summoning shadow-like claws. His Charizard charged, but Serena's Mega Charizard X deftly dodged each attack. Now, use Mega Punch. Serena commanded, and her Mega Charizard X struck Charizard again, sending it flying backward. Now press the attack with Dragon Claw. Serena instructed, and Mega Charizard X unleashed a series of powerful strikes, leaving Ash's Charizard struggling to stay on its feet. Ash gritted his teeth, recognizing the strength of his opponent. Fire Blast. Serena shouted, and golden-orange flames shot from Mega Charizard X, hitting Ash's Charizard just as it regained its footing. The blast knocked Charizard back, and Ash could see the damage it had taken. Despite this, Ash felt a surge of excitement. He knew he could count on his Charizard for an exhilarating battle. Charizard growled defiantly, making eye contact with Ash, signaling it was ready to continue. Let's go, Charizard. Thunder Punch. Ash commanded, landing a solid hit on Mega Charizard X. Finish this. Blast Burn. Ash's Charizard soared into the air, enveloped in sapphire flames before slamming its fists into the ground, sending a wave of fire towards Mega Charizard X. An explosion of fire and smoke erupted as the attack connected. Did we win? Ash peered through the smoke, searching for any sign of his opponent. The moment seemed to stretch on for eternity until the smoke finally cleared, and Ash rubbed his eyes to ensure that what he was seeing in front of him was real. Mega Charizard X stood upright on the battlefield, covered in cuts and bruises, taking in labored breaths. But incredibly, he was still alive and well. "You alright, Charizard?" Serena asked, concern etched on her face. In response, Mega Charizard X let loose another earth-shaking roar, sending shockwaves that forced Ash and Charizard to shield their eyes from the wind and sand. Ash thought to himself, unbelievable. Charizard has such stamina. Now it's our turn. Use Fire Blast, then follow up with Dragon Tail. Mega Charizard X roared in agreement, unleashing a powerful fire-type attack that hit Charizard square in the torso. Not giving his opponent a chance to recover, Mega Charizard X flew up and brought his tail, now covered in a green aura, slamming it down and sending plumes of dust and sand into the air. When the dust cleared, Serena and Ash gaped at the sight. Both Charizards remained standing, their eyes locked on each other, wary and anticipating the next move. Thunder Punch. Charizard launched his fist towards his opponent. Charizard, dodge it, then finish up with Seismic Toss. Serena instructed smoothly, folding her arms with a confident expression. Mega Charizard X swerved, easily avoiding Charizard's punches. He then wrapped his arms around his opponent, spreading his wings and taking to the air. Ash could only watch helplessly as Mega Charizard X began to do loops, while Charizard became dizzy from the rapid spins. Mega Charizard X roared as he dove headfirst into the field, causing the ground to shake and sending chunks of earth flying. As the dust finally settled, Mega Charizard X stood, breathing heavily, over an unconscious Charizard. Standing tall, Mega Charizard X bellowed loudly, proclaiming his strength and letting loose a burst of flames. In a flash of light, he reverted back to his base form. Oh my Arceus! Mega Charizard did it. He actually beat Aaron's mighty Charizard. The winner of the first match is Yvonne. Harry exclaimed. For a moment, a stunned silence enveloped the stadium. Aaron had been defeated, and everyone had witnessed it. Serena gripped her ribbon tightly, almost tearing it apart. It felt overwhelming. Ash had lost the first round. Would he lose the match too, just like in the Kalos League final? She could hardly bear to imagine it. But then she saw him, a mischievous smile on his face, and that cleared everything. Her Ash would not give up, not that easily. Ash recalled his Charizard to its Pokeball, praising it for a job well done and encouraging it to rest. The referee announced that Charizard was unable to battle, declaring Trainer S. Yvonne the winner of the first round. Despite the loss, Ash remained calm as he faced his opponent. Are you thinking the same thing I am, Pikachu? Ash asked, to which Pikachu responded with an enthusiastic Pika Pika. Switching the Pokeball in his hand, Ash prepared to bring out his next Pokemon. Alright, Greninja, I choose you, he called, and the stadium buzzed with excitement at Greninja's entrance. I hear your Greninja has some special power, Serena remarked with a hint of shyness. In response, Serena called forth her own powerful Pokemon. Articuno, I choose you. A majestic avian Pokemon with striking blue plumage appeared, drawing gasps from the crowd. The commentator, Harry, excitedly announced the matchup, noting the significance of having a legendary Pokemon like Articuno facing off against Greninja. Lance expressed confidence in Articuno's abilities, while Diantha cautioned against underestimating Aaron. In the gallery, Serena held her ribbon tightly, whispering, "Good luck, Ash." The referee raised his flags again, signaling the start of the battle. Greninja vs Articuno, begin, he shouted. Time for Plan B, ready, Greninja. Ash said, looking at his loyal Pokemon. Grenin. Greninja began, as Ash encouraged it to grow stronger together. Ninja. Greninja unleashed a powerful torrent of water, forming a massive water shuriken on its back. Its appearance transformed, mirroring Ash's determination. The stadium erupted in awe, and Harry exclaimed, "Here it comes again, the mysterious Greninja." Cynthia expressed her surprise, while Drake smirked, hinting that more was to come. Greninja, use Cut. Serena commanded. Counter with Aerial Ace, she yelled as the two Pokémon rushed towards each other. Greninja summoned a Blade of Light, while Articuno's fists crackled with electricity. They clashed, with Greninja blocking the super effective attack, but Articuno managed to punch Greninja upward, sending him flying high into the air. Articuno, dodge and get in close, Serena instructed. With the grace of a legendary Pokémon, Articuno flew in circles around Greninja, getting closer. Greninja widened his eyes at her agility, curious about her next move. Greninja, use Water Shuriken to stop her. Ash called out. Serena chuckled, amused. Articuno, keep going. Ash thought, what? Is she going to let her take the hit? Counter with Cut. Greninja swung his blade down, aiming for Articuno's stomach, but Articuno's claws glowed turquoise and parried the attack. Don't give in. Use Cut again. Ash urged. Greninja landed and quickly struck upward, hitting Articuno in the gut. Articuno roared as it reeled backward. Finish with Water Shuriken. Ash commanded. Brace yourself, Articuno. Remember our plan, Serena stated calmly. Greninja formed two shurikens into a single, powerful throwing star. Ninja! Greninja shouted, and a huge explosion erupted from the shuriken. As the smoke cleared, Ash gasped in horror, Articuno's body glowed bright red, and the ice on its wing melted, allowing it to fly again. Serena remained calm as she issued her next command. Sheer cold. Ash, however, was determined to knock Articuno out in one hit. Greninja. Grab Articuno's throat using Aerial Ace. Quick. Greninja grinned, flexing his muscles. Powerful claws shot out to hold Articuno in a deadlock, cutting off her air supply and causing her to gasp. What? Serena exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Get out of there, Articuno, she yelled, but Greninja held on tightly. He never ceases to amaze, doesn't he, Miette? Serena said, watching in admiration. That's why you fell for him, didn't you, my dear Serena? Miette teased, but Serena focused on the battle. Articuno, sheer cold again. Serena commanded. You know what to do, Greninja, Ash said confidently, trusting his friend. Ninja. Greninja responded, using the remnants of the Water Shuriken to leap into the air. Articuno and Serena were stunned as the powerful attack missed. Greninja seized the opportunity to land a solid cut attack, sending Articuno flying backward, exhausted from using sheer cold. Keep up the pressure, Greninja. Ice Punch. Ash encouraged. Articuno, fly out of the way. Serena ordered. Let's try something, Greninja, Ash spoke telepathically. Greninja stood ready for the command. Use your tongue to grab Articuno's leg, then use Ice Punch. Ash instructed. Greninja launched its tongue toward Articuno's leg, and as it advanced, Serena watched in horror as Greninja struck Articuno in the gut with a super effective Ice Punch. Articuno, it muttered as it began to fall. Begin by flying up high. Serena ordered with a determined tone. Ash grinned in response. Agility, then follow it up with Aerial Ace, Serena commanded. Articuno dashed at Greninja with incredible speed. Wait for it, Greninja. Now. Grab Articuno's wings. Ash instructed, and Greninja obeyed, seizing Articuno's wings. That trick won't work, Ash, harden your wings into Steel Wing and shake loose with another Aerial Ace. Serena countered sharply, and Articuno obeyed, throwing Greninja down. However, Greninja managed to restore its balance, hovering a few feet off the ground, waiting for Articuno's next move. Double team. Go. Ash commanded. A group of Greninja surrounded the ice legendary, all looking menacing. Greninja, look out. Ash warned, but it was too late. Greninja took a super effective hit from Articuno, losing the offensive momentum. That was a reckless move by Ash, Gary observed, noting Serena's wide smile. Now, sheer cold. Serena ordered, taking advantage of Ash's mistake. Articuno unleashed a wave of wind and snow at Greninja. Greninja! Dodge! Ash called out. Greninja dodged most of the attacks but was caught in the aftermath, wincing in pain. He looked back at Ash for a command but received none. He tried to read Ash's feelings and understood how much this battle meant to him. "Don't give up till it's over, buddy," Ash said with a reassuring smile. Greninja nodded in determination. Their eyes filled with resolve, they both understood the significance of the battle. "Greninja, water shuriken!" Ash shouted. "Greninja!" Greninja called as the shuriken on its back grew in size. It raised the massive golden water shuriken high into the air, surrounded by a swirling mass of water. "Here it comes again," Harry announced, as the entire stadium watched intently. Greninja glared at Articuno before launching the enormous projectile. Articuno, weakened from the battle, faltered as Serena frantically ordered it to use sheer cold one last time. A massive explosion erupted in the stadium. The crowd fell silent as Kahuna Hala and other elite members stood up, eager to see the victor. Miette looked away, while Gary and Serena stood with worry etched on their faces. As the smoke cleared, Greninja was on its knees, panting heavily, while Articuno struggled to stay upright. Finally, Articuno drooped its head and fell to the ground. Serena thought to herself, "Looks like I underestimated Ash Ketchum." A sound of a falling bird distracted her, and she sighed as she realized Articuno had fallen. "You win, Ash," Serena whispered, genuinely glad for his victory. No matter what happens, she always stands by him, for every single moment, every single second. And today, Ash will win, she has faith in him. Well, there you have it folks. Our challenger Aaron Satoshi has managed to provide strong competition with another legendary Pokémon. Let's see how it goes in the final round, Harry exclaimed at the oddly silent stadium. Serena watched helplessly as her Articuno was defeated, but the battle wasn't over yet. "You did a good job, buddy. Now let us take care of the rest," Ash said as he recalled his Greninja. The referee raised his arm towards Aaron. "Articuno is unable to battle. Therefore, trainer Aaron Satoshi is the winner. Now, trainers, present your third Pokémon for the final round," he announced. Ash looked at his Pikachu. "You ready, buddy?" "Pikachu," it responded, jumping off Ash's shoulder and landing on the battleground. Serena recalled her Articuno without saying a word, but a mischievous smirk appeared on her face. "Looks like I have to call you now, old friend," she said as she switched the Pokeball in her hand and threw one. When her final Pokémon appeared in the field, it instilled fear in everyone present. It was Mewtwo. A drop-dead silence fell over the stadium as Serena's last Pokémon emerged. The cloudy sky roared above, adding to the tension of the moment. "Oh no! How did that trainer manage to acquire that Pokémon?" Lance whispered. "I don't know," Champion Cynthia replied, her voice tinged with concern. "This is way more than I ever expected." "I just hope trainer Aaron makes it through," Diantha said. "There's no way he can win." "It's Mewtwo!" Hala exclaimed. "Let's just see," came the reply. Harry struggled to find the right words as the entire stadium fell silent, mirroring his shock. Finally, he managed to exclaim, "Oh my Arceus! Trainer S has summoned the legendary Pokémon Mewtwo. Who could have anticipated such a move? Can our opponent, Aaron Satoshi, even hope to stand against it?" Serena felt a chill run down her spine, fearing the worst for the final match. This was indeed the worst scenario she could imagine. "Oh no," she whispered to herself, genuinely worried for Ash. Miette and Gary were equally stunned, unable to find their voices. The referee raised both flags once more, signaling the continuation of the match. Pikachu vs Mewtwo. Begin. Ash glared across at Serena for a few moments, surprised that she had such a powerful Pokémon to fight. He also eyed the expressionless Mewtwo, attempting to reach out to the genetic Pokémon telepathically. "Mewtwo, is that you?" he asked, but received no answer. "Can you recognize me?" Still, Mewtwo remained silent. "Guess he is not the Mewtwo I know," Ash muttered. Serena called out to Ash from the other side of the field. "It's impressive you made it this far, trainer, but it's over now. I'm impressed with your battling skill." Ash looked at Pikachu and smirked. "Well, then get ready to be even more impressed. Pikachu is my ace Pokémon, I have full trust in my buddy." Serena narrowed her eyes. "Pikachu is nothing compared to my Mewtwo. Do you really want this easy beating?" Ash shook his head, smiling. "Pikachu and I have been together for a long time. We've faced many challenges together. He's my best friend, and we know how to overcome the biggest obstacles." "He doesn't look like much to me," Serena replied with a smirk. "If you bring out your mysterious Greninja, he may put up a little fight, but not for long." "Let's just see," Ash countered. "Greninja is probably my strongest Pokémon, and Charizard isn't too far behind, but Pikachu has something special." He turned to his longtime buddy, who smiled back at him. "Pikachu's extraordinary speed, intelligence, and determination make him my most powerful weapon." Serena laughed. "We shall see." With a decisive command, Ash made the first move. "Pikachu, let's start this off with our signature move Thunderbolt." Pikachu leaped into the air and released a powerful electric attack aimed directly at Mewtwo, but Mewtwo effortlessly blocked it with its barrier ability. "Counter with Psychic." Serena called out. Mewtwo began to glow a light blue hue as it slowly lifted into the air. Ash quickly realized that Mewtwo was using Psychic on Pikachu as the smoke from the explosion cleared. Pikachu was caught. As Mewtwo lifted Pikachu higher, its controlling hand clenched into a fist. Pikachu struggled, gasping for air, indicating that Mewtwo was using Psychic to restrain him. Ash watched helplessly as his beloved partner struggled, while Mewtwo seemed unfazed. He glanced at Serena, whose eyes showed no fear or sympathy for Pikachu. When Pikachu reached a certain height, still gasping, Serena issued her next command. "Now, Mewtwo. Hurl Pikachu to the ground, and if he manages to get back up, follow up with Shadow Ball." With a swift wave of its hand, Mewtwo hurled Pikachu to the ground, creating a massive dust cloud. Mewtwo then entered the dust cloud, preparing to attack the defenseless electric-type Pokémon. Both Ash and Serena watched intently, waiting to see who would emerge. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the spot where Pikachu had crashed, dispersing the dust and revealing Mewtwo standing triumphantly over an unconscious Pikachu. As the stadium fell silent, Serena caught her ribbon, hoping Ash would manage to win despite the odds. Was it over? The referee glanced at the limp Pokémon and was about to make an announcement. But at the last second, Pikachu let out a defiant cry. "Pikachu! Incredible! Aaron's Pikachu is still standing, but can it hold its own against the legendary Mewtwo?" Harry exclaimed. "Thank you, buddy," Ash said to his faithful Pokémon, who responded with a determined nod. "I know I can trust you." "Alright then, use Psychic again." Serena called out. Mewtwo lifted Pikachu into the air once more, enveloping him in a blue aura. Pikachu was helpless, once again at the mercy of Mewtwo's power. Ash knew that one more blow could end it. "But not this time," he said determinedly. "Pikachu, use Electro Web." "Pika. Just do it. Start with Electro Ball." Despite its precarious position, Pikachu formed a ball of electricity around its tail. "Now, throw it. And follow up with Thunderbolt on the Electro Ball." "Pika." Pikachu nodded, its cheeks lighting up with electricity. Pikachu! The electricity surged into the electro ball that launched towards Mutwo. At the last moment, the electro ball shattered, transforming into a web that entangled Mutwo and delivered a shocking jolt. What in the world was that? Lance marveled as Pikachu landed gracefully on the ground, finally free from Mutwo's grasp. Meanwhile, Mutwo remained trapped under the electro web, leaving Serena utterly stunned. Pikachu, quick! Electro Ball! Show everyone your power, Ash commanded. Pikachu's cheeks crackled as a massive surge of electricity formed an electro ball at its tail. A huge electric blast traveled across the platform, crashing into Mutwo before it could react. A massive explosion erupted, sending the powerful Pokémon flying across the battlefield. The crowd erupted in excitement as they witnessed the intense battle unfold. Nobody could have imagined that Mutwo could be hit. Serena was visibly shocked to see her most powerful Pokémon sent flying. Her thoughts raced as she observed Mutwo slowly recovering, still feeling the effects of the attack. Shadow Ball! Serena commanded. Electro Ball! Again! Ash shouted in response. Pikachu charged a ball of energy at its tail, while Mutwo formed a black ball of energy between its hands. The two attacks collided, creating a massive explosion at the center of the battlefield. Their powers appeared equally matched. Ash noticed something strange happening with Mutwo's tail. Sparks of electricity were flying off the genetic Pokémon. He smirked, glancing down at Pikachu. Thanks, buddy. Because of you, we might have a chance at winning this. Electro Ball! Serena reacted quickly. Counter it! Mutwo stepped back and blasted dark energy towards Pikachu's Electro Ball. The two attacks collided, exploding on impact. Now leap over and use Crunch! Serena shouted. Iron Tail! Ash countered. Mutwo rushed towards Pikachu, its eyes glowing with a blue aura as Pikachu swung its shining tail towards it. Now hold on to its tail! Serena commanded, a satisfied smirk on her face. Mutwo sank its jaws into Pikachu's Iron Tail attack. The two Pokémon stood there for a moment, staring at each other. Pikachu still in the air, looking at the powerful Pokémon that had its tail in its grasp. Now you're trapped, Serena said, smirking. Ash smiled back. Not quite. Pikachu, Electro Ball! Ash exclaimed, feeling a surge of satisfaction as he noticed Serena's shocked expression. Pikachu's tail charged up a sphere of electricity and released it right into Mutwo's jaws. Mutwo roared in response, pushed back but managing to stabilize itself. Smarten up, Mutwo! Serena yelled, frustration evident in her voice. Mutwo, dodge it, she called again. Just as Mutwo was about to move, yellow sparks of electricity flew off its body, making it difficult for the Pokémon to evade the incoming attack. Another Electro Ball struck its target, pushing Mutwo back significantly. The legendary Pokémon groaned, clearly affected by the attack. Serena was surprised and confused, trying to understand what was happening. Mutwo's paralyzed. But how, she wondered, her gaze shifting to Pikachu. Pikachu's static ability. I forgot about that. It must have happened when Mutwo was trapped under the electro web. However, it's going to take more than a status condition to beat us, Ash. We shall see, Ash smirked. As Mutwo struggled with the pain of paralysis, Pikachu slowly approached, attempting to communicate. Do you feel it? Pikachu asked. That's fear. Mutwo glared defiantly, insisting, I don't feel fear. You will. Pikachu replied confidently. Mutwo's anger flared at those words. Psystrike! Go! Serena commanded. Ash knew the devastation that Mutwo's attack could bring, and he shouted, Pikachu! Run! As Pikachu attempted to flee, Mutwo's tail slammed the electric-type Pokémon into the ground. Sparks flew from Pikachu's cheeks as it struggled to escape, but it was too late. Mutwo created a white force field that exploded upon contact with Pikachu, causing a cry of pain to escape its mouth. Pikachu! No! Ash cried out, fear and concern evident in his voice. As the smoke cleared, Pikachu was revealed, lying on the ground but managing to stand once more. Pika-Chu! It exclaimed bravely. Psystrike! Again! Serena ordered, relentless in her pursuit of victory. Quick attack to dodge! Ash instructed, his voice determined. Pikachu bolted out of the way just in time, narrowly avoiding the attacks that scorched the ground where it had been standing. Now, use that speed and hit it with Iron Tail. Ash commanded again. Pikachu continued its quick attack, appearing in front of Mutwo before the legendary Pokémon could react. Pikachu leaped into the air, swinging its tail forward, the gleaming appendage slamming into Mutwo's side and knocking the mighty Pokémon to the ground. But Mutwo stood up promptly. Keep fighting, Ash whispered calmly. With each evaded punch and kick, and every thunderous blow that found its mark, sounds akin to thunder and lightning crashed through the stadium. Rain began to fall, intensifying until the battlefield was obscured from the crowd's view. Mutwo and Pikachu battled fiercely, both driven by an unyielding purpose to claim victory. Despite Pikachu's agility in dodging some of Mutwo's attacks and landing blows, it was clear that Mutwo, though still affected by paralysis, was gaining the upper hand. Both Pokémon paused, their icy glares locked on each other. However, Pikachu was also breathing heavily, its energy nearly spent. Ash knew that Pikachu needed to take down Mutwo quickly. Alright, Pikachu. Now, use Thunderbolt, he called out. Pikachu! Pikachu cried, unleashing a powerful bolt of electricity towards Mutwo. Use Barrier. Serena commanded. A bright yellow screen surrounded Mutwo, absorbing the impact of the thunderbolt. Even though the attack had hit, Mutwo took almost no damage and continued to levitate. Now, use Shadow Ball. Mutwo let out a battle cry, surrounding itself in a powerful aura of energy as it charged towards Pikachu at incredible speed. Don't move, Pikachu. Stay right there. Ash commanded. Despite wanting to dodge, Pikachu trusted Ash's instincts and remained still. As Mutwo closed in, Ash waited for the perfect moment. Now spin, he shouted. Pikachu smiled, leaping high into the air and spinning past Mutwo, narrowly avoiding the attack. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. The electric type transformed its tail into iron and slammed it into Mutwo, bringing the legendary Pokémon crashing to the ground. Mutwo struggled to its feet, its piercing gaze fixed upon Pikachu with unwavering ferocity. The relentless rain cascaded over their battle-ready forms, neither wavering in their determined stances. Me first. Serena shouted again. Extreme speed. Ash countered. Both Pokémon blurred into motion, charging towards each other at an incredible pace. When their attacks collided, they were pushed back, creating a shockwave and letting out simultaneous grunts of frustration. Don't give up, Mutwo. Serena called out. Mutwo looked up, recognizing the confidence in her eyes. You can fight this pain and overcome it. You've always pulled through for me, no matter how tough the battle was. Serena encouraged. Memories of past battles flooded Mutwo's mind, battles it had fought and won for its trainer. Mutwo had always been loyal, but now, it had pledged to stand by Serena's side forever. Mutwo, Serena said, the power inside you is strong. Now, let's show them your true power. With a resolute nod, Mutwo ascended from the ground, unleashing a deafening battle cry that echoed through the air, punctuated by the crash of lightning in the turbulent sky above. The entire stadium trembled under Mutwo's presence as it prepared to re-engage in the clash. Pikachu took a step back, shocked by the sheer power expressed in Mutwo's cry. But he quickly shook off the feeling, maintaining a battle stance as he awaited Ash's command. Undaunted by Mutwo's display, Ash remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering. Having witnessed Mutwo's formidable power firsthand in the past, Ash felt a resolute determination burning within him. He was convinced that even in the face of Mutwo's most imposing form, he would not be deterred from emerging victorious. "Today we'll show you true power," Serena exclaimed, issuing Mutwo a command. "Mutwo, use Shadow Ball on the ground." Mutwo slammed the black ball of energy into the ground, causing the earth to shake as a giant wall erupted from the stadium floor, blocking the attack and preventing it from hitting the genetic Pokémon. Ash let out a frustrated grunt, recognizing the defensive strategy as one he had previously used with Pikachu during their battle against Paul's Magmortar. DMN. A clear combo move. Ash thought, just as he heard Serena call out her next attack. Psystrike. Go. Behind the wall of earth, Mutwo produced a white force field that expanded rapidly and exploded on contact with the earthen barrier, sending pieces of rock and mud flying towards Pikachu. "Pikachu, quick attack. Get close to Mutwo," Ash commanded swiftly. Pikachu tried his best to respond, but he was facing a formidable foe who still had far more stamina. "Gotcha." Serena smirked, calling out another attack. "Mutwo, get in close and use Psystrike." Suddenly, Mutwo appeared in front of Pikachu and created another white force field, which exploded upon contact, sending Pikachu flying towards the stadium wall. As the debris faded away, Pikachu was revealed on the ground, lying in the mud but still conscious, struggling to get up. "Come on, Pikachu. Get up. Please." Ash pleaded with his loyal companion. "You know we can't give up." Somehow, Pikachu managed to stand up, looking ready to battle once again. "Tough guy, aren't you, Ash?" Serena remarked, acknowledging the mouse Pokémon's endurance. The group in the elite suite was more anxious than ever, their focus completely on the intense battle below. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, even the champions. "It's incredible," Cynthia commented. "They're not giving up until the very end." Everyone nodded in agreement, turning their attention back to the battle. Almost everyone felt excitement about the intense clash unfolding before them. But for Serena, she sat with her hands clasped together, her features betraying her anxiety. She could only pray that Ash would come out of this battle a winner. "Ash. Please win." "Shadow Ball." Serena called out. "Volt Tackle." Ash countered. "Pika Pika." Pikachu began running towards the legendary genetic Pokémon, surrounded by golden electricity. "Psystrike. Go." Mutwo charged an overwhelming blast aimed at Pikachu. The two titans inched closer, an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. When their attacks collided, a thunderous shockwave erupted across the battlefield, whipping gale-force winds through the stands. Debris swirled as spectators shielded themselves from the incredible force of the impact. Ash struggled to keep his cap on as dust flew in his direction. When the dust finally settled, both Pokémon were still standing, but they had taken significant damage, covered in dust and scuff marks, gritting their teeth in pain. They were nearly on their knees, breathing heavily and nearing exhaustion. It seemed that one more attack could end the battle. Ash and Serena were deep in strategizing, weighing every possible outcome as tension built. Their minds raced, calculating angles and considering countermoves. Finally, they made their decision. "I think it's time for our battle to finally come to an end." Ash shouted, determination in his voice. "I couldn't agree more, Ash." Serena responded. "Now, Pikachu." Ash took out the Z crystal from his pocket and wore it on his wrist, the Picashunium Z crystal glinting in the light. Before giving his final command, he tossed his cap to Pikachu. "All right, buddy, let's wrap this up. Take this." "Pika." Pikachu cried out as the cap landed on his head. "Pikachu, let's give it all we've got. Let's go for our real power. Pikachu. Let's do this. Much bigger than Thunderbolt, 10 million volts. Pika Pika. Let's do this." Move. In a choreographed display of might, Pikachu mirrored Ash's movements, their auras pulsing in harmony as they channeled the Z power. Pikachu absorbed electricity from the dark storm clouds above. 7 searing lances of chromatic lightning exploded from Pikachu, each bolt a different hue. This rainbow maelstrom lanced across the battlefield with unerring accuracy toward Mutwo. Mutwo, quick, barrier! Serena cried out in concern. Mutwo desperately used barrier to protect itself. A massive explosion erupted on the field, leaving the entire stadium watching breathlessly. As the smoke cleared, first Pikachu came into view, then Mutwo. Both were still standing, but Mutwo appeared injured and panting. "You hear me, Pikachu, let's finish this," Ash commanded, giving his signature smile. "Pika." Pikachu responded, disappearing into the smoke. He reappeared suddenly, looking tired but determined. In slow motion, Pikachu leaped out, glowing from his quick attack, smoke trailing off him. He landed on Mutwo's head, grabbing its ears. Before Mutwo could react, Pikachu unleashed a close-range thunderbolt, lighting up the stadium and shocking the crowd. Finally, Pikachu got off Mutwo's head, having given it everything he had. Both Pokémon eyed each other with fierce determination. Then, Mutwo drooped its head, slouched, and finally fell to the ground, leaving Pikachu as the ultimate winner. Time seemed to stop, and everyone in attendance was momentarily speechless. The referee broke the silence. And the winner of today's finals is Aaron Satoshi. "Can you believe it?" the announcer Harry exclaimed as the crowd erupted in cheers. Aaron Satoshi manages to hold out the longest in this intense battle and, with great help from his Pikachu, has defeated his opponent to claim the title of the victor of the first Alolan Pokemon League. What a match! The crowd roared with excitement. Ash glanced around, a smile on his face, a smile of achievement, finally gaining the ultimate prize he had longed for since childhood. He looked at his faithful buddy, Pikachu, who mirrored his expression. "We won, buddy." Pika. Pikachu leaped into Ash's arms as he stretched out his hands. Tears glistened in both their eyes, happy tears of victory. "I think we should call out everyone, as everyone is part of this victory, don't you think, buddy?" Pikapi. Ash released his other Pokeball, and his Pokemon appeared on the field. Roware. Greninja. Pidgeot. Infernape. Luca. "We finally won the league, buddies!" Ash exclaimed joyfully. Rohaeware. Everyone embraced in a celebratory hug, thrilled to share in the good news. For a moment, Serena thought about getting up and running over to Ash to hug him and congratulate him. But she held back, knowing this moment belonged to Ash and his Pokemon. They had made a long journey for this achievement, and she didn't want to interfere. Still, tears of happiness filled her eyes, accompanied by a delicate smile. Today, Serena couldn't be happier for him. Miette and Gary both looked pleased yet quiet, leaving these moments solely for Ash. On the other side of the field, Serena quietly recalled her Pokemon and made her way to the exit. "I'm not surprised, Ash. You deserve this," she whispered before leaving the battlefield. "And if you could all please turn your attention to the center of the field, Kahuna Hala will be awarding the winner of the first Alolan Pokemon League, Aaron Satoshi, the championship trophy," announced Harry as Ash stood proudly on the field with all of his Pokemon. An older man, accompanied by other Elite Four members and familiar champions, approached him, holding a large yellow hexagonal plate, the Mega Plate of Fire-type Pokemon. "Congratulations, Aaron," Mr. Kahuna Hala began, handing the trophy to Ash, both of their faces lighting up with smiles. "Through hard work, dedication, strategy, and the bonds between you and your Pokemon, you have overcome all other participants and made history as the first Alolan Pokemon League winner. It is my honor to present you with the champion's trophy and the accompanying prize money." "Thank you," Ash replied, taking the trophy and prize money in his hands. He then passed the trophy to each of his Pokemon until all 6 were holding it together. "I had no idea there was prize money involved," he added with a smile, realizing he had entered for the thrill of battle and the chance to challenge the Elite Four. Mr. Kahuna Hala chuckled. Yes, the winner of every league conference receives a monetary prize and trophy, along with the right to challenge the Elite Four of the region. Plus, let me inform you of one thing. His eyes twinkled mysteriously. The trophy is not just any trophy, it is a unique antique from the Alolan region. Do you understand? Yes. Tomorrow morning, you'll have a press conference to discuss your recent victory, which will conclude with your opportunity to challenge the Elite Four. By defeating each member, you will earn 4 more plates and become the champion of this region. As the champion, you will be the protector of those plates. However, if you lose before that, I'm afraid you will have to return the trophy, and you will only keep the prize money. Am I clear? Yes, Kahuna Hala, Ash affirmed. Good luck. Do you have any other questions? Nope, thanks, sir. Well, I have one, for the winner, a voice called from behind. Ash turned to see a familiar face. Drake. I have a question. Mr. Aaron Satoshi, Ash replied, trying to maintain his composure. Mr. Satoshi, do you have a problem with that? Drake asked sheepishly. And nope, not at all. Good. But before I ask, I want you to know something. Long ago, I lost to a challenger in the Orange League finale, even with my powerful Dragonite. His name was Ash Ketchum. Really? That's unfortunate, Ash said, feeling uneasy. Interestingly, the boy used the same tactics in the finale to defeat my Dragonite with his Pikachu, just as your Pikachu did to defeat Mutwo today, Drake continued, locking eyes with Ash. And another interesting fact, Ash Ketchum had a Greninja that participated in the Kalos League 2 years ago, and surprisingly, his Greninja could take the same mysterious form as yours, Diantha chimed in. Pika. Pikachu squeaked, and Ash felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. So here's my question, winner, who are you? Drake asked. I am Aaron Satoshi. Ash stammered. Are you sure? Why yes. Well, in that case, let me inform you that I checked the Orange Islands directory, and there is no record of anyone named Aaron Satoshi. The only proof of your identity is your gym battles, so here's my recommendation, remove your mask. Why? Ash asked, feeling a wave of panic. Because under the rules of this league, you must clarify your identity. Otherwise, you may face penalties, which could include losing your title, Drake stated, putting Ash in a difficult position. As the situation unfolded, the crowd began to take notice, and the entire stadium was focused on the scene, even Harry remained in his seat. Only Gary and Serena stayed back, watching intently. Serena sighed, knowing this moment was inevitable, Ash couldn't keep his secret forever. Gary, on the other hand, looked amused, eagerly awaiting the reveal. Open up your visor, mister, Drake insisted again. Is that really necessary? Ash muttered. It is. Otherwise, how can we be sure you're not using any unfair advantages? Kahuna Hala replied flatly. Pika. Gren. Ash understood what his Pokémon were saying. He glanced at Serena, and their eyes met. She gave him a nod, signaling that it was time. Taking a deep breath, he finally opened the mask, revealing a familiar face beneath. Gasps filled the stadium as everyone realized who he truly was. Miette looked like she would faint, and the entire stadium was speechless. The audience had already dealt with enough drama in this league, all relating to Ash, and now this final revelation left them in shock. For several long moments, no one found the right words to say. Finally, Harry broke the silence. Holy Arceus! It's Ash Ketchum. From Pallet Town of Kanto region. The crowd remained dazed, staring at the newcomer on the battlefield, who had just won the first Alolan Pokemon League barely 15 minutes ago. The atmosphere felt completely transformed. Well, as expected. It's good to see you again, Ash Ketchum, Drake said with a hint of sarcasm. Why did you do this, Ash? Diantha asked, her eyes searching his. I had some reasons, which I am afraid I can't reveal at this moment, Ash replied, looking down. Diantha continued to stare at him for a moment before turning away. This was far from over. Champions Cynthia, Lance, Adler, Wallace, and the other kahunas looked shocked, their expressions stern as they focused on Ash. Mister, this is a breach of the league rules. You must face the consequences for this act, Kahuna Hala said firmly. Well, my fellow kahuna, he didn't break any rule, Drake interjected. How can you say that? Hala challenged. Let me clarify a little misunderstanding, Drake smirked. Ash is indeed lawfully registered in the Orange Islands directory as Aaron Satoshi, thanks to his friend Gary. I had to say that little lie to unfold the mystery. Sorry, Ash, my bad. There is nothing wrong with adopting a new identity to participate in the league, the rules don't specify that. A heavy silence fell over the battlefield as everyone processed this information, but Ash looked down, gritting his teeth. He hadn't expected to be caught off guard like this. Well then, let's just say congratulations, Aaron, aka Ash, Lance said, standing up. Looks like you finally managed to win the league. In a controversial way. I have to say, I didn't expect that, Ash, Champion Cynthia added. But can we trust him? Hala asked, his skepticism evident. There was no way he would entrust Ash with the mega plate of Arceus, the trophy of the league, after being deceived throughout the competition. You can, Kahuna. The boy is a hero from the Kalos disaster, he fought against Team Flare, Diantha defended. I would say the same, Ash has a commendable history in Sinnoh too, Cynthia agreed. Still, Kahuna Hala remained stern, quietly assessing Ash. May I ask you the same thing? Can I trust you? You can, Kahuna, Ash replied earnestly. After a pause, Hala finally said, well then, I guess I have to give this a try. Grabbing Ash's hand, he declared, I hereby pronounce Ash Ketchum as the winner of the first Alolan Pokemon League. Holy Arceus! Kahuna Hala just declared Ash Ketchum as the winner of the Alola Pokemon League. Ladies and gentlemen. Our new winner is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Harry exclaimed loudly. The crowd erupted in cheers, finally celebrating the true champion. As Ash made his way out of the stadium, the first person he saw was Serena. Without hesitation, she ran into his arms, snuggling against his chest. Pikachu hopped off Ash's shoulder, giving them a moment alone. Congratulations, Ash. You finally made it, she said, her eyes shining with pride. Thanks, Serena. I couldn't have done it without your support, you stood by my side in every way possible. You know I will always stand beside you, Ash. I love you. I love you too, Serena, he replied, their eyes locking as they leaned in for a kiss. It was a moment Ash had longed for after the exhausting match. However, their kiss was interrupted when Ash felt a sudden tap on his shoulder, followed by a punch that sent him staggering back. It was Miette. Before Ash could react, Miette grabbed his collar, her eyes blazing with anger. How could you? How could you do this? Miette. Wait. Serena tried to intervene. Don't you dare, you knew, didn't you? Yet you didn't tell me. So don't you dare. Serena was taken aback by Miette's outburst. And why did you do this, Ash? All this time, you were with us, hiding under a mask. Why? Why did you leave us? I had to, Miette. I'm sorry. Ash said, looking down. And what is the reason behind that, she demanded. I'm sorry, but... I can't tell you right now, Ash replied. You know what? Forget you both. I'm done with you people. Goodbye. Miette stormed off, leaving Ash and Serena behind. Miette, wait. Ash called after her. Let her go, Ash. She'll eventually calm down, Serena said softly, understanding her friend's temperament. Ash sighed, feeling the weight of his actions. I guess I end up hurting everyone. You don't, Ash. I do. You don't, not now, she reassured him, moving back into his embrace. Serena, he began. Can I ask you something? What is it? There's a party at the hotel tomorrow, hosted by the league committee. As the Alolan League winner, I'm invited, but I need a date. I was wondering. Will you be my date, Serena? He asked hesitantly. Serena blinked, surprised by the question. Do you want my answer, Ash? Yeah. Take that as my answer, she said, leaning in to kiss him once more. Serena was about to tie her honey blonde hair into a ponytail, wondering if it would look better that way. Just then, she heard a gentle tap on the door, causing her hair to cascade around her neck. Maybe it looks better like this, she thought before turning to open the door. Ash stood there, dressed like a perfect gentleman, making any girl swoon. Serena wore a royal blue maxi dress, and Ash couldn't take his eyes off her. The Alolan League victory party was taking place at the hotel ballroom that night, and as the Alolan League winner, Ash had been invited. He wanted Serena to be his date. He extended his hand to her, and without hesitation, she took it. You look great tonight, Ash, she said. Thanks, Serena. Same goes for you. You look beautiful, he replied, his cheeks slightly flushed. Thanks, Ash, she smiled back. Look, Serena, everybody in the ballroom is staring at us, he pointed out. Maybe they are surprised to see me with you. I should not have come with you, Ash, she said, feeling a bit self-conscious. I don't care, at least I have the prettiest girl beside me. And will the prettiest girl care to dance with me, he asked, a hopeful smile on his face. You can dance, Ash, she exclaimed. Try me, he said, grinning. Serena took her hand from Ash's and moved closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. She felt a rush of excitement as Ash's hand rested on her waist. This is so perfect, she whispered. It is, he agreed, and they closed their eyes, savoring the moment. As the music played softly in the background, they danced together, lost in their own world. Ash twirled her around, and Serena felt weightless in his arms. She had never seen him dance so gracefully, he had truly transformed since their time in Kalos. Their memories floated around them, their adventures, playful moments, and the bond they shared. It was all encapsulated in this dance, a celebration of their journey together. Finally, as they stopped, Serena leaned in and kissed Ash, wrapping her arms around him, wishing for the moment to last forever. Suddenly, the moment was interrupted by a loud crash. Ash! Serena exclaimed, feeling Ash tense in her embrace. Ash Ketchum, young man, is there something you're supposed to tell me? Came a voice from the entrance. Standing there were two shocked mothers, Delia Ketchum and Grace Yvonne, looking at them with surprise. Ash, would you like to go outside with me? Serena asked. Now, Serena, he replied, unsure. Yes, she insisted. But it's raining outside, he pointed out. That's why I want to go. Don't you think it will be fun to walk on rainy streets? She urged. Well, he hesitated. Come on, Ash, she encouraged, her excitement contagious. It was somewhat unusual for it to rain on Ula Island at this time of year, but for Ash and Serena, nothing felt out of place. They had learned to adapt to almost everything. The muddy streets of Alola appeared oddly beautiful and charming. As they walked hand in hand, the tournament had concluded, and Ash had finally won the league, revealing his true identity to the world, much to Serena's satisfaction. It would have been unsettling for her to think that Ash had won the league under a different name. The last surprise came when their mothers found out, which was both shocking and overwhelming. Delia, Ash's mother, was ecstatic when she learned that Ash had a girlfriend. My son has a girlfriend, she exclaimed in disbelief, dropping her bag in shock as soon as she spotted Ash and Serena together at the ballroom. Delia rushed over to them, enveloping them in a warm embrace. Serena felt the joy radiating from Delia as she hugged them tightly. "I can't believe this actually happened. What did you do to get through to my son?" Ash and Serena were too embarrassed to respond, especially with everyone in the ballroom watching. Gary and Miette wore mischievous smirks, clearly having played a part in revealing this surprising news to their mothers. Ms. Grace, Serena's mother, had a different reaction, which Serena had anticipated. She approached Serena with a serious expression. "How long, Serena?" she asked quietly yet firmly. Serena clutched her dress nervously but stepped closer to her mother. "Recently," she managed to reply. "Then why didn't you tell me?" Ms. Grace's tone was sharp, causing Serena to flinch. "We hope to keep it private for as long as possible," Serena explained, her voice trembling slightly. "We intended to tell you, Mom. Just not until things calmed down a bit. I promise. Now, young man, do you love my daughter?" Mrs. Grace turned her fierce gaze on Ash. He answered without hesitation, his heart steady. "I do." "Then I suppose that's enough, but you both have quite the story to share with me." Now, Ash and Serena strolled through the rainy streets of Alola, hand in hand, relishing their time together. Finally, everything felt right, and they were happy to enjoy a moment of peace. Suddenly, Serena stopped. "What's wrong, Serena?" Ash asked. "Nothing," she replied, her gaze fixed on a roadside billboard. "What are you looking at?" Ash followed her gaze and quickly became excited. "Holy Arceus, Serena. The first Alolan showcase competition is happening soon, right here." "I know," she said softly. "What's wrong?" Ash sensed her sadness. "Nothing. Aren't you excited? Won't you participate?" "I wish I could, Ash." "Why not?" "I gave up performing years ago." "Then why not try again?" "I saw you perform, you were amazing." "I'm not sure I could do it again, Ash. My Hoenn journey was a disaster." "You can do it this time, Serena. I believe in you." "But Ash." "Serena," Ash said, looking deeply into her eyes. "Aren't you forgetting the mantra? Never give up, to the very end." Serena couldn't respond, lost in his gaze. He was right. She couldn't give up. Not until the very end. Finally, she nodded. "That's the spirit. And remember, you have me, no matter what happens." "Thank you, Ash. Thank you for being with me." Once again, they walked through the rain, still holding hands. Suddenly, Serena stopped Ash and leaned in, planting a kiss on his lips, a sweet moment just for him. "What was that for, Serena?" Ash asked, smiling as they parted. "I just wanted to know." "Know what?" "How it feels to kiss your beloved one, especially in the rain." "So, how does it feel?" "Just heavenly." "Aren't you being a little too romantic today?" Ash teased. As the rain washed over them, Serena looked up at the sky, her smile brightening. "Only when it rains. Baby, only when it rains." End of first phase. Pokémon, The Ultimate Quest, Phase 2. The moment was unclear, an image began to emerge from the fog in front of him. Initially blurry with a blue hue, the image soon became clearer, revealing someone submerged in water. It must have been the river that ran through Lumio City, as he could see Prism Tower in the distance. The scene shifted, and Lumio City appeared different than he had ever seen before. His eyes widened as he noticed fires burning around the figure he was observing. Suddenly, everything began to move, and he saw droplets flying up. He looked up towards the top of Prism Tower and felt a jolt of shock. The sundial glowing above the tower was pulsating with strange lights, more pronounced than ever. He continued watching, hoping for something positive to happen, but the image shimmered and vanished. Feeling helpless, he looked back and saw something that made his heart sink. There was someone lying on the ground. It was Serena. Serena, he cried out, his voice echoing from deep within him. Before he knew it, he rushed to her side, cradling her limp head in his lap. "Oh no, 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 Serena. Please wake up," he pleaded, but she remained still, her body lifeless. "Please talk to me, Serena. Don't leave me." Tears streamed down his face as he wept. "Why did you do that, Ash?" a voice suddenly echoed, seemingly coming from nowhere. "Didn't I show you the future? Didn't I show you what would happen if you chose her? You left everything to change that, yet you chose her over everything. And now, get ready to lose her. Forever." Serena's presence lingered in Ash's mind even as he awoke from a troubling dream, tears streaming down his face. He had jolted awake, heart racing, realizing it was just a nightmare. The memory of Serena's fading image haunted him, compelling him to rush to her side. She was sleeping peacefully in his room, her innocence illuminated by the moonlight. Ash felt a mix of love and helplessness. He understood that he needed to protect her, even if it meant facing challenges alone. After the Alolan Pokemon League, Ash and Serena had returned to Kanto for a brief respite before he would return to Alola to face the Elite Four. Their relationship had blossomed, and both of their mothers had accepted it, albeit with the understanding that they should wait until marriage for any intimacy. This arrangement had led to Serena sleeping in Ash's room while he took the couch. Determined to safeguard the love of his life, Ash resolved to do whatever it took to protect her. As he stepped into his home, Ash was taken aback by the sight before him. A large crowd had gathered, and the house was adorned with streamers and balloons, a banner reading, "Congratulations, ASH," hanging overhead. Pikachu, perched on his shoulder, shared his astonishment. "What's happening?" Ash wondered aloud. A familiar voice whispered in his ear, congratulating him on his victory at the Alolan Pokemon League. Turning to see Serena's warm smile calmed him instantly. She was the reason for his happiness, and he couldn't help but smile back. His mother, Delia, stepped forward, explaining that they were celebrating his victory. Friends from all over had come to join in the festivities, and Ash felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He had spent so much time focused on his journey to become a Pokemon master that he had almost forgotten the joy of celebrating with friends. Brock embraced him, congratulating him on his achievement, while May and Dawn offered their own words of encouragement. Bonnie, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged him tightly, grateful to have him back. Serena watched with pride, knowing how much Ash meant to everyone. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as May playfully punched Ash in the stomach, teasing him for leaving without notice. Iris chimed in, reminding him of the time he had spent away, while Bonnie kicked his leg, adding to the playful banter. Ash stood there, bewildered but amused, realizing how much he had missed these moments with his friends. The celebration continued, filled with laughter and joy, marking a new chapter in Ash's journey, one where he was surrounded by those he cherished most. First, they arranged a party for him, and then all of a sudden, they started teasing him. "Guys, wait." Serena tried to defend herself. "Don't you dare say anything, Aaron's girlfriend. Aren't you dating Mr. Aaron nowadays? You knew the truth, didn't you? Yet you didn't even bother to tell me that back at Laver City when we met again. Oh, I see, you guys were on a romantic date, too busy to tell me the truth, weren't you?" Bonnie teased sarcastically. Serena's cheeks flushed bright red at this point, and she didn't dare to say anything further. "Good to see that kid finally has a girlfriend," Iris stated. "Congratulations. You finally got your childhood crush," May added, turning to the now red-faced Serena. You guys know Serena?" Ash muttered in a low voice. "Of course we do. Thanks to that incredible moment between you and Serena back in the Alolan Pokemon League semifinals. Besides, Dawn and I met Serena back in Hoenn and became friends." "Why? Does that bother you now, Ash? Coming into the light after 2 years?" May was still fuming, while Ash looked down, not daring to respond. Delia silently left the spot, clearly indicating that Ash deserved this kind of confrontation. "Why did you leave us, Ash?" Brock asked. "I had to, I am on a mission." "What kind of mission?" "I'm afraid I can't reveal that right now, guys." "That's not a good excuse, Ash. You're even bigger JRK than Paul," Dawn said through gritted teeth. "I thought we were friends after everything we've been through. We trusted you, yet you left us all. When we found out about your identity in the Alolan Pokemon League finale, May and I broke into tears." "I'm sorry, guys," Ash said, still gazing down. "At least you could have informed us, couldn't you?" "No, I just didn't want you to get hurt." "That's a lame excuse, Ash," Clement said in a cold voice. "You know all of us could have helped you much more. Or do you just not trust us anymore?" "It isn't like that, Clement." "Then what is it? Tell us." "Guys. Time out." Syllan finally spoke up. "We all know Ash has made a mistake, a big mistake. But this isn't the time for a trial. Aren't we here to celebrate Ash's victory in the Alolan Pokemon League? Let's get into it." "That's right," Brock said. "I think that's enough for one day. Now come on, brother, this victory party belongs to you. You've come a long way to win a league, and you finally made it. Besides, Ash deserves some more appreciation for finally getting a girlfriend." His dense head took a long time to open up. May said sheepishly, teasing the blushing couple one last time. "Well, I doubt that," another voice spoke up suddenly. "I thought Ash's dense rock head would never understand any romance." It was Misty. Chapter end. Everyone welcomed back the group as they gathered for a brand new chapter focused on Amur shipping. The atmosphere was lively, but there was a hint of tension in the air. "Well, I doubt that," a voice suddenly chimed in just as Ash's friends finished celebrating his recent victory. They all turned to see Misty standing there, a playful smirk on her face. "I thought Ash's dense rock head would never understand any romance. But I guess it's a good thing someone got through to him," she added, calling out to the crowd. Serena's smile faltered for a moment as both she and Ash turned to Misty, their expressions revealing a mix of surprise and uncertainty after such a long time apart. "Misty!" Ash exclaimed, clearly taken aback by her presence. They stood there awkwardly, unsure of how to interact. Misty decided to break the ice. "Hello Ash, long time no see." Yeah. It's been a while." "It's good to see you, Misty," Ash replied, a smile returning to his face. "Congratulations on winning the Alolan Pokemon League," Misty said warmly. "Thanks, Misty, it wasn't possible without everyone's support," Ash responded, his gratitude evident. Misty then turned her attention to Serena, examining her closely. "You're Ash's girlfriend?" "Yes." Serena replied promptly, a hint of pride in her voice. "Well then, it's good to meet you, Serena. How long have you two been dating?" Misty inquired. "Recently," Serena answered, a bit shyly. "Interesting. I've been one of Ash's longest companions, and he never acted that way while we were traveling." "Too bad. You surely get some credit for that, Serena." Thanks," Serena said quickly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "So Ash, I heard you have a pretty strong water type, don't you?" Misty asked, turning back to Ash with a playful smirk. "Care to put it to the test against mine?" she challenged. "You're on. No way your Gyarados could stand against Greninja, right, Pikachu?" Ash replied confidently. Pika. Pikachu chimed in, ready for the challenge. "We shall see." "Don't underestimate me, Ash, I've grown much stronger since the last time," Misty warned. "Let's see," Ash said, excitement building. "Guys. For Arceus' sake, let's not talk about battling today, okay? It's Ash's victory party, let's just get into it." Brock interrupted, raising his voice to steer the conversation. Yes, please. I can't wait to start eating, May added eagerly. Me neither, Dawn chimed in, her stomach growling in agreement. As the party kicked off, one person remained on the sidelines. A certain blonde girl from Kalos was eyeing Misty with a skeptical look, intrigued by the unfolding dynamics. As the evening faded into night and the party came to an end, Ash's friends prepared to leave for the city, each heading home. Delia had urged them to stay, but they declined, knowing Ash's home was too small to accommodate everyone. They made sure to wish Ash well before departing. Good luck, Ash. If anyone is like a brother to me, it's you, Brock said. Thanks, Brock. That means a lot, Ash replied. And don't forget about us, Ash. You're not just a friend to us, for me and Dawn, you're an inspiration. We both want to achieve our success by following in your footsteps, May added. You will, buddies. You surely will, Ash assured them with a warm smile. Now give me a high five, Dawn said, and Ash happily obliged. Bonnie and Clement hugged Ash tightly, both trying to hide their tears. Bonnie spoke up, listen, Ash, now that Serena is officially your girlfriend, take good care of her, okay? Don't be as dense as you were in Kalos. I won't, Bonnie. Good luck. See you, kid. One by one, everyone left, with Misty being the last to give him a light hug. They all set off toward their dreams and destinies. Ash watched them until they disappeared from sight. Then, he felt a familiar hand grasp his own. They mean a lot to me, Serena, he said. I know, she replied softly. I wouldn't be who I am today without them. And what do I mean to you, Ash? Serena asked, looking deeply into his eyes. You mean everything to me, Serena. Really, Ash? I would give up anything for you. Ash, she exclaimed, surprised. I really mean that. Serena placed her hand over his lips, not wanting to hear more. Don't say that, Ash. I just want you to be with me. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. So do I, Ash replied, gazing into her delicate eyes. They were on the verge of sharing a kiss, wanting to make the moment theirs, especially under the twinkling sunset. But they were interrupted by Delia calling out, Ash. Serena. Get back to the house, it's getting. Ash was momentarily distracted as Serena took his hand and led him through the forest. It was night time. Serena, maybe you should tell me where we're going. I can help, Ash suggested. Just follow me, Ash. I'm doing that. Then keep quiet. After a while, they reached a place that felt familiar. Do you recognize this place, Ash? Serena asked, looking at him. It looks familiar, he said. It's where we first met, she said, her voice filled with emotion. Oh, now I remember. You were hurt. Yes, and you saved me. I saved you in Alola too, don't you remember? Ash replied with a smile. I do, Ash. I guess I always end up needing you, Serena said, moving closer and resting her head on his chest. The moonlit night in Kanto created a tender atmosphere, and Ash felt a sense of peace as he sat under the same tree where they first met, with Serena resting her head on his shoulder. You do love me, Ash, don't you? She asked. I do, Serena, Ash chuckled softly. Did you ever love anyone else before? Startled, Ash turned to her. What do you mean, Serena? I just want to know, have you ever loved anyone before me? No, Serena. You know how dense I can be. You are my only love. What about your old female companions? Ash felt awkward. They're all my friends, just like you. But I feel differently about you. And Misty, she pressed. She's my very first companion, we've been through many regions together. Why are you asking me this now? Do you know Misty likes you? Serena asked, looking into his eyes. What? No. She has feelings for you, Ash. Ash was dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. How can you say that, Serena? I saw it in her eyes today. She's your longest female companion, she traveled with you for a long time. She must have grown fond of you. You could be wrong. I hope so, but a girl can sense another girl's feelings, Ash. We have that intuition, she said softly. She never told me she liked me. She didn't, Ash. I did. That's why I'm here with you now. Silence enveloped them as Ash processed the idea that his first female companion might have feelings for him, which he had never noticed. Then Serena asked earnestly, but what if she tells you now, Ash? Would you take that seriously? Her eyes were wistful. Ash responded quickly, looking at his beautiful girlfriend with certainty. You know that wouldn't matter, Serena, because I love you. I will always love you. And you will always have my heart. Feeling reassured, Serena rested her head on his shoulder once more. Ash was right, all that mattered now was their love for each other. Nothing else mattered. The day started like any other for Ash. After finishing breakfast, he sprinted to Professor Oak's lab, eager to meet his former Pokémon partners. The backyard was vast, filled with various Pokémon habitats that stretched for miles. As Ash entered the paddock, a crowd of Pokémon quickly gathered around him, all excited to see their trainer. It was a familiar scene, often marked by the enthusiastic stampede of the 30 toros that lived there. Ash's first encounter was with Mook, who greeted him with a massive hug, making it a challenge for Ash to catch his breath. Snorlax also joined in with a hearty embrace, while Totodile playfully clamped down on Ash's arm, prompting Bulbasaur to intervene. Ash found himself in a comical struggle to free Gibble, who had taken a perch on his head. Each Pokémon had a unique story with Ash, filled with memories of their adventures together. They shared a bond that was truly special. Ash had previously brought Serena to meet his Pokémon, but it hadn't gone as planned. Guys, meet my girlfriend, Serena. Ash announced. Suddenly, chaos erupted as a bay leaf broke from the group and approached Serena, its red eyes fixed on her. Ash quickly called out, "Bay leaf, stop," and the Pokémon halted, still looking displeased. Be nice to Serena, okay? She's a very close friend of mine, Ash urged. Bayleaf glanced at Ash, still irritated, but eventually bowed her head. However, she continued to glare at Serena, making her take a step back. With a huff, Bayleaf turned away, nose in the air. Pikachu attempted to communicate with Bayleaf as she passed, but received no acknowledgement. Serena, puzzled, turned to Ash. What was that about? That's Bayleaf, Ash explained, scratching the back of his neck. She can be a bit possessive. Is she angry with me? Serena asked. Kind of. She's really attached to me, Ash admitted with a sheepish grin. Serena couldn't help but laugh. While Ash's qualities drew admiration from many, the idea of a Pokémon having feelings for him was unexpected. Bayleaf sulked in the distance, occasionally casting glares at Serena. When Serena inquired about Bayleaf's mood, Ash expressed uncertainty about whether she would ever get over it, prompting another giggle from Serena. Today, Ash was alone, sitting in the grass, surrounded by scorch marks from playful battles with his Pokémon. Suddenly, a woman appeared before him. Dressed in baggy black track pants and an oversized jacket, her honey blonde hair was tied back, and a red scarf obscured her face, along with large sunglasses. Ash Ketchum, she said. I've been looking for you. Meanwhile, Delia, Ash's mother, watched Serena with admiration as she helped prepare a meal. Delia thought Serena was the perfect match for Ash, capable and caring. She had always hoped for someone who would look after him during his journeys. Mrs. Delia? Serena asked, breaking the silence. Delia replied, smiling. Is everything okay? You've been looking at me for a while. Serena, can I say something to you? Delia asked. Yes, of course. Thank you for being in Ash's life. Delia's words made Serena blush, she hadn't expected such gratitude. Well. You know, the day Ash started his journey was one of the most restless days of my life. I worried about him being alone in the world, Delia continued. But as time passed, my worries eased, especially when I learned about you. Serena listened intently as Delia spoke. My Ash is innocent, brave, and selfless. But he can also be reckless, always getting into trouble. He needs someone to look after him, don't you think? Serena nodded, understanding the weight of Delia's words. So, Serena, I want you to be the keeper of my Ash for a lifetime. Can you do this? I can, Serena replied, her voice trembling with emotion yet resolute. That's my girl, Delia said with a smile. I would be so happy to have you as my daughter-in-law, Serena. Overwhelmed, Serena hugged Delia tightly, burying her face in her clothes to hide her tears. It felt surreal to her, she never imagined she would share such a moment. Being Ash's girlfriend was already a dream come true, and now, this moment only deepened her feelings. Serena felt a rush of joy as Mrs. Ketchum acknowledged her as Ash's future wife. It was a moment that made her heart soar with happiness. Delia, still hugging her tightly, added with a smile, and one more thing, make sure Ash changes his underwear every day. Wow! What are you doing here, S? Ash exclaimed as he stood up. Pikapi. Pikachu chimed in. So you remember me, the woman said with a smirk. Of course. How could I forget my opponent from the Alolan League finale? Ash replied. Good, I am here to fight you. What? Ash was taken aback. You heard me, I am here to fight you. Don't you think we had a fair share of fighting at the finale? Ash asked. The woman sneered, seemingly unfazed by their previous battle. Oh, trust me, league winner, the real fight starts now. With lots of surprises. What do you mean? Ash's concern grew. You shall see. Suddenly, she discarded her scarf, revealing her slightly longer than shoulder-length honey blonde hair. She stared directly at Ash, and Pikachu gasped in shock. Ash's stomach dropped. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Standing before him, where the S had been, was Serena. More specifically, the version of Serena before she cut her hair in Kalos. I forgot to tell you, she said in a darker tone, my name is also Serena, just like your girlfriend. Serena. Is that you? Ash managed to say, still in shock. I wish I were Ash. But too bad, I'm not. I am just an imposter, the person standing in front of him replied. Who are you anyway? I told you, I am Serena. Want to find out more? Then fight me. She smirked. No. Why? Scared to face me again? I won't fight anyone out of nowhere. Then that's bad, the imposter sneered. Because if you don't fight, I will make you. Wah. Mutwo, I choose you. Serena called, throwing a pokeball. In moments, the familiar legendary Pokémon appeared before them. You are insane. Ash exclaimed, bewildered by the turn of events. Really? Well, we are just getting started, Ash. Mutwo, Shadow Ball. Serena commanded. Ash quickly grabbed Pikachu and jumped aside as a massive shadow ball shot over his head, causing an explosion nearby. Ow my. You have good reflexes, Ash, Serena said with a smirk. All of Ash's Pokémon rushed towards Serena, but moments later, they were floating in the air. No one should interrupt our fight, Mutwo, throw them far away, Serena commanded. No. Wait. Ash shouted desperately. I told you, nobody should interrupt our fight. Okay. You want a battle, you will get it. Just don't hurt my Pokemon, Ash replied, his breath cold. That's the spirit, Serena said, her smile still cold. Now tell your Pokemon to stay away from this, otherwise things will get ugly. Mutwo, get them down. Ash's Pokemon slowly landed on the ground, still looking enraged. Guys, just calm down, okay? I got this, Ash said in a calm voice, and they all nodded. He turned to Serena, anger boiling inside him. No one hurts his Pokemon, and no one resembling Serena would get away with this. She had to pay for this madness. I have a bad feeling about Professor Oak. Did you hurt him? Ash asked quietly. Oh, don't worry, Ash. He is unconscious in his lab. I didn't hurt him much. That made Ash clench his fists. You ready, Pikachu? Pika Pika, the yellow mouse replied solemnly, electricity sparking from his cheeks. All right then, Mutwo, Shadow Ball. Serena commanded again. Dodge it, Pikachu. Ash shouted. Pikachu. Pikachu dodged swiftly as Mutwo charged a huge shadow ball, causing an explosion near the Kanto River. Now. Electro-Ebb. Ash commanded. Not this time, Ash. Serena smirked. Mutwo. Use Psychic on Pikachu. Hold him on the ground. Suddenly, Pikachu found himself floating in the air, and moments later, he was slammed onto the ground, lying motionlessly. Pika Pika. Pikachu cried out desperately. He couldn't move. You see, Ash? Serena smirked. Last time you defeated my Mutwo's Psychic with Electro-Web, but this time, my Mutwo will hold your Pikachu down so he won't be able to move an inch. Forget about using Electro-Web again. Pikapi. Pikachu called out again. Feel free to give up, Ash. Or you can use your Greninja, but that won't help either. Serena taunted. There was a momentary silence. Ash looked at Pikachu, then turned back to Serena. Do you seriously think you can stop me? Just with this, he said calmly. What do you mean? No doubt your Mutwo is powerful, but me and my Pikachu have come a long way to reach here today. Do you really think you can stop us with this? Then what can you do, Ash? Show me, Serena sneered. Ash turned to Pikachu. Calm down, buddy. You know what you have to do. Pika. Just do the same thing you did back in the Kalos region, in the Santolan gym battle, to break free from Mutwo's Psychic. Pikachu's face lit up as the realization hit him. He quickly started to form an electro ball at the edge of his tail. Oh my, you are trying to do the same thing, Ash. Pity, Serena mocked. Will you shut up? Ash replied, calmer than ever. You have no idea what my Pikachu can do. Really? Let's see. Pikachu. Now. A ball of electricity was thrown upwards, and to Serena's surprise, it dropped directly on Pikachu himself, successfully breaking the effects of Psychic. What the? Pikachu, quick! Iron Tail. Pikachu slammed his iron tail on the ground, catching Mutwo off guard. Now. Quick attack! Ash exclaimed. Before Mutwo could react, Pikachu charged with a massive quick attack, knocking Mutwo backwards. Mutwo. Use Psychic, quick! Serena cried out. Not this time, Ash smirked. Now, Electro-Web, Pikachu. Pika CCHUUUU. In an instant, the powerful genetic Pokemon found itself wrapped in Electro-Web, struggling to move. It was facing paralysis due to Pikachu's static ability. Impossible. Serena breathed in disbelief. It was a distant dream for anyone to defeat a legendary Pokemon, but for Ash, it was like child's play. He had beaten her legendary Pokemon again, not with brute force but with strategy. I believe you are done here, Ash said to her. Indeed, My job is done, Serena replied, looking down. As it was only to hold you back here. What? Do you really think I attacked you for nothing? Especially when your weakest point, your girlfriend Serena, is at home, defenseless. Dumb boy. The imposter Serena looked up with a devilish smirk. Shivers ran through Ash's body as the realization hit him coldly. It was his worst nightmare, and now it was happening. Oh, Arceus. Serena was working in the garden when she noticed how quiet things seemed, and she couldn't help but giggle. Being Ash Ketchum's girlfriend had once felt like a distant dream, but now, Ash's mother recognized her as Ash's future bride. This was beyond her expectations. Deciding to call out her Pokémon for some company, she summoned Pancham, Sylveon, and Braixen. Hi everyone. I just needed some company. Ash's mother just called me her future daughter-in-law, she announced. Her happiness was short-lived when a loud explosion occurred behind her, knocking her backward. For a moment, Serena lay unconscious until Sylveon used its charm to awaken her. What just happened? Are you all alright? She asked, catching her breath. Turning to Ash's house, her heart sank as she saw the back of the house was destroyed, and to her horror, Ash's mother, Delia, was lying unconscious on the ground. Delia. Serena rushed to her side, but her concern was interrupted by a voice. Excuse me, Mississippi, mind if I take you somewhere? Serena looked up, shivers running through her as she recognized the voice. It was Silver. Meanwhile, Ash was grappling with a situation he never wanted to face. The girl standing in front of him looked identical to Serena, but she was an enemy to his mission. What do you want? He asked, trying to keep his voice steady. I told you, to fight with you, the imposter replied with a smirk. Why? Let's just say we want your yellow mega stone. Ash felt a chill run down his spine as he realized the gravity of the situation. Stay away from my family, he hissed. Relax, we just want your girlfriend, she taunted. If you lay one finger on her. I won't, Silver will handle that. My job is to keep you busy here. The imposter revealed her true intentions. Without wasting a moment, Ash turned to Greninja. Greninja. Now. Greninja was engulfed in a torrent of water, evolving and preparing for battle. Go to my house, quick. And make sure nothing happens to Serena. Greninja dashed off. Not so fast, league winner, the imposter said. Your Greninja must go through my Mew. Pikachu. Electro Ball. Now. Ash commanded. Pikachu launched a massive Electro Ball at the imposter, forcing her to dodge. You're going to pay for that, she threatened. Guys, quick. Help me. Serena called out, but her Pokémon rushed toward her. She steadied herself. Mutwo. Now. Mutwo emerged, using psychic powers to lift Ash's Pokémon into the air and throw them into a nearby river. Do you really think you can stop me? Wait. Where is he? The imposter shouted, realizing Ash and Pikachu had already left on Pidgeot, while Greninja took the ground route home. Mr. Silver. What is going on? Serena demanded. And how dare you destroy Ash's house? I am here for a purpose, but I'm not sure if you got my message, Silver replied with a smirk. What message? You need to come with me. Why? Don't you know? Most pretty girls in the world are usually naive, Silver mocked. Why are you even here? Serena asked, feeling panic rise within her. I thought you would figure that out after identifying your boyfriend's true identity, Silver said coldly. I am not going anywhere, she declared defiantly, her Pokémon surrounding her protectively. Then I will make you, Silver sneered, releasing two Pokémon, Drapion and Kabutops. You're coming with me. No. Serena gasped, but it was too late. Drapion, use Cross Poison. Kabutops, X-Scissor, Silver commanded. Pancham, block their way with Stone Edge. Sylveon, use Fairy Wind. Serena shouted desperately. Though she was more of a performer than a fighter, she had to stand her ground. Her Pokémon responded quickly, but Kabutops and Drapion barely flinched from the attacks. Hyper Beam. Silver ordered. Serena saw Kabutops charging energy. Sylveon, quick, off the stones, she yelled. Charge Drapion. Silver growled. Before Sylveon could escape, a jet of purple energy struck her, causing her to fall to the ground, unmoving. Then Kabutops unleashed its Hyper Beam. It blasted through the stones and headed straight for Braixen. Braixen held out her branch, flames already starting to shoot forward from it. Then, the attack struck. For a moment, the flames held, but then the fire Pokémon was blasted back and slammed to the ground in front of Serena. Braixen didn't move. It was now only her and Pancham. Pancham, Dark Pulse. Serena yelled. Pin Missile, Silver ordered. The dark jet of energy shot forward, and at the same time, Pancham's Dark Pulse collided with the Pin Missile, creating a cloud of smoke. Prepare Hyper Beam, Silver commanded again. Serena knew she had to act quickly, otherwise, who knew what would happen. Pancham, Stone Edge. Use it to get some air and then use Dark Pulse. Pancham nodded and slammed his fists to the ground, generating stones that shot up in front of him. He jumped onto them, and as soon as he reached the one closest to Drapion and Kabutops, he unleashed his Dark Pulse attack. But it was too late once again. Kabutops unleashed a massive blast of yellow energy that erupted past Pancham's attacks and slammed into them. The stones shattered upon impact, and Pancham was launched high into the air before crashing down. Pancham didn't move. No. Serena breathed out hopelessly. I told you, you have to come with me. Silver sneered. At that moment, there was a swift splash from the nearby bush, and within what seemed like a second, a Frog Ninja Pokémon stood in front of Serena, staring down Drapion and Kabutops. Greninja! Serena exclaimed in relief. What the? Silver growled in annoyance. Time seemed to freeze as Greninja stared motionlessly at Drapion and Kabutops, while Silver glared at Greninja. He knew that Greninja had always been a formidable opponent, and he doubted whether his Drapion and Kabutops could match this powerful water-type Pokémon, especially in its special form. Well, well. Looks like the disturbance in chief has arrived, Silver sneered. Let's see how you deal with not one, but two legendary Pokémon. Drapion and Kabutops, return. In moments, he threw out his Pokeball, revealing two infamous legendary Pokémon, Darkrai and Latios. Meanwhile, Ash would have reached home before Greninja, but as soon as Pidgeot took to the sky, a huge shadow ball zoomed past them. Ash barely prevented himself from falling off Pidgeot's back by grabbing its neck at the last moment, with Pikachu holding on tightly. No running away from a fight, Serena's determined voice could be heard from behind. Her legendary Pokémon was chasing them, using its psychic ability to keep pace. Pikachu, Thunderbolt! Ash commanded. A massive thunderbolt shot backward but was easily reflected by Mewtwo's barrier ability. You never learn, do you? Mewtwo, Psychic! Serena commanded. Again. Suddenly, Pidgeot stopped, floating in place, and Ash and Pikachu found themselves unable to move from Pidgeot's back. Let me go! Ash cried out desperately. Sorry, but I can't, Serena replied. Mewtwo, throw them away. Just then, a huge lizard Pokémon stormed toward Mewtwo, distracting it and causing Serena to fall downward. It was Charizard. That small opportunity was enough for Ash as Pidgeot started to run toward home again. He knew Charizard couldn't hold back the genetic Pokémon for much longer, but he had to make it home, no matter what. Just a little bit, Serena, I'm coming, he breathed out. They all stood silently for a moment, Greninja staring at Silver and his two powerful legendary Pokémon, while Silver returned the gaze. Darkrai glared at Greninja with evident distaste, haunted by past encounters with this particular water-type Pokémon. Serena felt a knot in her stomach. She believed in Greninja's strength, but facing two legendary Pokémon was a daunting challenge. Silver was the first to act. "Luster Purge," he commanded, and Latios responded with a powerful purple beam aimed at Greninja. Undeterred, Greninja dashed toward Latios with incredible speed, skillfully dodging the attack. As they closed the distance, Greninja summoned two blades of light and suddenly appeared above Latios, launching a series of strikes that sent the mythical Pokémon crashing to the ground. "Use Ice Beam!" Silver shouted, and Darkrai cupped its hands together, unleashing a freezing beam toward Greninja. "Greninja!" Serena called out anxiously as the attack hit, enveloping the area in smoke. Greninja tumbled from the sky, landing with a grunt. "All right, Darkrai, one more." Silver began, but Greninja sprinted forward, a blur of motion that even Darkrai struggled to track. In a surprising leap, Greninja descended upon Darkrai, fists glowing for an aerial ace attack that struck Darkrai squarely in the chest, sending it back toward Silver. Darkrai shook off the blow, regaining its composure. Greninja prepared to charge again, but Latios unleashed a powerful Giga Impact. Greninja growled in pain as it backflipped away, landing gracefully but struggling to stay upright. "Greninja!" Serena gasped, worry etched on her face. "Braixen!" Serena turned to see Braixen, still hurt from the previous battle. "Don't worry, Braixen, Greninja will save us," she reassured, though doubt lingered in her heart. The two Pokémon rushed toward each other. Greninja drew a blade of light, while Latios charged another Giga Impact crackling with electricity. They clashed, with Greninja successfully blocking the attack but then countering with a punch that sent Latios soaring into the air, clearly injured. "Darkrai, use Dark Void!" Silver commanded, and Darkrai charged with a powerful attack that sent Greninja staggering backward. Serena watched in horror as Greninja trembled, struggling against the effects of the attack. "Oh no," she breathed. Despite the odds, Greninja managed to rise again. "What? How did this Greninja overcome Dark Void?" Silver exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. "You forgot one thing, Silver," Serena replied. "Greninja in his special form is synced with Ash's mind, so he is always awake. You can't put him to sleep at this stage. Darkrai, use Ice Punch!" Silver shouted. Greninja sprinted toward Darkrai, a watery shuriken in one hand and a blade of energy in the other. He threw the shuriken, which Darkrai attempted to deflect, but Greninja followed closely behind, launching a powerful attack that knocked Darkrai back. "Impossible! This Greninja is holding its own against two legendary Pokémon." Silver shouted in disbelief. Latios fired another Luster Purge, but Greninja blocked it with the shuriken, causing a massive explosion. As the dust settled, Greninja stood, panting heavily but still determined to fight. Suddenly, Darkrai charged with a massive air slash, and this time Greninja couldn't block it. The attack hit hard, sending Greninja tumbling backward, covered in soot and bruises. "Greninja!" Serena whispered, tears welling in her eyes as she watched her Pokémon struggle. Yet, Greninja stood up again, refusing to give up. It was determined to protect Serena with every ounce of strength it had left. "That Greninja is incredibly stubborn," Silver shouted. "Latios, Darkrai! Finish this now!" As the two legendaries charged, Greninja prepared to defend itself with glowing knives. But the combined force of their Giga Impact overwhelmed Greninja, causing it to revert to its normal form. Serena's heart sank as tears streamed down her face. Greninja fought valiantly to the end, just like Ash would. That Greninja was a real pain," Silver sighed in relief, turning to Serena. "And you're coming with me. Ninja!" Greninja cried out, struggling to rise once more, refusing to surrender. "That's enough. Darkrai, Latios, finish him off." Silver commanded. Wait! Serena shouted, causing Silver to pause. Please don't hurt Greninja. I will come with you, she pleaded. What? Silver replied, surprised. You heard me. I will come with you, just don't hurt Greninja. Greninja. Greninja protested sharply as it realized what was about to happen. No. That was not going to happen. It wouldn't let that occur. In a final attempt to rise, Greninja struggled but ultimately failed as Serena quietly approached the fallen Pokémon and sat beside him, placing a tender hand on his head. Don't be upset, Greninja. You have fought bravely, she whispered. Greninja. Take a rest, Greninja, and then come with Ash to rescue me. Greninja. I'm sorry. Greninja, I just can't let you get hurt anymore. Ninja. Serena glanced back and noticed tears in Greninja's eyes for the first time. Realizing she could no longer hold back her emotions, Serena quickly stood up and began to walk away. Braixen followed her but paused at the last moment to place a gentle kiss on Greninja's head, causing the water-type Pokémon to flinch in surprise for a brief moment. Serena gave a small nod to Silver as she returned her other Pokémon to their Pokeball. I must admit, you and your boyfriend really care for your Pokémon. By the way, what makes you think I will let you keep your Pokémon with you? Silver asked sheepishly. My Pokémon are already down, I'm sure they won't be trouble for you as long as you have the legendary Pokémon. That's true. Now get into the helicopter. Minutes later, the helicopter arrived. Giving one last glance at the unconscious Delia and Greninja, Serena boarded the helicopter as it took off. Unbeknownst to everyone, Greninja stood up at the very last moment and jumped towards the helicopter, managing to grip the landing skid of the departing aircraft. The reason was simple, like his master, he refused to give up. To the very last moment. Why did you do that, Ash? Didn't I show you the future? Didn't I show you what would happen if you chose her? You left everything to change that, yet you chose her over everything. And now, get ready to lose her. Forever. Ash sat on the hospital bench, feeling like time had stopped. He wasn't sure how long he had been there, maybe 1 hour, 2, or even 3. He remained silent until Pikachu nudged him, breaking the stillness. What is it, Pikachu? Ash asked, looking down at his loyal companion. Pikachu responded with a series of concerned sounds, prompting Ash to turn his head. He saw Misty and Brock rushing toward him. Misty reached him first and hugged him tightly, her worry evident. Thank God you're okay, Ash. I was so worried about you, she said, relief washing over her. How is Delia? Brock inquired, his expression serious. Mom is fine, the doctors said she and Mr. Mime will recover soon, Ash replied, a hint of hope in his voice. All right then, now tell us what actually happened. Where is Serena? Misty asked, her gaze piercing through Ash with concern. I'm sorry, guys, I can't tell you, Ash said, his voice low. What? Misty exclaimed, taken aback. I can't tell you, he repeated. Ash Ketchum, stop being ridiculous. You need to tell us what happened, Misty insisted, her frustration growing. I can't, Ash said firmly. Why not? Brock pressed, his eyes widening with concern. The last time I revealed my mission, it put my mom in danger. They kidnapped Serena because of me, Ash admitted, looking down in shame. Who kidnapped Serena? Brock asked, his voice rising in alarm. I can't tell you, I'm sorry, Ash replied, his tone resolute. Ash. Please, just tell us. Aren't we your friends? We want to help, Misty pleaded, desperation in her voice. That's exactly why I can't involve you, Ash said, turning away from them. What do you mean? Misty asked, confused. I can't let you get hurt because of me. I'm sorry, Ash said, his expression unyielding. He then turned to Pikachu. Buddy, can you please stay here and let me know when Mom wakes up? Pika Pika, Pikachu responded, understanding the weight of the situation. When Ash emerged from Kanto Hospital, the night air felt calm and serene. However, for him, everything felt hollow. He blamed himself for the chaos that had unfolded. He had carelessly involved his mother and Serena in his mission, and returning to Kanto had put his family at risk. Upon reaching his home, Ash was met with devastation. The house was partially destroyed, and the garden was in disarray. His mother and Mr. Mime were unconscious, and most alarmingly, Serena and Greninja were missing. Ash felt a surge of urgency. He needed to get his mother and Professor Oak to the hospital without delay. Overwhelmed with anger and frustration, Ash clenched his fists. He had left everything behind not just for training, but to protect his loved ones. Yet, the enemy had struck at his most vulnerable points, his mother and Serena. He felt like he had failed them. As a tear slipped down his cheek, a voice broke through his despair. Don't be hard on yourself, Ash, you've done everything you could. Startled, Ash turned to see Mewtwo, the legendary Pokémon he had known for a long time. What are you doing here, Mewtwo? He asked. Isn't it obvious? I came to help you, Mewtwo replied. Why now? You've never shown much interest in humans. I still don't, but I care for those who care for Pokémon. I'm sorry to hear about your girlfriend. Thanks, Ash sighed. Mewtwo continued, there's another reason I approached you. What is it? I've sensed another version of myself. What? It's strange, but I've detected my presence in other locations, even when I'm not there, and it worries me. Ash looked down, feeling the weight of the situation. I know, I fought your twin before they took Serena. That's not good, Ash. Is Team Rocket involved again? I don't think so, Mewtwo. There's something unusual about this organization. One of their agents looks just like Serena. Then we should confront them. Are you ready, Ash? Mewtwo asked. Of course. Do you know where they are? I do. I can sense the presence of another me in a whole new region, the Galar region. Serena was feeling incredibly sleepy after enduring a whirlwind of stress for the past couple of hours. All she wanted was a moment of rest, but her captor, Silver, had other plans. Don't fall asleep just yet, miss. We have one more surprise for you, he said with a smug tone. What? You expect me to believe you kidnapped Ash too? Serena replied quietly. And what makes you so sure about that? Silver raised an eyebrow. Isn't it obvious? People like you never dare to confront my Ash directly, you attack from the shadows, like cowards. Silver's expression shifted, and he nearly leaped from his seat in anger, stopping just short. You've got some nerve. You should know you're at our mercy, so choose your words carefully. I know. And mark my words, no matter what happens, my Ash will come for you. Be ready to face the consequences, Serena declared, surprising herself with her boldness. Was it because of Ash that she felt this way? Or was it because of her love and faith in Ash? Serena didn't know. The only certainty she had was that Ash would come for her, no matter what happened. She let out a small sigh as the helicopter carrying her flew toward an unknown destination. She hoped it wouldn't be too far from Ash's home, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to find her. Serena felt a pang of sadness for Greninja, who had bravely fought two legendary Pokémon to save her and had been hurt in the process. She wished for Greninja to recover soon and join Ash in rescuing her. Suddenly, the helicopter jolted as it prepared to land. What's happening? Are you going to release me? Serena asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Forget about that. Remember I mentioned a surprise earlier? Get ready to face it, Silver replied with a sheepish tone. Gulping nervously, Serena stared at the helicopter door, her face filled with worry. Despite her earlier bravado about Ash's ability to handle any situation, she couldn't shake the feeling that things might take a turn for the worse. What happened next was completely unexpected. Serena was stunned into silence as a girl who looked exactly like her entered the helicopter and sat across from her as it took off again. "All clear?" the girl asked in the same voice. "The boy's Greninja caused some real trouble for a while, but it's all clear now. I need you to take charge of the captive, she has quite the sharp tongue, just like you," Silver said. "I see," the girl smirked, turning her gaze toward Serena. Still in shock, Serena struggled to find her voice. Confronting her doppelganger was the last thing she had anticipated. This girl looked exactly like her, identical to how she had appeared before cutting her hair in the Kalos region. Who are you?" Serena stammered. "I am you," the other girl replied. That's not possible." "Is it?" the girl smirked. "Oh, I remember how naive I used to be." "Who are you, really?" Serena asked, breathless. "I told you, I am you." She paused for effect before continuing, "but from another reality." "What?" Serena exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. The weight of everything was almost too much, but she managed to stay composed. "You're telling me you're from another reality?" "Yes," the other Serena replied. "How is that even possible? Do you remember your incident with Ash in Shalar City? When Ash got lost at Reflection Cave and ended up in another dimension?" "Yes." Serena recalled. "Then think of it like that, although I'm not from the same reality where Ash got lost." A shiver ran through Serena as the realization dawned on her, everything about the twin situation finally made sense. "But why are you in this reality? Why are you against Ash?" she pressed. The other Serena let out a sigh and turned to her. "You want to know? Well, I suppose you have the right to know." As the helicopter soared over the sea, heading toward an unknown destination in a new region, the other Serena suddenly offered a plate of macaroons. "You must be hungry." "It's not much, but Red thought they were good." "Red. Huh?" Serena murmured, picking up a macaroon. She took a bite and smiled. "They're good." "Thanks," the other Serena said, pulling out more for herself. "Considering your words earlier, you must mean Ash of your reality by Red, right?" The other Serena paused, her head hanging low. "Red always loved food," she said quietly. "His motto was pretty much, eat, sleep, and train. He wanted to be the greatest Pokémon master of all time. He was kind, courageous, hardworking, and a brilliant trainer. And always hungry." She chuckled lightly. "Aha!" Serena responded, intrigued. "But above all, he never gave up," the other Serena continued, her voice filled with emotion. "No matter what challenges he faced, Red always found a way to rise again. I loved that about him. And I still do." "Then I guess both Ash and his counterpart, Red, are similar," Serena suggested. "No," the other Serena snapped, looking down. When she lifted her face, Serena noticed tears streaming down her cheeks. "Yours is still alive. It all started on a sunny day in the Kanto region when they were both kids." Serena had come for Professor Oak's Pokemon summer camp in Pallet Town. As a timid child, she got lost in a forest and was startled by a wild Poliwag, causing her to trip. That was when Red found her, bandaging her knee and helping her up from the ground. In that moment, something incredible happened. She fell into his arms, feeling a rush of warmth. Was that love at first sight? She wasn't sure, perhaps she was too young to understand. Red guided her out of the forest, and she was left wide-eyed and blushing. That day was forever etched in her memory. Years later, they met again in the Kalos region, her hometown. Serena was overjoyed to see him again. They became friends and traveling partners. Throughout her life, she had thought that Rhyhorn racing was her destiny, but with Red, she realized that her true journey was just beginning. Red was already the champion of the Kanto region, but he came to Kalos with a higher ambition, to become a Pokemon Master. He encouraged Serena to choose her own path, leading her to decide to become a Pokemon performer. Slowly, gently, the journey in Kalos came to an end. They did everything together, laughing and playing, creating memories that would always be cherished. But there was one thing left to do. After the master class, the decision was made to head to Hoenn for Pokemon contests, but before leaving Kalos, feelings needed to be revealed. In a moment of bravery, a kiss was shared, an unbelievable act that filled both with a whirlwind of emotions. There was shock, joy, and a sense of freedom in finally expressing feelings that had been held back. As the helicopter flew over the sea toward an unknown destiny, Serena sat beside Silver, who was peacefully asleep. Curiosity filled her as she asked, and then? What happened? The other Serena, recalling her story, responded in a low voice, and then, I lost him. What? How? Serena pressed, eager to know more. Soon after my departure for Hoenn, Red stayed in Kalos to assist Professor Sycamore with Mega Evolution, but then an evil organization attacked Kalos. An evil organization? You mean Team Flare? Serena inquired. I don't know, the other Serena replied. All I know is that while defending Lumio City from the attack, Red died. What? Serena gasped. Yes. My Red died before we could ever reunite, before we could be together. I lost him. Forever. The other Serena's tears flowed freely, and Serena felt a familiar ache in her heart. She understood the emptiness that came with loss, having experienced it herself after Ash's departure. Life after Red's loss had been difficult, filled with despair. It was only after years of feeling lost that the realization of love for him truly hit. Yet, they never had a chance to be together. The absence of Red left a void, and inspiration faded away. Then, amidst the sorrow, Professor Sycamore handed over Red's Pokeball. At first, it felt like a painful reminder, but then his psychic Pokemon, Mutwo, reached out. Red had wanted his Pokemon to protect her because he loved her. The revelation struck like a storm, and the other Serena realized she had never known the depth of his feelings. Determined to bring Red back, she made a bold choice to join Team Skull. So you joined Team Skull? Serena asked, surprised. Because that was the only way, the other Serena explained. I need to collect the Megaplates. Megaplates? What are those? Serena asked, intrigued. They're ancient artifacts that once belonged to Pokemon god Arceus, the source of all Mega Evolution, the other Serena replied. If you gather all 5 and fuse them, you can control Arceus. What? Serena exclaimed. Yes, centuries ago, Arceus entrusted those plates to humans, and they were hidden in the Alolan region. Now, they're being awarded in the Alolan Pokemon League and Elite Four challenges. Oh no. So that means, Serena realized. Yes, your Ash has already won the yellow Mega Plate, and he's in our way. Eventually, he will collect the rest by winning the Elite Four challenges, but we need those plates, no matter the cost. Why? Serena whispered. Isn't it obvious? The other Serena sneered, returning to her determined demeanor. With the jewel of Mega Evolution, I want to bring my Red back, and our boss wants to reshape our reality. Who is your boss? Serena asked, her heart racing. Lysandra. As the weight of the situation settled, Serena felt a mix of emotions. She had fallen asleep without realizing it, overwhelmed by everything that had happened. The journey was filled with madness, and while she loved Ash more than anything, she knew her counterpart's actions were reckless. The desperation to bring back Red clouded judgment, and the potential consequences of trying to control Arceus could be catastrophic. The name Lysandra echoed in her mind, a reminder of the darkness that could emerge from this quest. The Lysandra from her reality wanted to become the ruler of Kalos, controlling the Zygarde, but this other one sought to gain control of the god of Pokemon, Arceus, to reform a reality. Serena felt shivers run down her spine upon hearing this. She hoped that Ash would arrive in time to save everything. Exhausted from the ordeal, she needed a short nap, which her captors allowed while transporting her to an unknown location. Serena was jolted awake by a nudge from Silver. "Wake up, we have reached Mama's house," he said with a smirk. Groaning, Serena looked out the helicopter window and felt disappointment wash over her. She had expected to see the Kalos region, especially since she had been kidnapped by Lysandra's men. Instead, the unfamiliar landscape made her realize it would be harder for Ash to find her. The helicopter landed on a mountain in a secluded area. Serena spotted some distant houses as she disembarked. Her counterpart was speaking into a walkie-talkie. "Boss, we have brought her." "Yes, she is with us." "Unharmed," she reported. "Good, bring her to base," came the voice from the walkie-talkie. After putting down the device, the other Serena gestured for Serena to follow her. The mountain path was rough, and Serena struggled to keep up. She noticed they were heading toward the sea rather than inland. As they reached the shore, she saw an engine boat waiting for them. "Get onto it," her counterpart ordered, and Serena complied. The boat moved swiftly, and within moments, they entered a vast cave leading into the mountain. Serena watched in awe, feeling a mix of fear and determination. "Scared, aren't you?" the other Serena asked. "I am. But I'm not giving up." "Why?" "You know why, don't you?" Serena replied, locking eyes with her counterpart. The other Serena looked away, understanding her meaning. Despite her fear, Serena pressed on as the boat navigated through the dark cavern. Eventually, they reached a tunnel passage and disembarked, following a dimly lit path until they stood before a door. "Brace yourself," the other Serena said before opening the door, revealing a hidden facility inside the mountains. The place was bustling with people in lab coats, and screens displayed images of unknown subjects. One room, visible through a glass door, resembled a battlefield. But what caught Serena's attention most was a familiar figure, Lysandra. "Greetings, Serena. You finally managed to bring the hostage," he said, his voice echoing with authority. "It wasn't easy, boss. The boy almost reached his house before we could kidnap her, and Silver had to use his legendaries to hold him back," her counterpart explained. That boy is a serious threat to our mission. We must proceed carefully. Soon, we shall communicate with him and bargain for the mega plate in exchange for his girlfriend." "Yes, sir." Lysandra turned to Serena, and she noticed a distinct scar on his face, giving him a more ominous appearance than the Lysandra she knew. "Hello, miss. I believe you know me," he said with a sinister smirk. "I do," Serena replied. "Then you should know why we have taken you hostage." "I do, but I doubt it will work." "Why? Doesn't your boyfriend love you enough to give away his league trophy for you?" "That's the problem. Ash loves me more than anything, and before you can bargain with him, he will come to rescue me," Serena said with determination. "We shall see," Lysandra replied with a smirk. "And there's one more thing I learned about you." "What is that?" "No matter the reality, every Lysandra is pure trouble." Before Serena could finish, her counterpart slapped her. "You dare to insult our boss," the other Serena hissed. "It's okay," Lysandra said, calming her down. "She has to be feisty, after all, she is your alternate version. I am not weak like her. Whatever, put her in our prison cell. In time, I shall contact that boy, Ash. For exchange. But sir, she has her poke ball with her." "Doesn't matter. It takes legendary Pokemon to break the security of my facility. Let her try to escape as much as she can." The prison cell where Serena was thrown felt cold and suffocating. Unlike the facility, this room was made of concrete and rock, with a dim light illuminating the space. There was a small bed and a hole at the bottom of the door for food delivery. At first, Serena felt like crying. She had never been treated like this before. It was one of the most vulnerable moments of her life, and she longed for Ash, her mom, and her friends. But then she remembered her Pokémon. Braixen, Braixen, she called out. Serena hugged her trusty Pokémon tightly, feeling comforted by her presence. Braixen responded. I'm fine, Braixen. I just needed you here with me. Braixen. Right now, we are in a prison cell as hostages, and I have a lot more to tell you. Serena didn't know how long they had been there, maybe 1 hour or 2. At some point, she and Braixen had both fallen asleep, holding on to each other. Suddenly, a loud explosion jolted them awake. Serena raised her hand to shield her eyes from the dust swirling around her. When the dust settled, a familiar figure stood before her, and she couldn't believe her eyes. I can't believe it. It's you! Serena exclaimed. Meanwhile, Greninja had sensed that the helicopter was about to land. He jumped away just in time, diving into the sea. It was a struggle for him to hang on under the helicopter after being injured, but he had promised Ash he would save Serena, and he was determined to keep that promise. The saltwater was not Greninja's favorite, but he pressed on. He watched as the helicopter landed near the mountain, and soon, Serena and the others disembarked. They climbed onto a boat that headed toward a large mountain cave, and Greninja followed closely behind. Navigating the dark cavern was challenging, but Greninja persevered. He knew it would be unwise to break through the main passage, which would be heavily guarded. Instead, he sought out a secret path through the waterway, which took some time but ultimately led him closer to his goal. As Greninja finally reached the prison cell, he found Serena waiting for him. She rushed forward and embraced him tightly, her voice filled with disbelief and joy. I can't believe it's you. Gren, he replied, feeling the warmth of her affection. You came all this way for me, Greninja, she asked, her eyes shining with gratitude. Greninja, he confirmed, feeling a swell of pride. Serena hugged him again, realizing just how much Greninja cared for her. It was a reflection of Ash's own bravery and determination. As they separated, Braixen, who had been watching, approached Greninja and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, causing him to blush. Serena couldn't help but smile at the unexpected moment. Turning back to Greninja, she said, I believe you came with an exit plan. Gren, he replied, ready to lead the way. Suddenly, a loud siren echoed throughout the facility, startling everyone inside. Serena looked up, alarmed. They are here, she whispered. On the nearby monitors, the furious face of Team Skull's leader appeared. They've already reached the facility, he shouted. Serena remained calm. The boy is the alternate version of Red, boss. He shouldn't be underestimated. Fine then. Serena, Silver, quickly approach the prison cell and find out where the girl is. If the boy is there, hunt him down with all your legendaries, Lysandra commanded. Silver took off, but Serena hesitated. I don't need to find the girl, boss. Why? Lysandra demanded. Because our real target is the boy. I need to face him, the girl is just a pawn, she replied, determination in her voice. And I know exactly where the boy is now. As Greninja led the way through the tunnel, Serena struggled to keep up. The path was dark and slippery, and she had to hold on to Greninja for support. Thankfully, she had recalled Braixen before entering, the terrain would have been difficult for her. After walking for a while, Greninja suddenly stopped. The tunnel ended, leading directly under the water. Panic surged through Serena. You've got to be kidding me, she gasped. Greninja, he encouraged her. You mean I have to go under the water, she asked, fear creeping into her voice. Greninja. Gren, he insisted. I can't do this. The water is so cold, she protested. Jiari Ninja, he urged, looking directly into her eyes, which reminded her of Ash's determination.